Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody. We're back. Oh. I don't want to be in jail again for anybody in any kind of jail. That sucked, y'all. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Miss Adrin. First in chat, second in chat is Miss June. And one sunny day is third. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Wow, it has been a week and it has not been fun, but we're back. We're out of jail. Hallelujah. Let me tell you what happened. We were watching the 3 officers trial from San Antonio, Texas, and we used a court feed from one of the news stations here in town and didn't know it was not a court feed that we could use. And they decided to strike everybody using their court feed. Yeah, we got struck and hard. And I find it interesting, not everybody got struck. There were a lucky few, but we got struck. I contacted them and I talked to the head producer, and I finally got a hold of somebody and talked to the head producer. And I explained to that head producer that I've been a viewer of that said news station for as long as I've been alive, for over 54 years. And he was like, "Oh, well, thank you." And I said, "Don't thank me yet." And I explained about my channel and the fact that when a deaf person hops on, we provide interpreting, yada, yada, yada. He didn't give a rat's butt. And he could have chosen to remove said block and allow me to delete said content and get me out of jail, and he refused. That person, that station will not get a view from me. And I spoke to my family and my friends who watched that station, and they lost their viewing as well. I think that it was pretty mean. I don't understand. I do understand now that there's a little loophole of a law that they can use, but when it wasn't like they had newscasters talking on the show. It's like they do sometimes on court TV. Hi, sweet Magnolia. Good morning. Hi, honey. Do you know how you have a newscaster? The court TV has a newscasters popping in and out. Wasn't like they were doing exclusive interviews, or we were sharing that. We were just sharing we were just using the courtroom feed, but it was not a unanimous feed across all media. It wasn't one feed that was provided to all content media. Found out after I was stricken that all of the other TV channels that were streaming this were also streaming it, but they all had their own individual cameras in there. That's why we got in trouble. Won't do that again. Won't do that again. Never again. Never. Never again. I was missed. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Well, some of us were over in Discord. We tried to get the word out. I made myself a special drink today. Man, is that good. All of a sudden I'm having a hot flash, so I'm not drinking it. But anyway, we decided to go to Discord. See if I can get me some air blowing on me. Oh, there we go. So we went over on Discord. So let me get us all caught up on what's happening today. So while we're waiting for court, I'm going to give us a rundown. Y'all ready? Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. Again, I'm Ada Kay, and today we're diving into day one of the state of New Hampshire versus Dustin Duren, the case that already has stirred deep emotions and raising serious questions about mental health, domestic violence, and parental rights. Dustin Duren, a 38-year-old Marine veteran, is on trial for the second-degree redrum of his girlfriend, Caitlin Nuffzinger, the mother of his two young daughters. Now, Caitlin was shot and unalived on February 29th of 24 in their Berlin, New Hampshire apartment. The next day, Amber Alert was issued for Duren and fled with his daughter, ages 1 and 4 at the time. He was found just hours later at Appleby parking lot in Keene, about 170 miles away with the children, but Caitlin was no longer alive. Duren faces multiple charges: second-degree redrum, reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, children endangerment. The opening statements had already begun yesterday, with the prosecution laying out a chilling narrative. They alleged that Duren intentionally shot Caitlin during a custody dispute. Prosecutors say Caitlin posed no threat to Duren's actions and were permitted to. This was premeditated and a motive by control and anger. They promised to present evidence, including threatening text messages from Duren, witnesses who will testify to the pattern of control and behavior, and the forensic evidence that contradicts Duren's self-defense claim. Now, the defense, however, has told a very different story. They say that Duren acted in self-defense, believing Caitlin was trying to kidnap their daughters. They emphasize his background as a Marine veteran suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and claimed he was in a state of panic and fear when he pulled the trigger. 3 key witnesses took the stand on day one. Officer James Culligan, first responder to the scene, described finding Caitlin's body in the apartment, noted the absence of sign of forced entry or struggle. Confirmation that Duren, when the children were gone by the police, arrived. The 911 dispatch audio played for the jury, including a call Duren made to a relative saying that he was protecting the girls. Dispatchers and officers expressed urgency and concern during the Amber Alert. Now, EMT Sarah Lopez testified about Caitlin's injuries, confirming multiple lead shooting wounds, noted no defense wounds, suggested that Caitlin may not have fought back. The courtroom was very tense. Prosecution is building a case around intent and control, while the defense is leaning heavily on mental health and perspective and perceived threats. The trial is not about what happened that night, but why did it happen, and whether Duren's actions were criminal or tragic results of trauma and fear. Today, we're expecting to hear from family members, possibly Caitlin's mother, forensic experts who will testify about the trajectory of the bullet and the crime scene layout, as well as Duren's mental state. That is your recap on day one in the New Hampshire Dustin trial. What are your thoughts thus far? Do you believe that this was self-defense or something more calculated? Let's talk. Leave comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe and hit that bell so you don't miss our breakdown on day 3 tomorrow. We'll be back soon with more coverage. Stay safe. Thank you for watching. And I was going to take a break there, but I'm not. Did y'all like that breakdown? Was that good? The judge just hit the stand. Perfect timing. Let me get everything up and going. Before anybody says anything, I'm gained 100%. 100%. Okay. Come on, mouse.
First of all, there was some discussion relative to.
Thank you so much, Clay, for your live feed. We love and appreciate you all the more.
Access to the proceedings. We have attempted to try to clean up or to specify that during breaks that there would not be a live mic on. So I'm getting a nod from the back that that's and a thumbs up. So again, I just urge, thank you for that. Number one. Number two, just in case there's any technical issue with that, I also encourage everyone to be mindful that.
Also, everybody, I got to do something. Give me a second. Give me a second. I have an announcement in a second.
During breaks that even though there's an intent and an ability to turn off the mic, there might be a situation where a mic is live. So I would just urge people to be mindful of that. Second, Attorney Duren, with respect to the two in-camera motions, I went back and I did grant those.
Another comment.
So I did.
I don't know that came through to us, but
Okay.
I appreciate you checking.
So I think medical records was September 3rd by my reckoning, and the CAC was also September 3rd. So if for some reason they didn't get to you, then
Hey, honey, leave a comment
there's
below.
your notice.
Please.
Okay, so if there's anything in those that I missed, but I simply granted them as is. Next, with regard to the motion to reconsider, again, I'm denying the motion to reconsider. I've got a few more comments to make with respect to that. I did review.
Hey, honey, can you do me a favor and make a comment below, even if it's just hi? I'd appreciate it. I'm testing something that I need to test. It would be important. Use smart. Use kind. Use important. I don't know if honey can hear me. Well, I'll go ahead and tell you because she didn't make the comment. I wanted y'all to see it. We want to welcome to our team our new mod. There she is. Oh, perfect. Honey, you got a wrench. Welcome to the mod team, honey. We're so grateful and thankful to have you. We look forward to working with you. You are sweet, use kind, and use important. And we really do love you. And thank you so much for taking up the gauntlet on this. We will, y'all be nice to her now. She's got powers and she knows how to use them. June trained her well. Welcome aboard, Miss Honey.
The transcript again relative to the statements at issue. And so adopting the reasoning as proffered by the defendant, but also a few more comments in that regard. Specifically, the state is offering the defendant's statement to the police as part of the transcript and the video, which has already been litigated. Based upon my review of the statement, it does contain hearsay. We've already litigated, and we had a specific hearing on this 2 weeks ago, the proposed redactions to the statement, and I've already made my rulings in that regard. As part of that overall statement, and I specifically go to page 56 of that statement, Mr. Duren, in his comment to the police, indicated, I'm reading from line 21, and then she just said, no, comma, I'm staying here, comma, and I'm not leaving, period. That's it, page 56, line 21 through 22. So the touchstone or the lodestar relative to my analysis in that regard goes back to Mr. Duren's rights under these proceedings relative to the right to present all proofs favorable and the general confrontation right relative to a statement such as that. So based upon that and looking at Rule 806, which for purposes of this proceeding, I will read into the record relative to 806, that when a hearsay statement has been admitted in evidence, the declarant's credibility may be attacked and then supported by any evidence that would be admissible for those purposes if the declarant had testified as a witness. The court may admit evidence of the declarant's inconsistent statement or conduct regardless of when it occurred or whether the declarant had an opportunity to explain or deny it. So again, with respect to Ms. Nafsinger's statement, I believe that my ruling is that Ms. Duren has the right to challenge that statement, and I'm admitting it for credibility purposes in that vein. Substantively, I'm also allowing it for now as evidence to the claim, as evidence in support of the claim of defense of others. However, I would also note for the record that I'm still waiting for further legal argument relative to the issue that was raised during the motions hearing 2 weeks ago, which we will continue to work on that, and we will have to have a hearing on that relative to the defendant's legal position, to put it in the simplest terms possible, as to whether you can kidnap your own kid. So we referenced that during the hearing 2 weeks ago as a legal proposition, not as a factual proposition, and that's something that needs to be returned to. I understand that there's a need to proceed with openings and the presentation of evidence before we get to the final jury instructions. However,
Good morning, Ms.
that
Angela.
issue still is being yet to be ruled on, the specific ramifications of that. So again, I'm denying the motion to reconsider relative to a Rule 806 ruling as to the credibility, as to Mr. Duren's right to attack the credibility of that statement as he made it, once that statement is offered into evidence as a hearsay statement under 8033 as referenced by Attorney Kettles yesterday. And then substantively, I'm allowing it for now, subject to how we end up having the legal ruling on the issue that I flagged last week. Attorney Duren or Spicer, any questions on my rulings with respect to the motion to reconsider?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the motion, objection duly noted. Anything further, Attorney Kenny or Attorney Kettles, on that issue?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. And the final housekeeping matter is, just so counsel are aware, when the jury does come in, the first thing I'm going to do is inquire as to whether they have had any media exposure. In the event that they have, we will be taking a break. Okay, anything else before we bring the jury in? Okay, all set.
County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Jonathan F. Rizal presiding.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, good morning, members of the jury. Thank you for your punctuality. A few quick comments before we get started for the day. I did indicate to you yesterday, as I think that you probably were aware, that there is a media presence during the course of this trial. And one thing I did not state yesterday, but I wanted to bring to your attention and to assure you of is that one of the standing orders of the court system, it's not just my order, it's the entire New Hampshire Superior Court judicial branch, there is an order relative to the media presence during these proceedings. As you know, it is an open courtroom. But one of the standing orders that is directed to the media is that the jurors' faces are not to be shown as part of the proceedings. So I didn't say that yesterday, and I want to assure you of that, that your, whether it's still photography or whether it's any videos, that you would not be as part of that transmission. I wanted to bring that to your attention. And the second thing I wanted to follow up on is, again, because there is a media presence during this trial, if any of you have had exposure relative to anything in the media in the last 24 hours during the break since yesterday.
Okay, now that we got some people on, y'all, click the link up in the taskbar. We have our bingo. I know I didn't share the bingo card. Let me share the bingo card. I forgot to do this thing down below, and I was working very hard on that. My apologies. Miss June, fabulous June. Let me see if I can shrink this down a bit. Oh, why? There we go. Miss June has made our fabulous bingo card. As always, we love our bingo cards. We are playing bingo for this trial. And in the bingo card, we have pew pew, yes, no, veteran, anger, Berlin apartment, phone call, correct or right control, amber alert, 9mm pew pew or lead shooter. If they say lead shooter, GUN, that's fine. Objection sustained or overruled. Daughter, side by Caitlin, Naffinger videos, law enforcement. Your Honor, may I approach? What is that word? Photographs. You can just put photos to make them bigger. Former U.S. Marine, crime scene investigator, child or children, and PTSD. Once he gets done with the instructions, the game card is active. Okay, guys? So y'all play. It's fun. You can play. You can play. You can do it. Sorry, I got you. You're welcome, Your Honor. Yes, yeah, you wanna. What? All right, guys, I got to redo this. I don't know why I'm losing connection. I'll be right back. I don't know why the connection was lost. It irritates me when that happens. It keeps being a problem. We'll figure it out, but I think we'll be fine for the moment. Okay, back to the June. I'll mod. The connection gets lost. I need you to tell me in comments. Good morning, Sweet Magnolia. Thank you for hopping in. Good morning, Miss Erin. I hope you're still here. And don't forget to like, share, and put in there. I shared, I subbed, and I tipped.
The testimony you are about to give is the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Good morning. Could you please tell the jury your name and spell your last name?
Good morning. My name is Tracy Flaherty. First name Tracy, T-R-A-C-E-Y. Last name Flaherty, F-L-A-H-E-R-T-Y.
Ms. Flaherty, where do you work?
I work for the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit. I'm an intelligence analyst.
How long have you worked for the New Hampshire State Police?
I worked for the New Hampshire State Police since 2016. Prior to that, I was an intelligence analyst with the FBI for 16 and a half years. Then I was an analyst with Liberty Mutual, Special Investigations Unit, working medical fraud. And I had my own business for a few years before joining the state police, where I provided training to private investigators and law enforcement on the techniques of intelligence analysis, how it can be used in cold cases and missing persons.
I missed her
Thank you, Ms.
name.
Flaherty.
Your
You
name?
mentioned that you are an intelligence analyst. We'll keep it specific to the New Hampshire State Police. What do you do for the New Hampshire State Police as an intelligence analyst?
So I
Sorry, guys.
named Flaherty, F.
Ma'am,
Good morning.
do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth under the pain and penalty
My
of perjury?
apologies.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Good morning. Could you please tell the jury your name and spell your last name?
Good morning. My name is Tracy Flaherty. First name Tracy, T-R-A-C-E-Y. Last name Flaherty, F-L-A-H-E-R-T-Y.
Ms. Flaherty, where do you work?
I work for the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit. I'm an intelligence analyst.
How long have you worked for the New Hampshire State Police?
I worked for the New Hampshire State Police since 2016. Prior to that, I was an intelligence analyst with the FBI for 16 and a half years. Then I was an analyst with Liberty Mutual, Special Investigations Unit, working medical fraud. And I had my own business for a few years before joining the state police, where I provided training to private investigators and law enforcement on the techniques of intelligence analysis, how it can be used in cold cases and missing persons.
Thank you, Ms. Flaherty. You mentioned that you are an intelligence analyst. We'll keep it specific to the New Hampshire State Police. What do you do for the New Hampshire State Police as an intelligence analyst?
So I assist in major crime investigations. Those are typically homicides. I help generate leads by researching and locating individuals. I also review evidence that's collected. That could be based on a search warrant, so communication records, maybe financial records, social media. I may assist in looking at devices, depending on the needs of the case.
Thank you. Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned locating people. Do you have any experience with New Hampshire State Police or the FBI or any other of your stops on your career in working with cell phone location data?
I do. Since working with state police, I have had training in actual location data that's obtained from communication records from cell phone carriers.
And about how many times would you say you've had the occasion to do that?
Oh, I've testified about 10 times. This is, I think, my 10th trial, and I have probably worked on 75 to 100 different cases that involved communication records, and many of those involve location data.
Could you describe any training you may have with regard to cell phone location data and communications data?
Absolutely. So since joining the state police, I attended a training seminar from the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, which is called FBI CAS Team. They're an elite team within the FBI that focuses solely on cellular analysis and location data. I've also attended some other courses from them. In addition, I have attended several online classes from their NDCAC, which is the National Domestic Communication Analysis Center. So they have to keep up with the technology. I've also attended training in person and live webinars from a vendor called Cellhawk. They have the software that I use to assist in the mapping.
Okay. Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned mapping and using software. Could you explain what you mean by that?
Absolutely. So when it comes to talking about a cell phone and location data, your phone is continuously, in order to use it, it's interacting with cell towers. It needs to connect to an antenna, typically mounted on a tower. You're probably used to seeing them on the highway, those big, large structures. But they can also be an antenna that's mounted on a building or a sign. But anyway, your phone does need to connect to an antenna. And so what we end up doing is every tower has a unique phone number, or ID number, I should say. And within the phone records that we receive, that tells us what tower maybe an event is connected to. So for instance, a call. When you make a call or receive a call and your phone connects to a tower, that tower has a unique number. And in the data, we also have not only that unique number of the tower, but what side of the tower, which helps us give a general direction of where that device is when it's connected to the tower. So either for call detail records, which we received in this case, which is incoming, outgoing calls that are made, or specialized location records, which is engineering data, we actually get those unique ID numbers. And the carrier also provides a list of all the towers and those numbers, the sectors, which is that side of the tower that I mentioned, where the antennas are placed, and then how those sectors are orientated. And so by matching that up, and the software helps because it's a volume of data, by matching that up between the two, I can then map that latitude and longitude of the tower that's being used, and then know what side of the tower. And as we'll see in the maps, you can get an idea of general direction of the device and then movement of that device.
Ms. Flaherty, thank you. That's quite a lot of information. I want to back up a little bit. You mentioned that you, in your work, doing this kind of work, generally use communications data. Are there different types of data that you receive related to cell phones?
Yes,
And who provides those?
that would be the mobile carrier. So in this case, it's Verizon.
So someone like Verizon, AT&T, some company like
Correct.
that? And that is data that those companies, is that data that they keep for their own purposes?
Yes, so for billing purposes, they have call records for their subscribers. And for their own business purposes, they have specialized location records that is engineering data that they use to be able to make decisions on coverage, maybe where to put an antenna, how to orientate their antennas, or working on upgrading service in a certain area.
So Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned something called call detail records. What are those?
So call detailed records are similar to your phone bill. It shows calls incoming and outgoing. I'm able to see the date and time of the call, the numbers that are involved in the call. And if we are obtaining call detail records with cell site information, so tower information, then I see that unique number for the tower that's used during that event, along with what side of the tower, so the sector number.
So we'll have a visual in a bit that I think will explain the issue of the size of the tower. So you talked about call detail records. Are you familiar with something called RTT data?
I am.
What is RTT data?
That is the name for Verizon's specialized location records, or their engineering data. Basically, what that is it provides events when your phone is continuously interacting with the towers when it's on. The carrier's taking measurements of the speed of the signal from the tower to the device and back. And so when that measurement's taken, it gives an estimated distance of where that device is from the tower. So we're able to use that and kind of get a better idea of maybe where a device might be.
Ms. Flaherty, in your experience, do cell phone records or communication data also include something called subscriber information?
Yes.
And what is that generally?
That is the individual typically that is paying the bill and is subscribed to the phone, and oftentimes the user of the phone.
Ms. Flaherty, on March 1st of 2024, did you become involved in an investigation involving someone named Dustin Duren?
Yes, I did.
Could you please tell us when that happened that day and how you became involved?
I received a phone call from my team early morning hours, sometime between March 1st before 2:30 a.m. I received a phone call saying that they needed my assistance in initiating an exigency request for location data on a device that was associated with Mr. Duren.
Ms. Flaherty, I'm going to stop you there.
Sure.
I apologize. You mentioned exigency. What is exigency in
So-
your experience?
So exigency is a process that law enforcement is able to use in interacting with a carrier such as Verizon when there's an emergency and a concern for possible dangerous death or bodily harm.
Is exigency a process that's available when perhaps it's not practical to get a search warrant?
Yes, if it's deemed to be an emergency situation, yes.
So in the early morning hours of March 1st, 2024, you told us that you were asked to use the exigency process to do something. Can you tell us what you did?
Sure. So the first thing I did, which is required by Verizon, each carrier kind of has their own method that they want you to interact with. For Verizon, I initiated first calling their emergency hotline, told them the situation, and that I was looking for whether there was a current location on the phone number that I was given.
Okay, was that phone number 702-280-5090?
Yes, it was.
And is that a Verizon phone number?
Yes, it is.
So when you made that first call with Verizon, what happened?
So they told me that there was no current location on that phone, which indicated to me that that phone was most likely off and not connecting to the cellular network.
So you mentioned that the phone was off, Ms. Flaherty. What are the scenarios where a phone would stop communicating with the network?
If you turn your phone off, if the phone could be destroyed, if you're out of area where there's no signal, no data, then it's possible that it's not connecting to the cellular network.
So at that point, did you know which of those scenarios may have been the case with regard to this telephone?
I did not.
So after receiving that initial information from Verizon that the phone was not communicating, what did you do next?
So then I initiated their emergency disclosure form, which was a request to provide historical information on that device. So such as asking for the subscriber to just verify the ownership of that device, and then asking for historical call detail records, so those calls, incoming and outgoing activity. Also requested the last known location of that device before it stopped communicating with their network. The request also was for that specialized location data and text detail.
When you mentioned that specialized location data, do you mean that
The RTT, correct.
RTT data? So, again, what time in the morning is this that you submitted this form requesting all this other information?
So I spoke to Verizon around 2:30 a.m. and about 2:45, so 2:45 a.m. was when I submitted the form and received the results back about an hour later, I believe.
What were those results that you received?
So I actually received the historical information, the call detail records, everything that I had requested. They sent back via an email, and it covered the time period of February 29th, 2024 at midnight through March 1st at like 2:30 in the morning.
So roughly about the time.
About the time that I contacted them, yes.
Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned a number of records, including call detail records, subscriber information, and RTT data that were obtained early in the morning.
Yes,
Did the New Hampshire State Police later obtain those records again via a search warrant process?
they did, yes.
And was the data the same that was obtained?
Yes, it covered that time period in a larger time period.
So those records that you obtained through the search warrant that covered the same time period,
Mhm.
did you review those records?
I did.
And
Sure, certainly.
Ms. Flaherty, I'm handing you something that's marked for identification at this point. That states Exhibit 13 is a thumb drive. Do you recognize that thumb drive?
I do.
Have you reviewed the contents of that thumb drive?
I have.
And what does that thumb drive contain?
This contains the historical call detail records, the subscriber record, and the RTT data that I used to create the visuals today.
So that is the data, some of the data that you received by a search warrant and reviewed?
Yes,
And did you use the data on this thumb drive to create a series of maps?
yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to introduce Exhibit 13 as a full exhibit.
Can we approach her?
Certainly.
We are having a sidebar. I wish I could create a sidebar little jingle. A sidebar jingle. Sidebar. We're having a sidebar. Oh my gosh, is that the littlest cup? Did y'all see that, y'all? I guess since they have just a pitcher of water, they have the little cups up there. Oh my gosh, did you see that little itty bitty cup of water? That itty bitty teeny weeny little cup of water. Oh my gosh, that is funny, y'all. That was teeny tiny. June, maybe you ought to put on tomorrow's card. Micro mini cup. Okay, what do we have on our bingo card? I have been creating the thing below and all that stuff. So what do we have on the bingo card? Can anybody tell me? If you don't know where our bingo card is, it's real simple. The bingo card is pinned in the comments, y'all. It be pinned in the comments. Yes, it is. It be pinned in comments. So you too can grab your bingo card and start playing along with us. When you get a bingo in any direction, vertical, horizontal, or diagonal, no matter how many you get, you say, I bingo in all caps. That will enter you in the drawing. And okay, curling iron is cold now. I was afraid I was going to touch it, and I did. But it's good now. So anyway, so make sure you put the I bingoed when you bingo. Sidebar is Side Bear is the sidebar mascot. Oh, that's cute. I need to create a sidebar bear. It's just almost like a communion cup. It's just a little bigger than a communion cup, in my humble opinion, which don't mean much. How do y'all like my fall background? I got a screen behind me, so it looks decent. Just saying. Oh, I need to do this. I forgot. I need to send an invite to our fabulous. Hello. Hey, my maid. I can't read it. Forgive me, love. I'll get it in a second. I'm dyslexic as hell, so the fact that I could even remotely see that was a sheer miracle. How are you doing this morning? Thanks for hopping in. Thanks for, let me send that. Thank you so much. Well, make sure you comment, like, subscribe, and do all the YouTubey things. When you subscribe, or you click the thumbs up, you subscribe, or you share, you type the word either I liked, I shared, or I sub, all in caps, to be entered in the end of the month giveaway. Well, yes, we can see your chat. Ayamide, is that how you say it? I hope I said it correct. Yes, we are seeing your chats, dear. And thank you for being in. What is it, Twitter? Thank you for being in Twitter. Oh. You are welcome here anytime, Boo. Thank you so much. June, are you seeing how that works? And I believe we're live on Facebook as well. Finally, I think. Let me go double check. I'm double checking. And I do have a fly that's driving me batshit crazy. A fly that's driving me cray cray. A fly that's driving me cray cray. Am I live? Please tell me I'm live. We are. Hello, Facebook family. Oh, let me get the sound back on. My bad. My bad. I'm doing too many things.
It's just to demonstrate to the jury the tower and how the antennas are affixed to the tower and orientated.
So this relates to some of your testimony earlier.
Yes, it
about
is
how
working.
The data that you receive involves which side of the cell tower.
Correct.
is communicating.
Correct.
And if you can look at everything else, put that aside, and look at the rest of those, what are those that you're looking at?
These are maps that I created to assist in showing the actual movement of the device on February 29th, 2024.
So when you say the device, do you mean the cell phone associated with
Uh,
data?
Yes, the 702 number.
Okay, the 702 number that you began receiving some of that data in the early morning hours of March 1st,
Yes,
and that's the same data that's on that thumb drive, Exhibit 13?
correct.
Okay. So you have Exhibits 12A, D, as in dog, E, F, H, I, J, K, and M.
Should be. They do not have the exhibit labels on them.
Back of it.
No.
Because you only read six.
Okay, yeah, and this one does. Yeah, this one didn't. Yes, you're correct.
Okay, we're marking photographs. She showed it.
With the exception
Your
of A,
photograph
the
is
rest are
correct.
maps that you created.
Bingo.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how you created those maps?
Sure. I had mentioned it a bit earlier. We obtained the data in spreadsheets from Verizon, Excel spreadsheets, and it's a large volume of data. So I enter that into a program by a company called Leads Online. It's called CellHawk, and it assists in doing that matching that I talked about as far as the unique tower number that's in the tower list. I upload that Verizon tower list and matching the tower that's used for each event. So whether that event is a call that takes place within the call detail records, or that event is one of those RTT events where it's actually capturing that estimated distance to tower in the engineering data. And so that helps me visualize and make these maps. And then for quality control, I mean, I look at the raw data, I look at the maps, and I make sure that it is correct.
So, Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned that this data that you use to create these maps includes events, and that a certain event could be something like a phone call. Is that
Yes, yep, so calls, or I typically call an event if it happens to be like an RTT engineering data, date and
So,
time event.
I want to ask you about that. When you say that there's an event that is, related to RTT or engineering data, is the phone making a call or sending a text message at that point?
Not necessarily. RTT can be captured when the phone's being used, but it's when your phone is continuously interacting with the network and the carrier is actually capturing and measuring that, like I said, that signal speed, so that they can make some decisions when they look at that data for their own business process.
So would it be fair to say that as long as the phone is on, it may be communicating with the cell phone tower?
Correct.
And that is regardless of whether it happens to be in use for a call or a text or something like that?
As long as it's on and the data is available, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Can the witness identify the program that was used? Again, I didn't,
Yes.
if there's the spelling of that program?
Sure, it's CellHawk, CELLHAWK.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned that you,
That is highly unusual for Your Honor to interrupt, but I'm glad he did that because I thought she was saying sell hot, H-O-T.
check these maps for quality control. How do you do that?
By looking at the raw data and knowing, understanding the sectors and side of the tower, and then making sure that appears accurate. And I also, spot check the Latin longs and make sure that maps correctly.
You said Latin long. Does the raw data that you reviewed that's on Exhibit 13 include latitude and longitude information?
No, the cell site list from the phone company, from Verizon, when they give me the master list of their cell towers, it has the latitude and the longitude for each unique number.
Does the data that you reviewed include latitude and longitude information?
In the in the RTT and the call detail, I believe they have their separate list underneath, yes.
And so you use essentially the latitude and the longitude associated with those events, and timing to help place that film?
The latitude and longitude of the tower that's in the tower list that's provided in that data is not necessarily in the row of the event is the latitude and longitude, just the unique number match is how we get there.
And so you did all these quality control and spot checks with regard to the maps that you have here today?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to introduce exhibits 12A, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, and M as full exhibits.
No objection.
The identification may be stricken with respect to those specific exhibits, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
There's a little water again. Good morning, Addie. Good morning to you.
I'm showing you what's now marked for, as a full exhibit, stage 12A. Could you tell us what this is?
So this is a picture of your traditional cell site or cell tower. Like I said, you can have antennas. You'll see here where the arrows are pointing, those boxes, that's sets of antennas. And so on each side of the tower, you can see it's kind of like a triangle on this particular tower. It's a 3-sector tower. And so there's sets of antennas on there. Each of those towers, like I said, has a unique ID number. And that's where your phone, in order to be able to send, receive a call, use your data plan, text messages, you're going to be attaching to an antenna that's mounted on a tower.
And when you mentioned different sides of the tower, this one has 3, correct?
This one has 3, yes.
And how do you use that information on which of those, in this example, 3 towers, when it comes to determining a location?
So in the records, there'll be a column for like a sector, and it'll have a number, like a 1, 2, or 3. If it's like a 3G, you'll see actual sector. If it's an LTE, they're called an E node B number, and that'll be part of that number will have the sector, and that tells you what side.
So using the side and some of the other data you mentioned, you're able to help
Tell which side of the tower, yes.
Ms. Flaherty, I'm showing you states exhibit 12D. You see this?
I do.
So this is one of the maps you created. Could you please tell us what you're looking at?
So first, just to draw your eye to the red oval, it has a 1063. That's marking 1063 Main Street, it's the address there. And what we have all these maps are for the 702 phone number device. And the device is attached to the northern tower from that address. You can see, if you look at where it says 538 to the north.
Ms. Flaherty, perhaps it would be better if you could come down.
Can I? That'd be
Yes, please.
fantastic. Thank you.
Well, we step right up to this large screen in front of the jury here. And please continue. You were explaining this map to us.
So. Oh, thank you. Won't go any further? Okay. I will speak loudly so I can actually maybe point. Okay. So here we have a marker for an address, 1063 Main Street. And here, when I'm talking about that tower I showed you, that picture of a tower, so this orange circle represents that location of a tower. And this wedge here is what just highlights for me the side of the tower that's being used by the device. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the device is in this dark circle here at all. It's just to kind of draw your eye to the side of the tower visually. But what it is saying is that that device is somewhere.
Okay, Aaron, what do you mean has it started yet? We've started. Also, Honey Boo, that don't work. It's got to be that one. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, you may want to refresh, Boo. We are on the first witness, and we are doing this cell data. Cell, what was it? Not hot, cell. Hawk. That's it. Cell Hawk program is what they use, which is not a program that I've heard before. But anyway, that said, we are on the cell data expert right now. She is the intelligent analyst for the New Hampshire State Police Department. And I will tell you, she looks like a very serious woman, but I'm sure she's a softie on the inside.
On the side of this tower. I know
No,
confidently that it's not up here.
I am enjoying her commentary. I am enjoying her testimony because it is very clear, very easy to understand. So the jury's going to appreciate that.
Because radio waves are not a pie shaped, this is just a visual. That device could be a little bit over here or over here when we're looking at the data. These arcs, it represents that estimated distance from the tower that I talked about that I get from the RTT data. It maps an arc, and it basically, as the phone is communicating back and forth with the tower, these arcs are represented. And when you have a lot of lines and it gets darker, or it just sits there a long time, you're gonna get a lot of hits when you know the phone is stationary. So that gives me that indication. So here what we have is the device is connecting to this side of the tower at 5:38. It's somewhere along this arc at that time. I can't say 100% where it is along this arc, but I can confidently say that it's somewhere along this arc. Okay?
Ms. Flaherty, just to kind of sum up, so this map depicts which tower this particular cell phone was communicating at about 5:38 p.m.
Correct.
And that's on February 29th, 2024.
Correct.
And this map is showing the city of Berlin, New Hampshire.
Yes, it is.
And so those arcs that you mentioned are the estimated distance from the tower. So as you mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, that phone could be anywhere on that arc.
That is correct.
And you marked 1063. Is that 1063 Main Street in Berlin?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to be sitting right on one of those arcs?
It is. Yeah.
There's another tower beneath that. Can you talk about that, please?
Sure. So then looking at movement, I looked and you see that 5:38, we have the device connected to this tower. And by 5:57:06, it is now connected down here to this tower on this side, and there are the arcs. That indicates to me a change in tower usage and most likely movement. Okay, so that's how I start to be able to decipher that.
So what time was the phone communicating with that?
And down in Berlin tower is 5:57:06.
And that tower used to be more in the center of Berlin?
Yes.
We're going to move to the next one. If you just stay up there. This is State's Exhibit 12F. What are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the same device, all the maps are for the same device. So once again, taking off those estimated distance to tower because it gets really busy, and a lot of lines and circles. So just to simplify it, this is still that engineering data while the phone is moving, but it's just showing you the tower usage and the side of the tower, just removing those lines so it's not so busy. And so when we started with 5:38 up here north of Main Street, and then on that previous map I'd shown you where it was connecting to this side at 5:57. You can see it, then it kind of swings around, it's here, and the device then is connecting to a tower down here more towards the Gorham area at 6:26. After that, I noticed that there is actually a connection over east on Route 2, heading towards the Bethel, Maine area. So around from 6:43 to 6:58, the device needs to stay connected over east when it travels.
Ms. Flaherty, are you familiar with the area shown in this map, the Gorham, Berlin area?
I am.
And so this map shows connection to a tower at 6:26 p.m., and then another tower further east several minutes later, 6:43 to 6:58. Is that about consistent with the amount of time it takes to drive on Route 2?
In my experience, that's about a 15-20 minute drive.
We're now looking at State's 12E. Please tell us what you see in this, or what this map shows.
So just to continue to orient you, we've moved down to the 626. This was over at that time on east on Route 2. And then instead of putting, there's no times, that moves along. And by 729, you can see that the device has moved along, and by 729, it's connected to tower in Whitefield. So it came back around and started to go south. So by 737, the device is connected to a tower down here in Carroll. And then coming further west, you can see they continue down, and by 745, that device is using a tower on 93 South in the Franconia area.
Thank you. This is states 12H. This fire, could you again tell us what we got shown?
Sure. On the left, if 93 is so long, you'll see this is a
Aaron, I have this mic up 100%. I can't gain it anymore. I apologize, but I have it up as loud as I can get it. My sorry. It's the court.
section of 93. So on the left, we had originally been in Franconia on the previous map, and you can see the device continues to use towers along 93 South, Woodstock, moving forward by 808. It's down here in like the Thornton Campton area, and continuing south using towers at 813. It's down even further south. In Plymouth.
Plymouth area?
Mhm.
So now moving to the right side of the screen, there's another map. What is
So
that?
thinking about 93, continuing down, here we have it now 827 in New Hampton, and moving along the different towers, continuing to come down, and by 850, that device starts to use various towers in the Concord area between 850 and 1022.
By the way, I want you to see something that I'm really appreciating in this courtroom. And we have not seen this in a lot of courtrooms. You have this huge TV used as a monitor for the jury. And it's nice because it helps hide the jury from camera view. Beautiful. The placement of things. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you. You are so amazing. Thank you so much for the super sticker. You get extra entries. Thank you so much. But what I appreciate is on the back side, you have this monitor here. So the people behind, the people from our perspective in the courtroom can see what the jury is seeing. Whoever your tech person is on that aspect, you've done a beautiful job. Thank you so very much. Now, I'm going to do this so y'all can see. Can you please fix the audio? Just saying.
So,
Sorry, that's why this is 12I for the record. What is this map showing?
okay. Now we're back to kind of looking at those estimated distance to tower. Here it was taking a look at the data to see is there any areas once the device got into Concord that maybe it had stopped for a period of time.
I see what you're doing, honey. Honey, try using the SCSS without the hashtag. Do it without the hashtag and see if it works.
Yet this whole time, the goal is looking for, the device, the children and Mr. Duren. So at this time, this map shows the device kind of hitting for a period of time, about 8:52 to 9:03. And this is a 9:03 down here. About 8:52 to 9:02, you can see this arc hitting. It's in this general area for those few minutes is what I would be able to discern from this. And that's on North Main Street in Concord.
Ms. Flaherty, there's a red logo with a white S on it. What is that?
That's a speedway. So
There you
that
go,
was a
honey.
reference
It
of
worked.
there's a possibility of a place that's kind of where the lines cross. There was this speedway there.
And Speedway is a gas station?
Yes, it is.
And so just before we move on, what time frame does this map cover?
So this covers from the north, we're around 9 o'clock, and you can see down, it comes, this is 9:01, but the estimated distance is way down here. So it's 9 o'clock to about 9:03. Here it's 8:56. So the total time would be about 8:52 to 9:03.
Looking now at State's Exhibit 12J, please tell us, first of all, where this is and what it shows.
So this is still in Concord. It's now on South Main Street. This was another location where I had indicated that it appeared that the device may have stayed for a period of time. Just north was that 9:03 that you saw in the previous map. By 9:06, it was here until 9:28. So this is what we would call an omni tower. That's why you have a circle. So basically, that's a one-sided tower where the antennas can cover the 360 degrees rather than a three-sector tower where each sector covers about 120 degrees.
So, Ms. Flaherty, does this tower show essentially from about, you said 9:06 to?
About 9:28, it was in that general area.
Phones in this general, and this is south of where we were
Yes.
previously?
Yep, still moving south.
South in the city of Concord, New Hampshire.
Yes.
So this is State's 12K. First, could you tell us what this map shows in terms of location and time?
So this is still in Concord, now in the vicinity of between South Main Street and Hall Street. This is also RTT data, but without the lines because the device sat here for a period of time. It was extremely busy to show all of the lines. So basically from 9:58 to 10:22, that device was connected to this tower here, the 61909 tower near South Main Street, and had about 27, those RTT, I call them events, right? So 27 hits, so it was stationary there for a period of time. While there, it was bouncing off of this Omni tower between 10:05 and 10:15.
So, Ms. Flaherty, again, could you tell us the time frame of when that phone was connected?
This would be 9:58 to 10:22.
And is this location Concord further south?
Yes, it is.
They are trying to show us.
Ms. Flaherty, on the left side of this map, there's a red box with some information.
Why do I have 20 different follow?
So in looking at the call detail records,
Okay, sorry. What they're trying to show here with this witness and this information is the close proximity that he was to the victim and what his movement was during the time in question. The Cellbrite data or cell data, Cellhawk data in this case, is very important because your cell phone, if you've got it on you, boo, you can't commit a crime. It's going to document where you were, how fast you were, GPS, you name it, you are screwed. And that is what they're trying to show here is his location and his behavior before, during, and after the event. It is vitally important that they do that to place him there, even though he is not contesting. He unalived her. He's just contesting as to how, what, when, where, how, and all the whys. And basically, he's stating that it was more of a self-defense situation because she was trying to kidnap his children, and thus he had to unalive her in order to protect his kids. And that is his defense. I know. Yep, that is his defense. So with that, he is, the state is now showing what is called the cell data in order to show his whereabouts. He very well could be lying. Well, yeah, Aaron, that's right. Yeah, if you're going to commit a crime, first of all, build a habit before. Okay, What else will get you is if you've never turned off your phone. If you have a history of your phone always being on and with you, no matter where you go, i.e., me, and then all of a sudden you go into airplane mode and turn off your data usage, well, that becomes very suspicious. So if you're going to commit a crime for 6 months before you commit the crime, leave the phone at home and go to the grocery store a lot. Leave it in your vehicle. Turn off the cell phone data usage. I don't know. Create the pattern of turning off the phone. So when you finally turn off the phone to commit the crime, you've got a pattern. It's harder to nail you on it because believe it or not, our pattern of behavior tells so much more to us than what we realize. Mm-hmm. Yep. And this is proving it.
There was a call while this device was connected to this tower. So this information is coming from the call detail records, that will call activity, that matched up with the usage of this 61909 tower for sector 2. You can see that last number is a 2, that's the sector number. And so this would be an outgoing call from the 702 number to a 763 number. That was at 10:08 p.m. while the device was in this area, and that call lasted 13 minutes and 36 seconds.
So that call was placed at 10:08,
Yes, it was.
and was that an outgoing call from that 702 phone number?
It was.
Can you read us that number?
So the called number was a 763-350-0954.
And the number that made the call, what number
Was
was that?
this 702-280-5900.
And that 702 number that made the call, is that the number associated with the phone? And also-
Yes, it is. It's the number that is connected to this tower.
How long did that call last?
13 minutes and 36 seconds.
And this is the last one. Ms. Flaherty, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this here is RTT data. This is from the raw data, just to show you, this is the last actual event on that device before it went off. And it matches the time that we have received from the phone company as to the time that the last location for the device, which is the morning of, or the evening of February 29th, 2024 at 10:22:30 p.m.
So 10:22 p.m. on February 29th, this phone, that 702 number, stopped communicating with cell phone?
It did.
Ms. Flaherty, you can please return to stand. Thank you, Ms. Flaherty. The state has no more questions.
Okay, all right, thank you. Counsel?
Sidebar. I hate that. I hate it.
Sidebar.
I forget I have my sound effects in here. That may have been a little loud. Let me know. That seemed a little bit on the loud side. Hey, he's going to take a 10-minute break. Well, it doesn't look like it. Okay. So what we've learned so far is cell phone data and his usage and his pattern of behavior, and nothing really jaw-dropping at this point. Unlike yesterday when a witness had to be told to control themselves, that was a little interesting. We are a little behind, so let me zoom, and we may, no, we're still, it looks like they're coming back now. Now I'm back to real live time. Yep, it was a little loud. It's kind of weird. Some of them were loud and some of them were soft. You know, unlike the ones that my mods use to get my attention. Yeah, I'm going to turn that one down a little bit. Let me see. Wow, that was loud too. Was that loud? June and I went over these sounds. Matrix. Low. Siren. Yeah, I have all kind of fun ones. That means hello. Hello. Anybody there? Whoosh 1. Whoosh 2. Yep. I got all kind of fun ones. I got a taser. Yep. Got my taser. Finally can hear my taser. I got the heartbeat. For suspense. Okay, thank you, heartbeat. Here's my electrical. Mind your ears. Hopefully I don't get copyrighted for that. Oh, I have had the cartoon. Honey, everybody is gaining their sound up on this one. The court feed, I mean, the mics are just insanely low. I don't understand why they're so low. Yep, not the right answer. Resident Evil AMC. My lord, it's cold outside. They know Georgia. Well, Lordy have mercy. What's the temperature here? It's cooler, I can tell. It's a 64 was the low, and it's supposed to be 81 today. 64 the low, 81 today. I know, honey. I'm so sorry. That's the bad thing about this court stuff is I can only control the volume so much. Well, how cold is it there in Georgia? Good morning, the Resident Evil AMC. Now, in San Antonio, AMC is Alamo Metro Chorus, which I used to be a part of. AMC was what we called ourselves. 53 in New York right now. Aw, Addie, that's not too cold. Yep, that's about right, honey. That's about right. You got it. It looks like the jury is coming back into the courtroom. Yepers. And again, thank you so much, Aaron, for the super sticker. I greatly appreciate it. This week in jail killed me. And thank you for the little hearts, you guys. Y'all, the little heart thingy where it has the heart to smiley to celebrate the and the 100. Y'all use that button. Great afternoon. It's not afternoon. It's not afternoon yet. It ain't afternoon yet.
First from Verizon through the exigency process, correct?
That is correct.
And then later on, you received records from the search warrant?
That is correct.
And the search warrant records did include a longer duration of time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the first records were only February 29th to March 1st, less than 24
Less than 24 hours, correct.
Okay. And the second set were about a month or?
Yeah, that is correct, yes.
Okay. And when you received the records from the search warrant, you reviewed all those, correct?
I reviewed the records I needed to for location data.
Okay, and can I approach Your Honor with Defendant's Exhibit B?
Y'all don't forget, we do have a bingo card.
What's been marked at Defense B B for ID.
Right.
Does that look like the records that you received from Brad?
That is, yes, that's, let me scroll down, I just want,
Yes.
thank you,
Having gold, I'm having cherry.
yes.
Okay,
Yep.
there's quite
I
a
want-
bunch.
There's a lot of records, yes.
To include
I have an objection.
device, that we're talking about the 702 number 5900 ending, phone call records, correct?
Yes, yes, the historical call detail records, correct.
And text messages, correct?
There was content and text detail, which is just the numbers that are texting back and forth, correct.
Your Honor, may we approach?
For those of you who are NBA people, the NBA season starts today. I just got an alert. I did. Had to fix my heating pad. Yes, I live with the heating pad. It helps my back and hips. And I can't kill this one stinking fly. Got this one fly that will not leave me alone. All mods to live com. Mods to live com.
So, Ms. Flaherty, you reviewed some of the records. Did you review the any of the SMS content records in your analysis?
So not in my analysis, no. I did note that there was SMS content provided. It's not always provided. I noted that verbally to my team, that it was available. My focus was on location.
Okay. And when you noted it was provided, did you open it up and look at it, or did you just see the headline on the?
I opened it up to make sure that there was actually content.
Know what happened, Joe? Get it. She's not saying anything. Be quiet. They're just walking around. You didn't miss anything.
This spreadsheet, let me go back for a second on my file here.
Mods to live com. Thank you.
Redacted SMS content spreadsheet is the document that you opened and looked at to confirm there was SMS
Content available, yes. If you go to the right, that's where you should see content. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Your Honor, may we approach?
So we do have an objection. We do have a sidebar. And we have a gong. I need to work on a sidebar jingle. I desperately need to work on a sidebar jingle. That would be great. Yeah, that would be great. Hey, if anybody can write me a sidebar jingle and I use it, I will give you a free merch. But that jingle must be copyright free. You must make it copyright free with music. Copyright free with music would be cool. Lord knows I don't need to be in jail again. Just saying. Y'all, that sucked. And I can't zoom. So we're where we are. There is no zoom left. Guinea pigs are adorable. I just don't want to own one. I owned a hamster. My son wanted a hamster when he was little. And so it disappeared one day. Couldn't find it. It got out of the cage somehow. And for like ever, couldn't find it. Over a year, we could not find that sucker. I thought it died, but I never smelt anything, you know? One day I was sitting in the dining room and I had a galley kitchen and I could see all the way down and something caught my eye, and that was that little hamster, and it had babies. I got a pregnant hamster. We thought it was a boy. That's what we get for thinking. But she had gotten preggo, I guess, before we had gotten her. And long story short, escaped to have babies. And I had behind my oven, in the space behind the oven, we pulled that oven out and it was like a home built. It was a guinea pig. It was a hamster mansion. And oh my God, it was so freaking funny. There were multiples living there, multiple babies. It was interesting. It was interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked. It was fun trying to catch them all. I will be honest. It does, honey. The court, it does count on the bingo if they say phone call, which it is a phone call. It does count in the bingo. This fly. I tried to kill it. I don't want to be accused of red room on live, but this fly is going to be red roomed. I got it ready. Y'all gonna start seeing me swing because it's driving me crazy. It is driving me crazy. Yep, driving me crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so crazy. Lies drive me bat crazy. It's this time of year in this part of the woods. In this part of the woods, it's just the time of year. We love having multiple people in here, including other content creator. But we do ask that we do not self-promote on the channel as to it pulls people away from my live. If you would like for me to promote your channel and it is not in competition with me, please DM me privately before doing so. But we love having other content creators.
Documents that you're seeing from Verizon.
Come on, get on the mic.
Warrant request included, amongst other things, SMS.
You're nowhere near a microphone, y'all.
That is correct.
And SMS is text messages?
Yes, it's short message service, yes, text messages.
Okay, and you did open up the file to confirm,
To make sure it was populated, and then I let my team know, yes.
okay, populated meaning,
Meaning that there was actual content. Sometimes they say no results, but I wanted to make sure that there was actually something there.
okay, thank you. I would like to show you what's on.
Oh, sorry.
Exhibit. Your Honor, I'd like to publish dates 13 and have Ms. Flaherty step down to the.
Captioning, Your Honor, I'd like to publish stage 13. Let me turn my aids. I also have a captioning app that captions more than what they do. Let me see. I can always verbally tell you what they're saying. Sucks, but I can. Sometimes.
It is a full exhibit, and you've confirmed what you're going to publish?
Yes,
Okay, all right, certainly. Thank you.
So they're turning on the TV. That monitor should be on in the back. Hopefully they do it. Damn it.
Dialed 603-752-3131 on February 14th, 2024. Okay, thank you.
The monitor on the back isn't on this time.
You're right? Okay, can Ms. Flaherty be excused?
yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
The state calls Justin Rowe.
Baby, I don't know why that just popped into my head. Baby probably is what triggered it. Oh my gosh, y'all, come on. Really get it together. But it's money. And some counties are richer than other counties.
Swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and the pain of penalty of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, can you please tell us your name and spell your last name for the record?
Justin Rowe, R-O-W-E.
Sir, where do you work?
I'm employed as a detective sergeant with the New Hampshire State Police,
How long have you been with the New Hampshire State Police?
25 years.
What unit of the state police are you currently assigned to?
The major crime unit.
Just generally speaking, what does the major crimes unit do?
We primarily investigate death investigations, homicide investigations.
Sergeant Rowe, I'd like to ask you, what is an Amber Alert?
An Amber Alert is a emergency alert that law enforcement can issue when we fear for the safety of a child.
So fair to say that an Amber Alert relates to emergency situations?
Yes, it goes out through the emergency alert systems.
So when an Amber Alert is activated, and we'll talk more about that,
Bingo card.
generally speaking.
Initially, the call is vetted out by law enforcement. There's usually a request by law enforcement to issue that. Once that criteria is met, there's paperwork that's prepared, and then it goes out through the New Hampshire State Police Communications, through the WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alert System. There's also a press release that goes out. We also partner with New Hampshire Lottery, New Hampshire DOT for the messages that go out. You'll see the signboards on the highways. You know, it's kind of a group effort to get the information of the child and the suspect vehicle out to the public.
Sergeant, you mentioned boards on the side of the highway, you mentioned the press release, you mentioned the lottery. Does an Amber Alert also get distributed through text messages?
Yes, if the subscriber has it set to that, yes.
And when, just generally speaking, when an Amber Alert goes out by a text message, what happens?
Again, it's through the wireless emergency system. So it goes out from our state police headquarters as the communications software. Once it gets pushed out through that, it goes to various cell phone towers or companies. And it's really at their discretion of how those individual companies distribute that. And again, how the end user, everybody can kind of have their phone set to different priorities.
In the state of New Hampshire, who can authorize an Amber Alert?
The New Hampshire State Police.
So if a local police department encounters a situation that they may believe warrants an Amber Alert, what do they do?
They'll contact the State Police Communication Unit requesting that, and we have state police detectives that are trained in that, and we're on call, and we would respond, and we'll, reach out to that requesting department.
Are you one of those individuals with the state police who is trained to respond to these situations?
Yes,
And do you have the authority to authorize an Amber Alert?
I do.
And that relates to the state of New Hampshire?
Yes.
Sergeant, in the early morning hours of March 1st, 2020.
Thank you.
Did you receive some information related to an Amber Alert request?
I did.
Could you tell us what that was?
So the State Police Major Crime was responding already up to the Berlin Police Department for a death investigation. The lead investigator, Sergeant Mallory Littman, telephoned me, so she was the actual.
June, you need to mark off "May I approach" and "Your Honor." Those were both said. I'll send you my card. Objection was said. I didn't hear the abstain or the overrule, an objection, and then they went to sidebar. I'll send you my card. I'll post my card.
She was not on. She was also on call to be the responding detective for the homicide, suspected homicide. But she was also at the time the on-call Amber Alert coordinator for that. So she asked my assistance in taking that piece from her so she could focus on the initial investigation.
What information did you receive about this situation happening in Berlin?
So I was informed that the Berlin Police Department had received some information of that there might have been a shooting victim in their city. They responded, found a deceased female alone in a residence. I was informed that the 2 children and a boyfriend were not accounted for, and the boyfriend's vehicle was unaccounted for.
Were you told the name of the boyfriend?
Yes.
What was the name?
Dustin Duren.
Did you receive any information information about the vehicle associated with Dustin Duren?
I did.
What information was that?
I received the plate number and the make and model of the vehicle.
What were those?
It was I believe, a 2017 Subaru Impreza color white. It had New Hampshire veteran plates, V as in Victor 69023.
After receiving that information about the situation and about the defendant, Mr. Duren and his vehicle, did you also receive some information relating to the two children, including their names?
Yes, I did.
Were those Elowen and Valen?
Correct.
After receiving all that information, did you authorize an Amber Alert?
I did.
And about what time did you authorize that Amber Alert?
It was broadcasted, I believe, at 3:46 a.m.
Was that 3:46 a.m. on March 1st, 2024?
Yes.
Did that Amber
Hold on, guys. I've got a little delay.
2024?
Yes.
Did that Amber Alert
That's on them.
by a text message? About what time did you authorize that Amber Alert?
It was broadcasted, I believe, at
This is frustrating. Hold on.
Did you authorize an Amber Alert?
I did.
Okay, nothing I can do to fix it. It's all on them.
When did you authorize that Amber Alert?
Sorry.
It was broadcasted, I believe, at 3:46 a.m.
Was that 3:46 a.m. on March 1st, 2024?
Yes.
Did that Amber Alert go out by a text message as well as those other means that you've mentioned?
I believe so, yes.
And what did that Amber Alert contain? What information?
So it had the Mr. Duren's information, his vehicle information. It had the information of the two children, their ages. We had photographs of Mr. Duren, the two children that were attached with that as well.
Can't fix the gremlin.
Thank you. Okay.
Next witness.
Detective Sergeant Rowe, be excused? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you, sir.
June, don't do the swoop until I get the name up, please. But thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Ms. Carolyn Campbell. You can walk right over to this witness stand here. Please be careful of all the wires. You step around to the back and just remain standing by that chair, okay? Absolutely. Ms. Campbell, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear today that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth under pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Campbell, you're all situated. There's some water there and a pitcher next to you if you do decide that you need some, okay?
Okay.
If you can just make sure, I'm gonna do the same, that microphone is a little bit closer to you so that it can be picked up. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now, Ms. Campbell, could you please state your name for the record? I know I've said it, but we need to have you go ahead and say it. And if you could spell your last name?
Carolyn Campbell, Campbell.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
In what capacity are you employed?
I work at a fire department as an administrative assistant.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to a specific date and time. So I want to ask you, on March the 1st of 2024, so last year, March, on that date, did you become aware of an Amber Alert?
Yes, I got woken up to it in the morning.
How'd you get woken up?
My phone just started making noises I have never heard, and I saw it. I did go back to sleep for a little bit.
Okay. Did you have plans for March the 1st of 2024?
Yes, I did. I was going to meet my daughter down in Keene to take a trip up to Vermont to a previous job of hers to drop stuff off.
Okay. Now, you, at the time, were you living near Keene?
About 50 minutes away.
Okay. So at some point that morning, you left your home and you traveled to see your daughter? And
Yes,
was she living in Keene?
yes,
Okay. And it's going to sound like a really silly question, but you drove yourself from your home to your daughter's home?
correct.
Once you got to your daughter's house, can you tell us what happened?
Well, actually, all the ways there first, I was looking for a vehicle that they had announced on the Amber Alert. So all the ways there, I was looking. And when I got to her house, that was the first thing she said to me, "Did you get an Amber Alert?" And I said, "I did."
What vehicle did you spend that 50-minute drive from your home to her home looking for?
It was a white vehicle with a license plate of V as in Victor 69023
Okay, that's a license plate you remember to this day.
to this day.
How is it that you remember that number?
I was a dispatcher for the sheriff's department out in Las Vegas.
Okay, so the number stuck with you.
Yeah, because I looked for, I couldn't tell a Subaru from a GMC, but I can tell you a license plate. And all the ways there, I looked for that license plate.
Anything specific about that license plate besides the number that stood out to you?
The V for Victor, which is a veteran's plate, so I remembered it was a veteran's plate.
So while you were driving from your home to your daughter's home in Keene, did you see that vehicle at all?
No, I did not.
Once you arrived at your daughter's home and you had this conversation with her about, did you get the Amber Alert too? What, if anything, did the two of you do?
We got in her car to leave to go to Vermont.
And who was driving?
She was driving.
Okay. And do you remember, I don't know if you know the roads or the streets that you took, but do you remember how it is that you started to head to Vermont?
I really don't know the streets.
Okay.
Sorry.
Not a problem at all. Your daughter was driving.
Correct.
Where were you seated in the car?
I was in the front passenger seat.
Okay. Now, did there come a time while you were driving and you were headed to what town in Vermont?
Brattleboro, she had just left a nursing home job, and she wanted to bring some stuff to people that were still there, blankets and stuff and candy.
So that morning, while you and your daughter are heading from Keene to Brattleboro, Vermont, did something unusual happen?
Yes, we actually had, the way I know, we were heading there and we got to Chesterfield, and there's like I call them circles, rotary, and we went around the rotary, and as we went around the rotary, we were discussing the car and the license plate, and we proceeded up a hill. And when we're going up the hill, my daughter says, "Here comes a
Okay, Rotary is also a roundabout.
white Subaru." And I'm like, "How do you know?" You know, it's a Subaru. It's all her husband drives, is Subarus. And she goes, "Ooh, 6'9". Oh, no, there's a V. And I said, "No, it's V. It's for veteran, Victor, 69023. I said, "That's it. That's the car." And I told her to turn around real quick.
Okay, so you're heading from Keene towards
Towards
the
Vermont.
Vermont border, or at Chesterfield is where you said you were.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
Are you already in Vermont at that point, or still? in-
No, we were still in New Hampshire.
At that point, when your daughter said that she saw the car, did you see the car?
I did see the car. I saw a white car. I couldn't tell you what it was, but we were both like looking for the license plate, and that's where she and I, she's like, "Oh no, there's a V." I said, "Yes, veteran V."
And that vehicle, which direction was that coming from? Was it traveling in the same direction as you or from a different one?
No, it was headed towards Keene,
Okay.
and we turned around on the very next road to follow it.
Tell us about that. What happened when you tried to turn around to follow that car?
Well, she turned around and we were at the end of a road waiting to turn out there. And there were cars coming down, and there were two vehicles in back of the white car, and a big old truck was coming, and she's like, "There's a truck coming." I said, "I don't care. Step on it. Go." It's fast. Go. And we did. We followed. We were 2 car lengths behind. Actually, we were the third. I'm sorry. But when we got to the circle and headed out, there were 2 lanes. So she got in the left lane so she could get in back of him, and she pulled back over into the right-hand lane. And I had called 911 just as we had turned and were heading down the hill.
Okay, so at the time that you were getting ready to pull out in front of that truck, you were already calling 911.
Correct.
On the phone with them.
Correct, I was.
And you and your daughter driving, so when I say you, I don't imply that you're driving, but
Right.
your vehicle was following this white car from a couple of lengths behind.
Correct.
Okay, at that point, when you were 3 cars, or the third car back, Could you read the license plate to confirm it?
No, I couldn't. The dispatcher was asking me, can you see the license plate? And I said, no, not right now. We're getting as close as we can. And then finally we gotten back and I was able to tell the license plate number. And a matter of fact, I even told them, they asked me if I was sure or something to that effect. And I said, well, I can tell you it's registered for the month of March. It has a number 3 sticker on it. And that's when they confirmed it.
Now, while you were behind that vehicle, once you got right behind him at or the vehicle at the traffic circle,
Yeah.
could you tell anything about who was inside of that car?
I could see a gentleman driving and he had a baseball cap on. I didn't see anything else other than that. And he was looking in the mirror, so I kind of put my phone down on my lap and put it on speaker because I didn't want him to know I was on the phone.
Okay, you could tell that the person was looking in their rear view mirror.
Yeah, they were looking rear view and side mirror.
Now, can you describe for us, like you're on the phone with 911. What are you telling 911 as you're behind this vehicle?
Just, they kept asking me where we were at, and I was giving them the best directions I could because I don't know the town of Keene, so my daughter was yelling things at me, you know, we're here, we're here. And then I knew we get up to the lights where the state police barracks were, so I told them we were at the state police barracks. And then we get to the next light, and I told them we were proceeding towards the next circle, oval, whatever you, rotary.
Okay, rotary, traffic circle.
Yeah,
Those devices that don't necessarily work to control traffic.
correct.
Okay. Now, as you were driving, you just indicated the white Subaru drove right past the state police barracks?
Yes, it drove to the entrance of the state police barracks.
Okay. Did there come a time that while you were following that vehicle, the vehicle and you said, first of all, you dropped your phone down into your lap?
Yes, because I told the dispatcher, I said, I think he sees me on the phone, I'm afraid he,
I told, we have an objection. We have the statute. Can't stand it. Cannot stand it. While we're on the objection, let's look at the bingo card. Keep moving that around. Okay, on the bingo card, we have yes, no, veteran, phone call, correct or right, after, Amber Alert, excuse me, objection, I've not heard, sustained or overruled, free space, sidebar. May I approach? Your Honor, that was said early on when they approached with documents. Law enforcement, photos or photographs. Crime scene investigator. Children or child. And that's what I have so far. Correct me if I need to be. And we're coming back. Excuse me. No matter what time we get up about this time every day, I go through the yawnies. My apologies. Angela's got a bingo. Congratulations, Angela. You have a entry. You've got an entry. Let me get this over here. Get this back here. Excuse me. Bingo for June. June's got a bingo. I don't have a bingo.
Members of the jury, there's an objection relative to hearsay, which I'm sustaining, and I'm instructed
There you go.
to just disregard the last component of the witness's testimony relative to
Objection
hearsay statement.
sustained on the bingo card.
So, Ms. Campbell, as you're testifying here today, right, we understand that you know what you told people, okay? But there is essentially a request that you not say what you told the dispatcher, just what you observed, okay?
So I observed, got you, okay.
Gotcha.
So,
So what you observed and what you were doing at the time that you were observing things, okay?
okay.
Even though we understand that you were, is it fair to say that while all of these things were occurring, whatever you saw, whatever was happening, you were relaying that information to the 911 operator?
Correct.
Okay. And you were doing that so that they would know where you were, what was happening, and
Good
you were
lawyering.
concerned about what you were doing, which was following a vehicle that was subject to an Amber Alert.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Campbell, was there a time while you were following that vehicle that it came to a stop?
Inside the convenient MD, it came to a stop.
Okay, can you describe for us how that happened?
Like how we got there?
Yeah, how'd you get there?
We went down, I don't know the
It's okay if you don't
direction.
know street names,
Yeah,
but you weren't
we
looking.
went around the first rotary and I explained
Out,
that
out.
which direction we were headed towards McDonald's. And then there was another rotary and another rotary. And when we got to the last one, we went around it and the blinker was on to turn into
The
McDonald's.
blinker was on the Subaru that you were
On the
following?
Subaru.
Okay.
So, we were ready to turn into McDonald's, and at that point, my daughter said, "Here comes a police officer," and they were coming in the same,
Did you see a police officer come?
yes, there were police officers
Again,
coming
you
from
can't
every
justify-
direction.
Right, you've got to be careful about what you saw versus what other people saw or said.
Okay,
Okay, so did you see a police officer coming from the other direction?
yes, I did.
Okay. And then, so the directional, the blinker directional was on the Subaru, like they were gonna turn to McDonald's?
McDonald's,
Okay,
but,
And then a police officer came and towards you.
correct.
So what happened with respect to the white Subaru? Did they turn into McDonald's?
No, they kept going, and they turned into the convenient MD, and when they turned in, it heads down towards an Applebee's, and the car stopped right there.
Right there being where? At the
At-
convenient MD or at the Applebee's?
It's at the end of the convenient MD parking lot going into Applebee's, and they stayed there. So we stopped, and I saw the gentleman looking in the mirror, and I told my daughter, I said, if this person gets out,
It's okay, what were you, so you had some concerns because you saw the person looking in the mirror?
correct,
Okay.
and
And
the
once you-
Amber Alert said, oh gosh,
Approach, please.
sorry.
This is not easy to do. I've been there more times than I care to share as a witness in court. And to be able to sit there and not say, I said this is, or share the commentary between and just say, we sat and observed. We saw them look, I saw them looking in the mirror. I was concerned about this. You can say that. I was concerned about this. You can't say, I said, if he gets out of the car, then we're going to follow. You can say, I was concerned and prepared to follow. That is the difference. And that's what people don't understand. You can get things in there, but you've got to say it in a way. My bangs are driving me crazy. There you go. You got to do it in a way where it does not come across as I said, she said. That is the key. So being able to say things like, well, as we sat in the car, I observed him looking in the mirror and I was concerned if he got out of the car, what may happen. So I was prepared to get out and follow and call 911. And I alerted my daughter of that preparedness. You can do that because you're not saying, I said, he said, she said. That is the key. And that is not an easy thing to do, especially when you're not used to being a witness. Thank you, Nightbot. Boy, Nightbot's on the ball today. Yes, Nightbot is. Real quick, let's share the bingo card screen again. We have some bingos. We added abstained and sustained and overruled.
Hearsay objection sustained, but subject to rephrasing.
She's like, what?
Ms.
Meaning,
After the car came to a stop,
You do it.
the white Subaru came to a stop at the Applebee's or in the entrance to the Applebee's. You and your daughter fair to say?
We got Borden.
Okay, where did you stop?
Probably about 10 or 15 feet behind the car.
Okay. And while you were stopped, you testified that you observed the person looking in their mirrors.
Correct.
Okay.
Stop.
You waited inside of your vehicle at that point?
Yes, we
Okay.
did.
While you were there waiting inside of your vehicle, did officers arrive on the scene?
No, because the car ended up pulling forward into Applebee's in parking.
Okay.
And-
Once that occurred, what happened with your car?
We proceeded into Applebee's parking lot as well and parked on the opposite side, kind of diagonal from that
Where you
vehicle.
could watch the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And your purpose for doing that, is it fair to say, is to make sure that if it left again, you were gonna follow it again? Okay.
Correct.
Did the vehicle leave again?
No, it stayed in the parking spot.
And did officers arrive at that time?
A lot of officers arrived at that time, and we were basically blocked in.
All right, and so you were there the entire time that officers were on scene at the Applebee's?
Correct.
Okay. Court's indulgence?
Certainly.
That's a proper way to testify, right there. Way they did, good job, good guidance by the attorney. And that is one thing that I've always was told as a witness, just answer the question. Yes, no, if it's a yes, no, no other information. Don't add to, don't try to minimize, don't try to exaggerate. Just give the fact.
Ms. Campbell, I'm going to show you what is marked as for identification. As State's Exhibit 19A, I almost asked to borrow your glasses. As State's Exhibit 19A for this case, can you take a look at that for me?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
absolutely.
Okay, I know you haven't been shown this photo before, is that fair to say?
No, never.
Okay, but what is depicted in this photograph?
The license plate that was on the Amber Alert and the white Subaru.
Is that the vehicle that you and your daughter followed that day?
Yes, and there's the number 3.
Oh, and you're pointing something out to me. So you're indicating the license plate number matches the number you've told us.
Right, and number 3 is the month that it was registered in.
Okay, so you can see the registration sticker on there as well that matches
Yes.
your recollection.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
My hands are stiff this morning. You see Diane and I doing this a lot to our hands.
Good morning, Ms. Campbell. I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
You testified that you received the Amber Alert from your phone in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I don't know what time it went off.
Yeah, when it woke you up.
Correct.
Okay, and then you went back to sleep for a little bit. And you live in Bennington, New Hampshire, correct?
Correct.
And you had to drive later on that morning to meet your daughter in Keene, correct?
I had to meet her for 9 a.m.
Okay. And when you when you woke up, you remembered about this Amber Alert and it was on your mind, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you were aware of the license plate number they were looking for
Correct.
in a white sedan,
White, yes, Subaru, I think they said, or,
white car, yeah. So when you're driving from Bennington to Keene, are you, you're headed west, right? West toward the Vermont
yes,
border? Okay. And when you are headed, you get to your daughter's who lives in Keene?
correct.
Okay. You switch cars?
Yes, we
Okay.
switched cars.
So she's driving her car, you're a passenger.
Correct,
And you two head toward Brattleboro, Vermont, right?
correct.
Which is continuing west away from Keene toward the state of Vermont, correct?
If you say it's west, sure.
Let me show you a map, it might help. Defendants, A2 for ID. Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, that's the Applebee's there. We came from, how do you tell? I think the road we came from was actually down here.
Fair enough, but can you see Brattleboro, Vermont, or the border at least, for Vermont, New Hampshire in that map?
Where's Brattleboro? Oh, over here, correct, yes.
Okay. And so you were driving from Keene away from Concord, right? Away from Concord toward Vermont.
Away from Keene towards Vermont,
Right.
yes.
Concord
That, to me, that would
east.
be north. I'm kind of confused.
You were headed toward Vermont.
Correct.
From Keene with your daughter driving.
Correct.
Okay. And the white car with the veteran plate that you observed was headed from Vermont into Keene.
Correct.
And so you don't know where it had been, but it was driving in the direction of Keene from Vermont, from the border of Vermont.
Correct.
Okay. And when you observed this car traveling, you started to follow it, right? Your daughter did.
Yes, we turned around.
And you observed that it was driving with the flow of traffic, right?
Correct.
Okay, normal speed.
Correct.
Nothing erratic or concerning.
No,
And you went through some rotaries, roundabouts, traffic circles, and at one point, the driver put his blinker on and turned into McDonald's, right?
that's where I thought he was turning into. That's where the blinker came on, was
Right.
just before McDonald's.
And McDonald's is just a few, I don't know, a mile or so up from Applebee's?
Oh, not even a mile.
Not even a mile. Okay.
Couple buildings.
Couple buildings, okay, thank you. So, but it didn't turn into McDonald's, it kept going. And you said it went to the MD convenience, correct?
Yes.
Or convenience.
Convenient MD, yes.
Which is sharing a parking plaza with Applebee's?
No, it's not sharing one. It has its own parking lot, but you can get from that parking lot to
Okay,
Applebee's.
thank you. So it's the car you observed stopped in the parking lot for convenient MD
Yes.
for like, what, less than a minute?
I'd say about a minute.
Oh, okay. And you were just sort of, you and your daughter lingering behind in your own car?
Yes.
With 911 the whole
I
time?
was on with 911 the whole time until the police showed up.
And then after a minute, it drove down into Applebee's parking lot, you said?
Correct, to the left.
To the left and parked in a parking spot, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you went also into the Applebee's parking lot?
But to the right
To
and
the right.
parked.
Parked, observed the scene.
Correct.
And then how long after that did the police show up and block you in?
They were there within seconds.
Okay.
I mean, I think, oh, never mind.
Okay. So, and then there was a lot of police activity, right?
A lot.
And the driver of that white vehicle did not try to flee, correct?
No, he did not.
Just see if I can- I don't have anything further, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor.
No redirect, okay. Can Ms. Campbell be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye. Talking about time. So we can add daughter to the bingo card. We're getting close, y'all. I finally got a bingo. So now I'm going to talk about what's left. We still have pew pew shot or lead shooter shot, anger, Berlin apartment, 9mm shoo 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 shoo. We have Caitlin Zinger, video, former Marine and PTSD. That's what's left on the bingo card. Y'all ought to start bingoing. We should have more bingos by now. I hope y'all are playing. Oh. June, I tried to turn the volume down on that swoop because it was pretty loud in my ears, but we'll see. I don't need a loud volume, just something subtle. Oh, are we going to morning break? Well, there's sound, but he's talking to them and we don't have sound. Well, what is... Can we have sound, please, Court? Looks like we got our morning break. You're closed for a second, bingo? We should be bingoing, y'all. We really should be. We're closed. As they say, closeness only counts in hand grenades and horseshoes. That's what my papa used to say, my daddy. Close doesn't cut it, babe. Turn on the mic, please. Court mics, please. We need the mics.
Whichever is more convenient. Not now, but either before or after, depending upon the circumstances at the time, just so that we have a ability to plan and understand what the next steps will be. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be back to 11:20. Thank you.
Boy, they clear out quick. He said 11:20. It's only a few minutes away. Dude, that's a short break. Boy, everyone's like, oh, let me get this up. Just so you know, you guys, I am going to be starting a new thing. Come on. Aren't you beginning? Aren't you beginning? There we go. Oh, come on. Why am I not coming on? Hold on. Why is my live not coming up? That is weird. Oh, thank you. Okay. I had to get my monitor, forgot my monitoring video up there. And then it wasn't running to get in line for the TT room. Comfort break. Comfort break. I think somebody kicked the potato because it got louder. Hot potato, hot potato. Hot banana, hot banana. Who was it? The Wiggles. Oh, my kids loved the Wiggles. My gosh, that Australian group called the Wiggles. Oh, Lord, y'all. They were an interesting group, none to say the least. I don't know. They kind of creeped me out a little bit. My kids loved them. I'm not saying I did too much. I wasn't too keen on them. Although we played the snot out of them. That and Thomas the Train. My son loved Thomas the Train. We played a lot of Thomas the Train. Train, Mama, Train. He was so cute. That little boy, oh my gosh, trains. We could be driving in Austin, who had train tracks running through it still. They still actually do. And I mean, there'd be trains that had 100, 150, 200 box cars on them. And my son could sit there and tell you what each car was carrying, either oil, gas, car, plane cargo, lumber, box truck, you name it, he knew each one. And we had Thomas the Train parts, so many, oh my gosh. We had 2 Rubbermaid containers with train tracks. We had all the buildings and the people. I mean, this kid would build a train that ran from his bedroom into his sister's room, down the hall into our room, through the living room, down the river, to the woods, to grandmother's house he went. Probably had over 60 feet of train track at some point. And I am not exaggerating, y'all, because everybody gave him train track. And then when my mother would see a garage sale and see Thomas the Train, she'd buy it. And Thomas the Train. And unfortunately, it was sold in an estate sale. And what it should have sold for, which was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, actually, everything could have sold for $1,000 for as much as we had. If we had bought all of that brand new, probably $5,000-6,000 worth of train stuff. Only during Christmas time or birthday we get a new piece, but in general, most of it that we got were lightly used, slightly worn. But I was just broke my heart. I was so mad at those auction people. I still am. I don't like them. I won't buy anything or visit their new establishment. They got a new establishment. I won't have anything to do with it. They're crooks. They crooked people, y'all. And I don't mind saying it. I'm not going to say who they are, but if you live in Kerrville, you can guess who I'm talking about because you know who I'm talking about. A lot of people don't like them. They have really stolen from a lot of people. And by the way, if you ever do an estate sale, read the fine print because believe it or not, a lot of the estate companies, you are signing, giving them power of attorney over all of your possessions, and they can do with it what they wish if it doesn't sell. And even though you tell them you don't want it to be something to be sold, if you don't remove it from the premises, they can do whatever they want with it. It's horrible. Trains still go through downtown Tampa. There's a train station. Yeah, there are some train stations in the big cities. We used to have a train depot here in Kerrville. It's now a restaurant. My son used to love to go to it because it used to be a barbecue place, but they had the photos. It's still here, but no photos. It's more of a upscaled restaurant now. I remember he was so upset. He grieved. He really did. He grieved when he discovered that the train restaurant was not going to be a train restaurant anymore. I felt so bad for that boy. He was so upset. He really was. I was sad for him, but he was not a happy camper. Train food plate gone, mama. That's where he go. Train food place gone, mama. I said, I know the train restaurant is gone. He go, Esta? I said, rest. He was, he didn't baby talk long though. He didn't baby talk for very long. Neither one of my kids did. They didn't baby talk much. Okay, let me see. Do we have another case to look at? What else is popping in YouTube world? Let's see. Oh, this is my favorite. This is the tent of my dreams. I'll show it to you. I don't want to show too much of the video, but that's a freaking cool tent. I want that tent. Look at that tent. These are cool people. See, it's got a little long section there. It's like three rooms, 4 rooms. I want a big air tent. Anybody want to sponsor me? I'm going to be, see, I want that tent. I am going to be hopefully starting a deaf girl glamping. I've talked about it in the past. I'm in the process of writing up some letters, trying to get sponsorship. Quinlan's $920,000 court shocker testimony exposed secrets. This is courtroom drama between. Oh, I wonder if we can get this. Remember the guy who had the 4 wives? Christine, do you remember what's his name who had the 4 wives? And Cody is his name, and he married Robin after having 3 other wives, and then he kind of started ditching the wives. Well, Robin had sued the family for $920,000, something about an inheritance. Yeah, that whole family makeup is a debacle. I'm not going to put that on. I don't want to be copy striked again. But anyway, it's kind of interesting to see. Come on, let me search. There we go. It's kind of interesting to see that drama. I'm going to see if the court feed. Oh, let's do this for a second. This will be cool. We can do this. Let me change this.
Record that we've seen here is number 1, victim suffered serious physical harm. Lieutenant Reese's testimony plus the state's exhibit. The baby was mauled to death by this pit bull mix. So that's present. That's a factor indicating a more serious effect. Number 2, the offender's relationship with the victims facilitated the offense. That appears to be there. The mother obviously has an obligation to protect the child. We don't see any of the other factors, 3 through 6, being applicable. When we turn to 2912B, factors indicating the offense is less serious, Mr. Johnson can argue that the state doesn't see that any of those apply. Turning to 2912C, which is factors indicating a higher likelihood of recidivism, we would point the court to factors 3 and 4. Number 3, that's a history of substance abuse, tends to lead to recidivism, and 4, a lack of remorse, as described both by Lieutenant Reese in his testimony and by the aunt of the baby. Looking at 2912D, the state wants to be as fair as possible. Number 3 probably does apply for a lower likelihood of recidivism. The offense was committed under circumstances unlikely to recur. The state would like to think that this defendant will never own a pit bull and have a pit bull around a dog again, around a child again. So I'll let Your Honor balance that. But by way of full fairness, we want to direct your attention to D3, which may be a factor that shows a lower likelihood of recidivism. With respect to 2912E, which are some people in sentencing law call that the catch-all provision, any other relevant factors, the state has presented those relevant factors to you in the exhibits that we've handed up and put on the screen that shows the seriousness of this offense. Judge, you should know that defendant's counsel advocated very aggressively and professionally on behalf of his client. Mr. Johnson was in touch with the state, pushing very hard for his client's interests. And only through his diligent approach did we consider some form of a resolution to this matter short of a jury trial. As Your Honor knows, a jury trial is a never guaranteed result. We would have to get a unanimous verdict on every element of every count from the jurors. And of course, there'd be many years of appeals afterward. And so with that in mind, defense counsel and the state came up with an agreed recommendation, largely based, Judge, you were here for the change of plea, you conducted the change of plea, because we have 2 other pending matters against the co-defendant, Mr. Bates, one of which is testimony in the case about Baby Royal, and there were only 2 adults in the house that day who could be suitable to testify, and Ms. Smith could have availed herself of her Fifth Amendment right and not testified and not cooperated with the state. And then Mr. Bates, as the court knows, faces a strangulation charge related to a domestic violence incident where Ms. Smith was the victim. And there would have been no way the state could have required her to participate in that prosecution. So largely because we needed the cooperation of Ms. Smith in these two other matters, the state was willing to accede to the diligent advocacy by defense counsel and recommend a joint recommendation of 90 days in jail. After we were able to make that agreement that the defendant here in this case would plead guilty, Mr. Bates then changed his pleas on the other charges, and we'll proceed to sentencing at another time. We'll talk about that then. Judge, whatever you do, the state stands on its recommendation, but whenever this defendant is out again, we encourage the court to add additional factors to whatever release supervision she has, including no dogs, including no felons, including something about substance abuse, and something about maybe regular visits by children's services, so if she does have her daughter with her, that there's somebody with an independent perspective who can ensure that daughter is in a safe environment. So with that, Judge, the case is done with its argument.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Mr. Johnson, you have anything you want me to know about your client?
Yes, Your Honor. So I guess just at the outset, there were questions and testimony provided about fetal drug exposure. I candidly don't see how that has any relevance here whatsoever. We're here involving a dog, unfortunately, killing a child. I'm not sure how any evidence or testimony about what may have happened during the pregnancy has any relevance to what we're going on here. So I'd ask the court to disregard that. As far as the actual case itself here, Mr. Weaver, I think correctly summarized for the court that my client, she is a victim in a felony domestic violence case. I know myself, we have very experienced counsel in the room, and yourself, Judge, when you were prosecuting, or excuse me, when you were in practice as defense counsel, we all know domestic violence situations, that is not the first and only time that it's ever happened. It's charged as a felony, which by definition means it was not the first time. And my client was willing to cooperate through that process. We met with the prosecutor's office. So it's not just cooperation in this case, but also in the other matter involving Mr. Bates. I think that was probably rather important for the state of Ohio. It forms the foundation, I believe, of the recommendation that we're joining with the court to propose in the 90 days with community control. And I'm also going to surmise that the state probably provided that evidence to defense counsel for those two matters, and was probably rather persuasive in Mr. Bates eventually deciding to enter a plea. So there actually was real value in doing those sessions with the state and cooperating with the state. Just candidly, it probably assisted in leading to convictions in both those matters. Now, along those same lines, Your Honor, about domestic violence and ever being the first time, people that are the victim of domestic violence, they continue to experience that on an ongoing basis, even when someone's incarcerated. That kind of pressure from someone can absolutely lead to someone continuing to communicate, continuing to be fearful of that person. So I guess, Your Honor, what I'm suggesting here is that if this matter had went to trial, those instances of domestic violence would more than likely have become relevant at trial as a necessary background. I believe Mr. Weaver and Mr. Rogan would agree with me that if we went to trial, there were evidentiary problems for both sides. There were going to be evidentiary problems proving one of the more severe offenses that had been dismissed from the state's perspective. In all candor, from the defense's perspective, there was evidence showing that there was, at least a negligence, even not maybe a recklessness, that led to the death of Royal. So I think we all appreciated that, and trying to come up with a resolution that seemed fair given what we had here, and also recognition that while Ms. Smith certainly played a role here, I think we can all acknowledge that Mr. Bates was sort of the person leading the charge. He had owned this animal beforehand. His own family members had told him that this animal is a problem, that the animal is aggressive, and it wasn't necessarily Ms. Smith's. She had no legal authority to tell him to get rid of the animal. So I think we all have a recognition that he was really the primary problem going on in that house. Now, also as part of our agreement, Ms. Smith cooperated with a Children's Services investigation. Insurance services came out to the house, because my client still has a young child in the house that she cares for. I think the state, from their perspective, wanted to make sure there wasn't an ongoing issue going on in the house, and so we agreed to that. We were very open about it. Insurance services came to the house and found no issues. That is also, I think, one of the reasons.
Okay, we'll continue watching this on a break. We are now back in court. It was a short break. I've been struggling with allergies all morning.
Standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Joel Velez, Velez.
Sir, where do you work?
I work for the Keene Police Department,
How long have you worked there?
just under 6 years.
Did you attend and graduate from New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year?
2020.
What's your current role or rank with the Keene Police?
Patrol Division.
And just generally, what does that mean for you as a patrolman? What are your duties?
Respond to calls for service, protect life and property.
Officer Velez, on March 1st of 2024, were you scheduled to be on duty that day?
I was.
What shift were you working that day?
Day shift, 0645 to 1645.
So 6:45 in the morning to 4:45 in the afternoon?
That is correct, sir.
Before your shift, were you woken up by something in the morning?
I was.
What woke you up?
An Amber Alert that had gone statewide, I believe.
When you responded to, or when you went to the police station for work that day, did you receive some further information related to that Amber Alert?
We did. The whole shift did.
What information did you receive?
That the previous Amber Alert that had gone out had last pinged in Concord. The driver, registered owner of the car, Dustin Duren, was identified to us. Was believed to be driving a white Subaru Impreza, New Hampshire veteran registration, V69023. Was in the company of his 2 young children and was believed to be armed with at least 1 handgun.
Did the Keene Police subsequently receive some additional information related to that vehicle?
We did.
And what information was that?
At about 10 a.m., our dispatch fielded a call that someone believed they were traveling behind the car from the Amber Alert.
As a result of that call coming into dispatch, what did you do?
I immediately left the station.
Where did you go?
I was tasked by my sergeant to travel westbound on Route 101 towards Winchester Street.
And what was your purpose in traveling in that direction?
To intercept the vehicle.
That day, what were you wearing in terms of a uniform?
I was wearing a fully marked Keene Police Patrol uniform.
With the badge clearly visible?
Yes.
And what kind of car were you driving that day?
A fully marked Keene Police Patrol vehicle.
Did you get into your cruiser, that patrol vehicle, and start driving in that direction?
I did. I responded with a code 3, lights and sirens.
So lights and sirens activated. Was it just you in the car, or were there any other officers there?
I was the only one in that car.
Officer, I'm handing you what's marked for ID as State's Exhibit 14. Can you take a look at this?
It's a map of Keene.
What section of Keene does this show?
So it shows Route 101, which runs east and west, Route 10, north and south, as well as the Winchester Street Key Road Rotary.
And there are a couple of notations here. There's a notation for an Applebee's and for a convenient MD. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Are those accurate with regard to where those businesses are in Keene?
Yes, they are.
And is this picture a fair and accurate representation of this section of the city of Keene, New Hampshire?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to strike the ID and introduce Exhibit 14.
The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 14, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
So officer, you should see it on the screen there. I'm gonna ask you to actually come down and step down from the witness stand.
Sure.
If you would. We have the map a little bit bigger here for the jury. If you could just stand up there and we're gonna be waiting for the microphone coming to record your testimony. If you stand off to the side so the jury can see. And please just make sure you speak into the microphone. Officer, what do you see here?
It's a map of Keene.
Okay, what part of Keene?
Route 101 runs east and west. Route 10, north and south.
Where's the police station in relation to what you see here?
It's a bit further eastbound, up Route 101 here.
And you see, can you point out for the jury the convenient MD and the Applebee's? And can you point out for them the parking lot situation with those two areas? And are they connected at all?
They are. You can access here off of Winchester Street. You can access here off of Winchester Street. And then it's a shared parking lot for both. This little slip lane here will get you from convenient MD to Applebee's.
So officer, there are a couple of rotaries or traffic circles on this map, just for the record, and ask you about the larger one towards the bottom of the picture. What roads feed into that rotary?
The larger one here, Winchester Street, Route 101, east and west, and Route 10, south.
So it's fair to say that the road going south out of that traffic circle is Route 10, but the road going north is Winchester Street?
That's correct.
And is it 101 east and west on both sides?
That's correct.
If you were to travel west on Route 101, would that take you in the direction of Vermont?
It would.
And then, as you said, if you travel east on 101, that's further into the city of Keene towards the police department?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about this. Is there a McDonald's somewhere
Yes, there is.
in the area? Can you point out where it is?
Sure. It's just north of the Key Road, Winchester Street Rotary, situated about here.
You mentioned Key Road. Can you point that out with your finger for the jury?
Yep. This is Key Road, and it runs back into the shopping plaza.
So, officer, if there were a car traveling north from that larger traffic circle on Winchester Street towards the second traffic circle, the smaller one, could that car turn left into the convenient MD or Applebee's parking lot?
No.
Why not?
The median here separates the north and southbound travel. They would have to navigate the rotary and come back around.
So a car that was coming north out of the traffic circle of 101 and 10 would need to go up and around the second traffic circle to get back down to the Applebee's parking lot?
That's correct.
And then just to be clear, convenient MD and Applebee's both have parking lots, but it is possible to drive from one to the other without obstruction?
That is correct.
You can safely return back to the stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, officer, you told us that you were at the police station, then you began driving. What route did you take to get to, well, I'll ask you this. Did you go to this area that we see on the map?
I did.
And did you go there directly?
I did.
What road did you take to get there?
Route 101 westbound.
Okay. So, as you traveled on Route 101 westbound, did you eventually get to the area of the traffic circle with 101 and 10?
Yes.
And as you were driving, did you receive further information from dispatch about the location of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did that information tell you?
The initial reporting party had watched the car exit and begin northbound travel on Winchester Street towards the McDonald's.
And so when you received that update, was that while you were already in your cruiser
Yes, it was.
and you were en route, so to speak?
I was.
About how long did it take you to get from the police station to the area that we see here?
It couldn't have been more than, it was under a minute.
Could you tell us what happened when you got to this area What did you see or do?
So as I approached the rotary and the slip lane for Winchester Street, and we got that information, I saw what looked to be a white Subaru Impreza begin traveling northbound. So rather than continue westbound, I started traveling northbound on Winchester Street as well.
You mentioned you saw a white vehicle, and at that point, did you know if it was the particular vehicle you were looking for?
I did not know at that time.
Where was this white vehicle that you saw? What direction was it traveling?
Northbound on Winchester Street toward the second rotary, Key Road, McDonald's.
Could you tell if it was coming from the eastbound, or was it traveling, or was it coming towards you from the west, or was it traveling in the same direction as you when it went north?
No, it was traveling from the west.
Okay, so coming in the opposite direction.
That's correct.
So you saw a white vehicle, what did you do next?
As I continued driving northbound, I maintained a visual on the vehicle. I watched it navigate the rotary. I sped up, accelerated, I navigated the rotary, and was able to get behind it, just maybe a couple cars lengths.
When you say you saw it navigate the rotary, which rotary are you referring to?
Winchester Street, Key Road.
Okay. So you've told us that you're not behind that vehicle. What happened next?
I could see the taillights as well as the rear license plate affixed to the car.
And did that, what was the license plate that you saw?
It's New Hampshire Veteran V69023.
What did you do next?
I followed it, preparing to make a motor vehicle stop, but it turned into the convenient MD Applebee's parking area.
Did you follow it?
I did.
What did that car do once it turned off the road into the parking lot area?
It came to a stop in one of the designated parking spaces.
What did you do?
I told dispatch where we were, and I read the license plate twice, I believe, and dispatch confirmed that was the vehicle from the Amber Alert.
Why did you do that?
One, to confirm who I was likely going to take my gun out and point it at. And I had written it on my hand in the morning in roll call, but I had sweated it off.
So you wanted to confirm that
Yes.
that was the right one? After you received that confirmation, what did you do?
Exited my cruiser as quickly as I could and raised my gun until it was level with the driver's side window.
Officer Velez, why did you take your gun out when you got out of your car?
The information that we received was that the driver, owner, operator, Dustin Duren, was believed to be armed with at least one handgun, and that he may have been involved in a shooting that morning.
So was that for your safety?
And anyone that was around, it's a fairly busy shopping plaza.
When you took your gun out and stepped out of your car, what was that vehicle doing?
It was parked.
Could you see anyone in the vehicle?
I could see the driver at the time clearly.
What happened next?
I began to give commands. I yelled out to the driver, hands, let me see your hands. Couldn't have been more than a couple of moments later, I was joined by some other officers.
So I want to set the scene. You are standing next to your cruiser? Is that right?
I was.
And you had the door open?
I did.
Were you standing behind the door?
I was.
Why were you doing that?
To just give myself some sort of cover in case the suspect or the driver engaged me in a gunfight.
About how far away were you from that white vehicle?
I would say 2 car lengths,
Any obstructions between you and that car?
none.
When you began giving commands, what did the person in the car do?
He was compliant. He put his hands on the steering wheel so I could see both of them. And that was the last command I gave. They were taken over by another officer.
So other officers joined you?
Yes.
What were their names?
Officer Kyle Macy, Officer Nicholas Panel, and Sergeant Mark Cotton.
Did one of those officers take over giving commands to the individual in the car?
Yes, Officer Macy.
Did the individual in the car comply with those commands?
He did.
What did the individual in the car do as a result of those commands?
He exited the car, remained compliant. He walked backwards towards the sounds of our voices. He was put onto his knees and then taken into custody, secured into handcuffs.
From the time that that person came out of the car and the time that he was placed into handcuffs, did he say anything?
He did.
What did he say?
Initially, he said, "My kids are in the car," something to that effect.
Did he say anything else?
He did.
What did he say?
He said, "There's a pistol in the door."
Did you get close enough to that individual to observe him?
Yes, I did.
Do you see the person who came out of that car, who was driving that white car here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point him out and identify him by describing an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Sure. That would be the gentleman seated here with the glasses on.
Your Honor, may the record please reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
So, to be clear, the defendant is the person who was taken out of that car and arrested.
Yes, he is.
After the defendant was taken out of that car and placed under arrest, did you have any further interaction with him?
I did.
What did you do?
I ultimately served as a transport car to bring him to the state police barracks.
Before that, after he came out of the car and when he was placed into handcuffs, what did you do?
I approached the car. I was instructed by my sergeant to collect the 2 young children that were in the back seat with Officer Panel.
At what point did you notice that there were children in the back seat?
Prior to the defendant being secured into handcuffs, one of the, I believe it was the infant, poked her head up.
Did you approach the car?
I did.
And which door did you go to?
The driver's side rear.
Okay. And when you got there, what did you see?
The infant was in the back, and she was just kind of lying in the car seat. She wasn't strapped in or anything like that. She was wearing a diaper. It was overflowing with feces, and her the older sibling.
Your Honor, can you approach?
Oh, poor baby. Yes, update. Diane's sister's been in the hospital the last few days. They are going to have to send her back to a rehab. Poor Diane. But she will be joining us a little later. Yeah, she will be. Oh, sorry. So sorry. Yeah, this is a hard testimony to hear. And yeah, I apologize, guys. There's nothing we can do about it. We just gotta love you through it. I mean, it's horrible. Absolutely horrible. I wonder who actually has custody of these children at this point.
Infant? Was there a second child?
Yes, there was.
And what was her condition when you saw her?
She was lying across the passenger side of the back seat, not buckled in. She looks terrified.
Officer, what did you do when you approached that car?
I opened the door. I asked Officer Panel to hand me a red flannel shirt so that I could wrap the infant up, and I took her to my cruiser, and I held her until EMS collected her from me.
I'm sorry, I think there's noise. You held there until,
EMS collected her from me.
Officer Velez, on the day that we're talking about during the events that we've discussed, were you equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
What is a body-worn camera?
Its purpose is to capture any incident that we respond to as patrol officers during the course of our shift.
Is it standard for you to wear that when you're on patrol?
It's policy.
Where is the body camera located on your person?
Essentially in the center of our uniform shirt.
So you're indicating with your hands kind of the center of your chest.
That's correct.
And when does that body camera turn on?
There's a couple different ways to activate it. We wear looks like a watch. It's a remote. We can activate it. Any rapid movement running will activate it. Our emergency blue lights will activate it.
Referring to March 1st of 2024, you said you were wearing a body camera.
I was.
Did that body camera activate at some point?
It did.
Why did it activate?
I started running out the door when dispatch advised of the caller behind the car.
And just one, I'm gonna back up real quick. You mentioned that you wrapped that infant in a red flannel shirt. Where did that red flannel shirt come from?
It was in the car.
Officer Velez, I'm showing you what's marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15.
Yes.
You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is the recording captured on my body-worn camera.
So it's a CD, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed the contents of the CD?
I have.
What is on this CD?
My body camera footage from the day in question.
Okay. And is this, strike that. Your Honor, at this point, we move to introduce the full exhibit, State's 15.
No objection.
The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 15, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
Now, officer, your body cam ran for quite some time this day, correct?
It did.
And that only captures a portion of the day that you were active, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that this video on that CD ends right as you collect that infant from that car?
It does.
And before we play it, Officer Velez, does the body cam that you wear record volume?
It does after 30 seconds passes.
So when we start this video, will we hear audio right away?
No.
Why not?
You have to wait for the 30-second mark to elapse.
Okay, so the audio will come in after about 30 seconds?
Yes, it will.
Before we start it, officer, when this video begins, where are you?
In my sergeant's office.
Okay, and is that at the Keene Police Station?
Yes, it is.
And then, just very briefly, when it starts, do you begin moving towards your cruiser?
I do.
And do you make a comment with a profanity in it?
I do.
And what is that comment?
I spilled my hot coffee on my hand, so it's something to the effect of, fuck, that's hot.
Okay.
No problem saying that in court, do ya? Problems. Sure. We'll say that. Mm-hmm. Okay.
We're not playing State's Exhibit 15.
And I can't hear it.
Pause it there briefly.
I can't hear it, but I feel something going. Is there a fan in that courtroom that's maybe ticking? Can y'all hear it? Whatever it is, that thudding is driving me crazy.
You saw a couple of other officers that quickly began running. What happened there?
Dispatcher just told us that the caller was on the line behind the car.
I'm not gonna mess with it.
They still have the old key fob. Old key.
Officer Velez, you mentioned that you kept or held on to that infant until she was taken by EMS.
That's correct.
Was the other child also eventually given to EMS?
She was.
I have no more questions.
Just a couple, Officer Velez. When you pulled into the Applebee's, were you the first officer at scene?
I was.
And you confirmed that you were dealing with the correct subject of the Amber Alert, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, when you pulled in, you could just see the driver in the car?
Correct.
You didn't see any kids at that point when you just pulled in?
That's correct. It's fair to say, yes.
And you started yelling commands, and you told us on direct, and we saw in the video that the
Why am I thinking-
drivers complied.
That's correct.
Okay. And when the driver opened up the door, he did yell, "Kids in the car," correct?
When the driver did?
Yes.
Yes, he said something to that effect.
Okay. And then he also told you that there was a gun in the car as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And he actually said it's on the driver's side door.
He did.
Okay. And then we heard you on the body cam yelling, "Pay attention to us." Was that because the driver was looking back to the back seat?
So that was Officer Macy.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
his voice.
Did you observe, though, the driver looking in the back at that point?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Okay. Was that your voice when you said "kids in the car"?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was when the infant popped her head up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can Officer Velez step down?
Thank you.
Can you be excused?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You're gonna go to lunch break and what you want to bet.
Thank you. Okay, members of the jury, we'll stop there for the lunch break for the day. We'll stop there and return at, try to reconvene at 1 o'clock. Again, as I said yesterday, if you do happen to run into anyone, please don't take offense if nobody speaks to you, and I instruct you to not speak to them as well. And again, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else for that matter, and don't conduct any research or transmit anything about what you've seen or heard as part of the trial. Okay, we'll try to reconvene again at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. Handsome cop leaving the room. We're going to hop over to the Judge Rip's mom after Pitbull unalived her baby. We started it. And then while that's playing, I'm going to step out and grab me a bite. I haven't had breakfast. I haven't had anything. Let's see what they have to say. No talkie, no talkie.
Now later, approach, bench, chambers, what would you like to do?
Whatever the court would like.
Why don't we deal up here, please? Thank you.
Here we go with the static. Shh. I got it. Kind of quiet morning. Oh, video was played. Pew pew was mentioned. Okay, so here is the current card. We still have pew pew shot, anger, Berlin apartment, control, Caitlin Napzinger, former U.S. Marine and PTSD. Those are, I have not heard those. Doesn't mean they haven't been said. If they've been said, please put them in the comments below. You didn't see it in YouTube? Let's do the swoop again because it's usually too long. Here. That's the same standard swoop time as everybody else. Let me know. Okay, now we're going to go back over here and wait and see if he says anything. I also have the kitty kitty, but that doesn't have any sound. That's too long. I have to shorten it. No, it's popping up on my feed, boo. Thank you for asking, June. It is popping up on my feed. Glorious feed. The cop is leaving. I know. He was a cutie pie. You know, when I had that fiance and I made the comment that one of y'all made a comment that somebody was cute, and I was like, he's stinking cute. He got his feelings hurt and offended. I was all like, dude, we're going to comment. We're going to comment. Just get over it. It's just YouTube. Just get over it, dude. It's YouTube. Yes, we are on a lunch break. Are you doing it again? June, why did you do it again? Why? 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 Why did you do that again? I need to know. Need to know. Why did you do that again, June? Do you not like me? Do you not like my swoops? You had to do your own? You know, give a mod some control and oh my gosh. Junboo, I am seriously just kidding. Seriously just kidding. But seriously, why'd you do it again? Just get that off my neck a little bit. It's bothering me a little bit. Oh, private. I know. I saw it. Lunch break. Okay, they just, if anything happens, we'll pop over there. But right now, let's get back to this. This is a woman.
Why the state was willing to move forward with its recommendation.
Hold on. This is a woman. Alyssa Smith was in court for her sentencing hearing as the state played body cam footage from officers. Smith pled guilty to the charge of endangering a child after their pit bull attacked and unalived their 6-month-old child. The judge told Smith that he was not happy that she took the plea in the case and that if he could sentence her for more than 3 years behind bar, he would. He went to say that Smith's reckless conduct resulted in an avoidable death. She shed tears after the judge. Oh, y'all.
And ultimately, Your Honor, I think this goes towards the primary purposes of sentencing, and I would agree with the state that the primary purposes are to punish the offender and protect the public from future crime. In looking at the PSI, my client has some assorted traffic convictions, but her only criminal convictions are disorderly conduct minor misdemeanors. So she's never even had a criminal conviction for which she would be subject to any form of incarceration. The 90 days that we're proposing to the court, not only is going to be life altering for her because she's never really experienced any form of lengthy incarceration. But I'd also suggest to the court, I cannot fathom for a parent a more severe punishment than recognizing that at least in part you played a role in the death of your own child. That's referenced in the PSI. To paraphrase it, she says explicitly in there that I'm pleading guilty to child endangerment because I played a role in the death of Royal. She's going to be in a prison of her own making for the rest of her life, having to live with and acknowledge the idea, and have her family members come in here and acknowledge the idea that she played a part here. The court can fashion any kind of sentence that it wants. It can disregard the joint recommendation of the parties, but I just want to submit to the court that no matter what you do, there's no more severe punishment than having to live the rest of your days knowing you played a part in the death of your child. The 90 days, to be candid, seems more like it's a recommendation, but it's a visceral need to attach some level of punishment here. But I'm going to suggest to the court that it doesn't matter if you do 90 days, if you
not-
do 3 years or something in between.
She's not going to get 90 days. I guarantee you that.
There is nothing that is going to be more of a punishment to Ms. Smith than realizing that you played a part in your child passing away and then having to explain that to your other child. It's not something I've ever experienced, not something I ever want to experience, but I can only imagine the pain involved in that and living with that for the rest of your days. So, Your Honor, I hope you take all of this information into account and fashion an appropriate sentence. And the parties themselves have, I know Mr. Weaver and I have spoken countless times about this, including when I think both of us were on vacation trying to figure things out. But we are familiar with the evidence. We're trying to come up with something that is reasonable here. And 90 days plus community control with the court not only supervise Ms. Smith, I think part of that would be not owning any kind of dogs. I think satisfies the need for punishment and also protecting the community. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Smith?
Just real quick, Judge, the state agrees. The way that Mr. Johnson described the interactions and how the plea came to be, everything that Mr. Johnson said is correct.
Court has considered 2919B2. I've also considered the entire record, including the pre-sentence investigation report, victim's impact statements, the statement here today by Ms. Smith, Rule 11F statements regarding plea negotiations, the recommendations made by counsel, the plea agreement, statements of counsel here today, and the statement of Ms. Smith. Also consider the purpose and principles of sentencing as outlined in 292911A, and that states as in determining the appropriate sentence, I'm guided by the overriding purpose of felony sentencing, which are to protect the public from future crime by the offender and others, and to punish the offender using the minimum sanctions that the court determines accomplish those purposes without imposing an unnecessary burden on state or local or government resources. I'm required to consider the need for incapacitating the defendant, deterring the defendant and others from future crime, rehabilitating the defendant, and making restitution to the victim, the offense, the public, or both. I've also considered the seriousness and recidivism factors, all is contained in 292912. Considered the testimony here today from the officer, the PowerPoint presentation, the other information is provided by the state and the defense. This case is unfortunate in that there's loss of life, and that you, Ms. Smith, is or are a victim to this because you were the mother of the child. When the court looks at the sentencing criteria, there's only one conclusion that I can come to, and that's that you're not amenable to community control sanctions. This court is not going to follow the joint sentencing recommendation. While your lawyer did great work to get you that sentencing recommendation, I also would let you know I wasn't very happy about the plea. However, the things that were stated in this court today regarding complexities with criminal cases involving evidentiary issues, co-defendant charges, cooperation, and ultimately the state's prerogative in evaluating and assessing cases. Your defense lawyer's knowledge of the case, my knowledge of the case, comes largely at this point. While I was reluctant to accept a plea, I did accept that plea which cuts you in a significant advantage and risk. So you need to remember that the court considers as part of this sentence the cases that were dismissed and the containment of damages that allowed. However, the court specifically finds that you have no remorse for this, or you at least shown no remorse. You also violated your bond while you were on bond. Then you turn around and back out. You were continuing your relationship with Mr. Bates through surreptitious means, which demonstrate that you're not following court orders. And you can look at me like you don't know what I'm talking about, but you must not have heard the officer testify about you using phones and fake names to continue your communication. While you might have cut a deal at the last moment to cooperate in the state's case, that was done, in my opinion, to save yourself and not for any other reason. The case did pen for quite some time. This case is quite old from the date of offense. I also find that you have a drug issue and or alcohol issue that you failed to acknowledge or take any ounce of responsibility for. It's also a case, while I agree with everybody's statements that there was no intention for this child to be harmed, let alone killed, it's also, putting it mildly, to say that you and Mr. Bates were extremely reckless in your conduct in owning this particular dog, having other dogs in the house. I watched a video where your dog attacks a child in the child's own yard because you turned the dog loose repeatedly with no concern of what the dog, havoc that dog wreaks on the public. And probably by the grace of God that dog did not attack that child worse than it did. The dog obviously has extreme violent tendencies where it mauled this child unprovoked for no reason. You've told numerous stories as to how it happened, but the main issue is you failed to remedy the situation by containing and controlling your dog. I've seen it over and over. You have this desire to have these dogs that have tendencies to be aggressive, and then once they demonstrate the aggressiveness, there's nothing done to contain the dog. You're clearly incapable of managing that particular dog. Very few people probably could, but yet you're letting it run through the neighborhood after you're told it almost attacked a child. Now that would be concerning to me. That would have been concerning enough for me to get rid of the dog when I can't control it and it goes into somebody else's yard. Fail to see the purpose of having a vicious dog, one that attacks for no purpose other than you think it's, I guess, cool to have that type of dog. I'm not sure what the point of having a dog that you never know is going to bite somebody. And that responsibility falls 100% on you and Mr. Bates electing to gamble. And when you gamble with high-risk situations that you can't control, nor had much interest in controlling, the dog was aggressive to more than one person. Your own family members advised you to get rid of the dog, but again, none of that was listened to. The consequence of this case is grave. A child lost its life, and we can't look at the fact that, or ignore the fact that the ultimate consequence, because of your reckless conduct, resulted in an unnecessary death. I think it's very true to say that this is 100% avoidable, and there's no way that this court is going to ignore the severity of this case and your failure to understand why we're here. When your own family, and I'm not just talking about your sister, everybody else here recognizes your failure to recognize this, your conduct and your failure to understand the importance of pet ownership and, more importantly, having a child and your duty to protect the child. And this court can come to no conclusion other than that a prison sentence is warranted in this case. If I could give you more than 3 years, you'd get more than 3 years at this point, especially after the information that was presented here today. Court will impose a prison sentence of 36 months. You are now what's subject to being sent to prison. Once you complete your prison sentence, you're subject to what is known as post-release controls in this case. That post-release controls is discretionary or optional. Is that correct, Mr. Weaver? It's discretion on this particular charge still, right?
Yes, Judge.
You agree with that, Mr.? You'll be discretionary or optional post-release controls for a period of up to 2 years on your release. That means you'll be subject to monitoring and supervision by the adult parole authority. You'll be given probationary type terms on that supervision. If you violate the terms of your post-release controls, you can be sentenced back to prison in increments of time that cannot exceed 1/2 of your original prison sentence. If while you're on post-release controls, you were convicted of a new felony offense, you can receive an additional year in prison, or the number of months remaining on your post-release controls run consecutive to any time you get on the new felony. While you're in prison, you're not to ingest or be injected with any drugs of abuse. You must submit to random drug testing. While you're in prison, I don't make any determination whether you're eligible, but you may be eligible for up to 5 days of credit toward your sentence for each month that you productively participate in educational programming, vocational training, substance abuse treatment, or other productive programming. You will receive a fine of $1,000. Court costs will be assessed in this case, and there'll be a partial assessment of attorney fees of $500. I believe you have 13 days of jail credit. Does anybody dispute that? All right, you will be awarded 13 days of credit up to the date of sentencing, which is today. Ma'am, you've now been sentenced on this case. You will have a right to appeal your sentence within 30 days after the filing of the court's sentencing entry.
I would.
If you cannot afford the cost of appeal, your
I'd shut up. I would take it. I would disappear.
appeal will be filed without payment. If you cannot afford a transcript, one will be provided you at no cost. If you cannot obtain counsel for appeal, counsel will be provided to you without cost. Am I missing anything?
Nothing from the state judge. I think you covered it.
All right. You will be remanded into custody. Anything further from the defense? All right, this matter is adjourned.
Okay.
Okay, she was in charge. She pled guilty to endangering a child. Endangerment of a child. That's I didn't phase her. Didn't phase her a bit.
What?
Welcome back, folks. We're turning now to Iowa, where a woman is facing up to 50 years in prison for starving her baby and leaving them to die in a ditch.
Back in July, Megan Stouty pled guilty to second-degree murder in the death of her newborn baby. Investigators say that Stouty placed the baby in a box in her home and ignored his cries off and on for 2 days.
She then allegedly placed the baby in a plastic bag while he was still alive and left him on the side of a snowy road with the help of of her father. Now, in a surprise move today before Megan's sentencing, her father also took a plea deal. I'm going to get you into court now as Rodney Stouty is addressing the court.
Oh,
And did you commit that offense?
Yeah.
Mr. Stouty, now I need you to tell me in your own words what you did to be guilty.
Like the story of what happened? Well, I just came home from work, and she seemed to be fine on a Sunday. And then Monday morning she said, "Dad, I don't feel good." And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "I just don't feel good. I'm going to call my boss and go to work, not to go to work today." So she did. And she said, told her boss that she spotted some blood. And when she spotted blood, I thought, well, maybe she's doing something that she shouldn't be doing at work, like lifting crates or having heavy equipment, stuff around for a housekeeper does. And she spotted blood again. And she says, "I think I overdid myself." And she said that the co-workers asked me if I was pregnant, and I told them no. So she just, I just didn't make attention to her at all. And then she decided to go back to work on Tuesday, and the co-workers asked her if she had a baby, and she said no. And she went on to work, and that's about all I can tell you.
Mr. Stouty, can I ask you, when you say she, are you talking about Megan?
Yep.
Your daughter?
Correct.
Okay. So,
What did you do?
Okay, and then not only that, I had a job to do. I worked nights, and she worked during the days, and I couldn't take care of it during the day because I sleep the most of the day, get ready for work, and she worked during the night, days to daytime to work.
okay. So when you say you couldn't take care of it,
That's right.
Megan had a baby,
Correct.
and it was alive when Megan,
And baby was alive when I got home that night.
okay? And you stated you couldn't take care of it,
I couldn't take care of it, that's correct.
okay? You said Megan couldn't take care of it, is that correct?
Correct.
So what did you do?
So I end up, we talked some more, and then finally I said, we can't take care of this baby, Megan. It's going to cost me too much money to take care of it. And she decided, well, I don't.
adoption. You can take it to a fire department, less than 30 days old. You can surrender the baby with no penalties. What the freak? Oh.
What I'm going to do, I'm scared. I said, well, first thing we're going to do is see if we can get a bag. We found a bag and put the baby in the bag and drove out in the country and dumped it in the ditch.
Okay. And when you dumped the baby in the ditch, in the bag, was the baby still alive at that time?
Yes,
Okay. And when you put the baby in the ditch, what did you and Megan do?
just took it, we drove off.
And you left the baby there?
Right.
And when you left the baby there, what did you think would happen to the baby?
It would die.
I would have taken those baby.
And all of this that we've been talking about, I know this is a while ago, but would you have any reason to disagree that this was somewhere in February of 2023?
Correct.
Okay. And did all these events that you just talked about take place here in Warren County?
Correct.
It's one baby, I believe, and she gave birth at home, not in a hospital.
Mr. Eichholz, are you satisfied with the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens?
Yes, Your Honor.
As far as it pertains to proposed testimony,
I wouldn't even do that with a puppy, a kitten, a snake. I don't care. I wouldn't. Ooh.
Testimony that would support a conviction of murder in the second degree. Does either counsel have any objection relying on the minutes as testimony to support the plea, as long as the court excludes anything that may implicate murder in the first degree?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Eichholz?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Stouty, then I will ask you one last time. Do you still wish to plead guilty?
Correct. Yes.
Does either party know of any reason why the plea should not be accepted, or is there anything which the court has omitted which would affect the validity of this plea? Mr. Eichholz?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens?
No, Your Honor.
In that event, I find that Rodney Stouty is acting knowingly and voluntarily in entering this plea, that he fully understands his rights and the consequences of this plea, and that a factual basis exists for the plea. Court accepts Mr. Stouty's plea of guilty to the charge of murder in the second degree in violation of Iowa Code Section 707.1, 707.3 of the Iowa Code. I need to inform you of some rights, Mr. Stouty, because I understand you want to be sentenced today, and that's going to affect these rights that I'm about to tell you about, okay?
Okay.
It's my duty to inform you that if you were to try and challenge your guilty plea that you just entered here, you would have to file a document we call a motion in arrest of judgment. And that document must be filed no later than 45 days from today's date, or at least 5 days before you are to be sentenced, whichever comes first. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And that if you do not file that motion in arrest of judgment within those time frames, you are giving up the right to file that motion and appeal your guilty plea. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the attorneys tell me that you wish to give up any time to delay sentencing in this matter and to proceed to being sentenced today on this charge. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there are a few more things that will affect. So we just talked about that motion in arrest of judgment. Yes. If you get sentenced today, you're giving up the right to file that.
No.
And you said you understood that. You also have the right to delay your sentencing hearing for at least 15 days from today's date. Are you giving up that right to have the delay in sentencing?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Stouty, we've seen each other once or twice before in court, correct, sir?
Correct.
But other than that, you and I do not know each other, do we?
No.
No, we don't. So really, all I know about you is what I have read in the court file, what I know from you from the few interactions that we've had, and from what the attorneys have told me. So normally, to learn a little bit more about you before the court decides on what sentence is appropriate, I would order what's called a pre-sentence investigation report, where you would meet with a person from the Department of Corrections. They would ask you questions about your upbringing, your education, your work history, if you've ever been in trouble before with the law, and other questions that they would then put into a report to provide the parties and the court more information about who you are, and that would help me decide what sentence is most appropriate. Now, if you want to be sentenced today, obviously there's not going to be a chance for anybody to ask you those questions or prepare that report. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you wish to give up that right to have a pre-sentence investigation report prepared and to be sentenced today?
Yes.
Does either party know of any legal cause why we cannot proceed with sentencing today? Mr. Eichholz?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Court finds that Mr. Stouty is knowingly and voluntarily waiving his right to file a motion and arrest of judgment, waive his right to time before sentencing, and for the court to consider a pre-sentence investigation prior to sentencing. And the court hereby accepts Mr. Stouty's request for immediate sentencing.
That didn't work. That didn't work. You did fine. I hope so.
Right, it's an extraordinary situation there. He's waiving the pre-sentencing report. They're going to go right into sentencing. What we're going to do is we're going to take a break here. When we come back, we'll have more of this newborn. And Stouty told police that she gave birth to a baby boy in February and admitted to putting the child in a trash bag while he was still alive and then tossing into a ditch with the help of her father, the baby's grandfather. She faces up to 50 years in prison, as does he.
And before the sentencing began, her father, as we just mentioned, did take a plea deal and requested to be sentenced right away. The court is advising him of his rights to go proceed with that sentencing. And now we're going to go back in where the prosecution is about to recommend his sentence.
And why don't you go ahead and give your statement and sentencing recommendation, Mr. Eccles.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this offense is purely senseless. In 29 years of practice of law, I've dealt with many, many things, as most of the other counsel in this room have. But I can't think of any case that's been more senseless than this one. The level of harm that this individual has caused to his community is outrageous. It doesn't just go to the baby, it goes to the first responders, the police officers that went there. It goes down to the other investigators who helped figure out what happened in this case, all the way down to the women and co-workers of the co-defendant in this case who tried to intervene and help do the right thing in this case. All these people have to live with what Mr. Stouty did. And that is why it's just completely senseless and why we shouldn't even be here today, but of course we are. State recommends the minimum sentence of 50 years in prison, that he serve the mandatory 70% or 35 years, that he provide a DNA specimen pursuant to Iowa Code Section 81.2. There is no fine under 902.9. Also that he pay the $150,000 death award under 910.3 capital B, and that he be jointly and severally liable with his co-defendant in this case. Also, there will be no bond on appeal due to this being a forcible felony. Even if that wasn't mandatory, Your Honor, that would be appropriate in this case, and we would ask the court to follow the code in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eccles. Mr. Owens, anything on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stouty, we have nothing to offer as far as evidence is concerned, Your Honor. There's nothing we can tell the court that's not already in one of these psychiatric reports from Oakdale, from other doctors. And as Mr. Eccles has said, this is a mandatory sentence. We've agreed to that sentence, and Mr. Stouty would like to proceed with the sentencing today.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Mr. Stouty? As I said before, I only have limited information about you. So I want to make sure that you have an opportunity to tell me anything you think I need to know before we actually pronounce a sentence.
I don't feel like to.
You don't want to, sir?
No.
Okay. And you have that right as well. Mr. Eccles, any victim impact statement on behalf of the state?
I do, Your Honor. I have a statement on behalf of Zach Wilson, the father of the baby in this case, if I may read it to the court.
Wait a minute. Whoa, back that up. They said just a minute ago they didn't know who the father was. Now we know.
Mr. Wilson is unable to be with us today due to illness, and he's asked me to read this. I hope you get what you deserve. I am totally and emotionally broken for what you did to my son, who was only a baby. Who does that to an innocent child who has not yet seen the world with his own eyes and see who his father is? It's disgusting how you treated him. He never deserved that or any other child. Do you not have a heart to love or care about someone or just yourself? Because that's not how you treat a child. Megan, you deserve to be punished, and I hope that you get it. What you deserve. Now, Rodney, I don't understand why you would let this happen or join on this. You're just as guilty as your daughter. You guys have emotionally abused me and my wife, my family, and I can't even handle funerals when my loved ones pass away. I can't even focus on my past jobs. I could hardly ever talk to my adopted parents about how I feel about this and how I should cope. I can hardly even sleep without thinking about why would someone do something that cruel. Anyway, I hope you guys get what you deserve.
Thank you, Mr. Draper. Anything further on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Counsel, does either party know of any legal reason why judgment and sentence should not now be pronounced? Mr. Eichholz?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Stouty, under Iowa law, depending upon what the offense is, sometimes the judge has more of a decision to make about what a sentence should be. The offense of murder in the second degree is not one of those offenses in Iowa. The law very clearly sets the penalties that the court has to impose. Normally, I would discuss things such as your age, prior criminal history or lack of criminal history, your employment and family circumstances, certainly the plea agreement, and the nature of the offense as things that I consider if there was a range of a sentence that I could impose. Because this is a fixed sentence, I'm going to actually take this opportunity to speak to you in the hopes that during your term of incarceration, if you don't already understand, maybe you will understand why you're being sentenced to 50 years, a term not to exceed 50 years, with a mandatory minimum of 70% of that, without any chance for probation or parole. As human beings, we hopefully carry a sense of duty to our fellow human beings, to treat them how we would want to be treated. I see a lot of law enforcement here in the courtroom today that had some involvement in this case. Law enforcement does the job that they do because, for the most part, they feel a sense of duty to serve their fellow human beings. And that comes at a great cost sometimes. But there are certain situations, certain roles in life where you have to accept.
All right, there you see Rodney Stouty, 68 years old. He's going to be sentenced to 50 years in prison because it's set, and it's also set by the statute, and he agreed to it. He'll serve at least 30. He'll be over 100. He'll probably die, absolutely will die in jail. Let's bring in our guest, still with us, criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer. And Josh, this is one of those ones that make you question the system, right? Even if you're in the system, makes you question the system. The facts as he recited them clearly suggest first-degree murder.
We got to get him on screen, y'all. Oh, Lord have mercy. Him and his glasses and his facial expressions. Let me do some editing here, okay? Let me get this more appropriately sized. I want to be more appropriately sized for this. Oh, I feel you on my feet, baby girl. Update layout. There we go.
But the court and everyone agreed.
I love this guy.
That second-degree murder was the right resolution as far as a plea deal. Some people might have a problem with that. What say you?
Well, a lot of what the court didn't get into was the background of his competency. And this gentleman, for people that aren't aware, suffers from some disabilities. And we don't have all of the details to that, but had been previously found not competent. And then the process returned him to a penal medical facility until he regained competence. And that is the only juncture at which point the court can enter a plea. And being that this is a case where any sentence basically includes the rest of his life, the system kind of snips off the edges there. And it says, hey, we're going to get this done because we're going to get it done. And we're not going to fight about the details because everybody deserves closure of this case.
Yeah, this case is a hard case at best, but
I'm glad someone spoke for the baby.
yes,
I didn't realize
we
the father
talked
was
about
around.
that. Who was going to speak for the victim? And understandably, he said, yeah, it's disgusting what was done to his baby. All right, thank you so much, Josh Schiffer, for being with us today. Up next, we're going to have more of the newborn left to die sentencing hearing. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Certain situations, certain roles in life where you have to accept cost to yourself in order to do the right thing. And as high a calling as law enforcement, firefighter, or military may be, there is no role in life with a higher duty than that of a parent. And that extends down the line to the rest of your family, to not only your child, but to your grandchildren. Mr. Dowdy, I don't know what issues you have faced in your life up to this point in your over 6 decades. I am confident that any person I meet, while they may not have been the same issues that I or someone else have had to face, everyone has had issues in their life. But there are certain things in this life, regardless of the issues that you've had to deal with, where you have to rise above those. And you have to do the right thing. And you had a choice in this situation when you had a grandchild born. I know it may not have been the best of circumstance. May not have been what you asked for or what Megan asked for. But that life had as much right to life as you or Megan. And that life was helpless and depended upon you and Megan. And the steps you took denied that life an opportunity to love, to grow, to live. And that's why the penalty that the law imposes is what it is. So having considered in light of what the law will impose here, that sentence will protect the community from further offenses by you, but also afford you the maximum opportunity rehabilitation. I hereby adjudge you guilty of the offense of murder in the second degree in violation of Iowa Code Section 707.3. And the court, acting pursuant to the provisions of Iowa Code Section 902.9, I hereby commit you to the custody of the Director of the Iowa Department of Corrections for an indeterminate term not to exceed 50 years. The Iowa Medical and Classification Center at Oakdale, Iowa is designated as the reception area. There is no maximum or minimum fine imposed pursuant to this sentence. You are ordered to give a sample of your DNA to be kept on file with the state of Iowa for the purposes of profiling. Additionally, you will be ordered to pay a $150,000 civil penalty because of the loss of life associated with this charge. That civil penalty, it will be jointly and severally liable with any other co-defendants.
Yeah. Tell me, how in the heck is that man going to pay that kind of money being in jail or prison?
Mr. Stouty, I'm now required to inform you that this is a final judgment of the court. Therefore, I need to inform you of your appeal rights. As we discussed briefly before, because you voluntarily entered a guilty plea, you have no right to an appeal of that guilty plea, unless you are to allege good cause or a defect in the plea proceeding or an improper denial of a motion and arrest of judgment. In that case, you would have 30 days to file a written application for permission to appeal and an application to authorize, at least initially, a transcript to be prepared of these proceedings at state expense. Ultimately, though, it would be up to any appeals court to determine whether your application would be granted or denied, or under what conditions, if any, it would proceed. You are further advised that if you decide to appeal the judgment of sentence I just pronounced in this case, a written notice of appeal must be filed again within 30 days of today's date. Filing of a notice of appeal is what we call jurisdictional. That means that if you don't file it within that 30 days, you give up that right. If you are unable to afford the costs of an appeal, again, at least initially, an attorney and a transcript could be furnished to you at state expense. A plea of guilty with an agreed upon sentence, like we had in this case, would be subject to the application for permission to appeal requirement I just mentioned about the guilty plea. You are currently represented by attorneys, so if you decided to appeal, your attorneys must file the notice of appeal for you. That means you yourself can't file it, and if you did, I would have to reject it. Both of your attorneys are very experienced and are qualified to answer any other questions you may have about your appeal rights. Pursuant to Iowa Code Section 811.1, subsection 2, subsection C, there is no bond on appeal for this particular offense.
All right, no surprise, after the defendant agreed to the max sentence and the state recommended that, that is what the judge did. 50 years and that's the possible max. He could serve 35 under the current laws in that state.
No, he will serve a minimum of 35.
Right, I'm sorry, yes. But he could be released after 35
Yes.
if he's still alive.
If he's still alive, because he's 68 now, that would make him over 100 once that 35 years is up. And, again, as Josh said, this is the way the system decided to resolve this case, rather than go through a trial. And as he said, save us from all the things that we would have had to have listened to regarding this poor child.
And I just have to mention, he was not competent to stand trial. They restored his competency, but it could always be that when they then go to have the trial, he's incompetent again. So it prevents that from recurring.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, a decent result. All right, we'll take a break here. Coming up, the baby's mother now. Megan Stouty learns her fate in the newborn left to die sentencing case. We'll hear what she has to say to the court in a box. 50 years in prison.
3, 4, 2.
Megan is just beginning.
This is the Iowa District Court for Warren County. We're here in the matter of State of Iowa plaintiff versus Megan Catherine Stouty defendant. Docket number is FECR 034221. On March 24th, 2023, the State of Iowa filed a trial information in this matter, charging Megan Stouty with murder in the first degree, a Class A felony. Subsequently, parties entered into a plea agreement, and on July 3rd, 2024, Ms. Stouty entered a guilty plea to the lesser included offense of murder in the second degree in violation of Iowa Code Section 707.3. At that time, the court did delay sentencing, but did order the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report. Eventually, by agreement of the parties, sentencing for Ms. Stouty was set for today's date and time. On August 21st, 2024, a pre-sentence investigation report was filed with the court. The court has had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report prior to today's sentencing hearing. Mr. Echols, did you receive a copy of that report, and do you have any additions, deletions, or corrections, or any objection to the court using the PSI in sentencing?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have reviewed a copy of the pre-sentence investigation, so I have no additions, corrections, or deletions to that report.
Thank you, Mr. Echols. Ms. Eimerman, will you be speaking on behalf of Ms. Stouty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you receive a copy of the pre-sentence investigation report? And I guess particularly because it's been quite some time since it's been entered, do you have any additions, deletions, or corrections?
No, Your Honor. We've received it. We provided a copy with our client, reviewed it again today before the hearing, have no additions, corrections, or deletions.
All right. And do you have any objection to the court relying upon the pre-sentence investigation for the purposes of sentencing?
No, sir.
Mr. Echols, any evidence or testimony to be presented on behalf of the state?
I do have a victim impact statement from the father in this case, and just my own statements.
All right. Mr. Echols, why don't you go ahead and give your arguments and sentencing recommendation?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as I stated earlier during Mr. Stouty's sentencing, I've been practicing law for about 29 years, 25 of which I've spent as a prosecutor. Over that time, I've seen a son kill a father.
Honey, my ex was in prison. And the jobs at 3 and 5 cents an hour, 10 cents an hour, 15 cents an hour, even at $1 an hour, he ain't gonna make enough to pay anything. Actually, what they'll do now, he will file and be declared indigent. Yeah, they do that. So even though he's been charged with the fine, he'll declare himself an indigent and won't have to pay it.
I've seen a man kill a woman for the words that she used toward him. I've seen a boyfriend kill his girlfriend. I've had unsolved murders. And now we get to this case, and we have a baby that was killed by the mother and the grandfather. And I think in talking with the first responders, police officers who went to the scene and found this young child, the baby, discarded in a ditch like trash, it sums this case up. Because that's what Miss Stouty and her father did. They put the baby in a trash bag, drove out of town, and threw it in a ditch. And we often say that sometimes communities say to themselves, we could have done more. Why didn't we do more? But this is the opposite of that, because in this case, the people in her orbit, the people around her, tried everything that they could to make a difference in her life. They knew she was pregnant, even though she denied it. They tried to intervene on her behalf. They tried to take her to places so that she could learn what services were available. They did their best. They said, we will support you if you need to move out of your family's home to support this baby. And they did all these things to try to help Megan. And she didn't take their help. So when we say the community could have done more, the community couldn't have done more. And the saddest part about this is that Megan knew the options that were available to her. She knew about the Safe Havens law, yet she didn't take advantage of it for whatever reason. And that is probably the most frustrating thing about this case, is that she knew better and she didn't. And that's what makes this so senseless. In this case, obviously, the court is going to impose a 50-year mandatory sentence, and she's going to have to do 70% of that, and that is by code, and it's obvious. But it doesn't make up for what she did in this case. She will need to provide a DNA specimen. There is no fine under 902.9, but she will be responsible for a $150,000 death award under 910.3B, and we'd ask that she be jointly and severally liable with her father, Rodney Stouty, in this case. There is no bond on appeal because of this being a forcible felony. Your Honor, we ask that you follow the code in this case and impose that sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Ms. Heimerman, on behalf of your client.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Your Honor, nothing about what happened in a vacuum. And I know that whatever we say today on behalf of our client will likely be construed by many as an excuse. But the reality is that this family, like most families, was complex. It was a complicated little family. And Megan's mother, by all appearances, seemed to have been the glue that held this family together for as long as it did. And as the court knows from having read the PSI, that when Megan's mom died in 2018, Megan was lost. Her mother, she said, was her everything. And so when she died in 2018, this little family that had just kind of managed to exist on the edge of society was just kind of lost. And so when Megan found herself pregnant, her mom wasn't there. And actually the two men in her life who bore some responsibility in this situation, they weren't there either. The court just heard from her dad, who wasn't there to step up. And
oh, come on, please. Do you know how many women get pregnant and carry those children to term by themselves and birth them alone and raise them alone? This is so much bullcrap. There's always adoptions or safe haven. There's always another answer. Death is never an answer. End of discussion. You should be an electric chair, dude.
Help her.
In my humble opinion.
And the father of this baby that died abandoned her. He blocked her on social media, on Instagram. He changed his number so that she couldn't contact him. Like I said, Judge, nothing about what I've just said is intended to be an excuse. But it's true, and it is an inextricable part of what happened. And Megan has to live with it too. This is a mandatory sentence, Your Honor. We have a plea agreement. We are asking the court to follow that plea agreement. And Mr. Eichholz is right. It doesn't make up for what she did. Nothing will make up for what she did. But she's here today. She accepts responsibility for what she did. And she respects that this is the sentence that the court is going to impose for what she did. Thank you.
I have to tell you, Michael, we know it's a mandatory sentence of 50 years. She has to serve at least 35 of those. It's very hard for me to hear defense attorney. You have to work with what you have, but to say it didn't happen in a vacuum, Megan has to live with it too. When you also hear she even knew about the safe haven law that you mentioned, that you can drop off a child without being prosecuted.
That's what blew my mind.
She knew about it. What? Okay, y'all. I really struggle with this one. I'm struggling.
We report the court to Vice Code 29.
Okay, they're getting ready to come back. Oh my gosh. I had to be a little distracted in that because I don't want my anger to take over, which it very well can. But y'all, oh my gosh, how in the hell? And y'all. I could be poor as hell, which I may be, living under a bridge, which I'm not, obviously. I would do anything for a child, baby. I mean, if you would have walked up and go, here, I can't. I mean, gladly, I'll make it work. Don't worry, Bo. I got you. There are so many people out there who can't have kids who would love to have a child, who would have gladly raised and taken that child on his or her their own. That's insane, y'all. Absolutely insane. I'm angry. No. And EP is what I would want. Try, baby. Let's put you in a bag and dump you in the ditch. No food, no water, no nothing until you want alive. Let you suffer the same fate as your child. Dang it. This fly, I have a fly that has been the bane of my existence for the last 24 hours. And it won't die. I've hit it a couple times and it still won't give up the ghost.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth under penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You may lower your hand and be seated. Dr. Robertson, before we get started, could you go ahead and please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Natalie Robertson, Robertson.
You're a medical doctor, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us about the education or the training that you have in order to become a doctor?
Yes. I have a Bachelor's of Science from Boston University. I have my.
Interrupt you very
Yeah.
quickly. Can you move that
Oh,
microphone
yeah.
a little bit closer? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Bachelor of Science from Boston University in Health Sciences, a medical doctorate from Drexel University, and I completed a residency in emergency medicine at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center.
And with respect to, or when did you graduate from Drexel with your MD?
2021.
Okay. And at what point did you complete your residency?
It was a 3-year residency, so 2024.
So 2024?
Yes,
And are you board certified?
I am.
And when did you receive your board certification?
I finished my last exam in March of this year. It took a couple months then, so.
Okay. And you currently are board certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you had or were a resident with Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to us what a residency is?
Residency is the part of your medical training that you complete after you graduate medical school. So you have a medical doctorate.
It's a gap. You get your education, it's your hands-on practical. Even though you are a physician, it's supervised.
Then you do residency in whatever specialty you are going to become a doctor in or specialize in. So mine was emergency medicine. That was a 3-year process at Dartmouth. There's some varying lengths. And during that time, you are licensed under a training or restricted license saying that you are practicing medicine within a residency program. You care for patients. There's a somewhat of graduated responsibility. So by the end of the residency program, you have more responsibility than the beginning.
Okay. And when you were serving as a resident at Dartmouth Hitchcock, from what I understand from your testimony, you were serving in the emergency department?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were serving as a resident with Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, where were you based out of? Like what hospitals?
Our main hospital was at the main Dartmouth Hitchcock in Lebanon. We also did rotations at Cheshire Medical Center, at the Elliott Hospital in Manchester, as well as shock trauma in Baltimore.
Okay. And when you say we, in terms of Cheshire Medical Center, did you serve any portion of your residency at Cheshire Medical Center?
Yes, we complete 2 months at Cheshire Medical Center, 1 month during our 2nd year of residency and 1 month during our 3rd year of residency.
Okay. And I'd like to ask you, and my math skills are horrible, so let me go with your recollection. With respect to the residency that you were doing in March of 2024, were you stationed at Cheshire Medical Center?
Yes.
And would that have been your month in your 3rd year of residency?
Yes, that was my 3rd year.
Okay. Are you currently employed as a medical doctor?
I am currently on maternity leave, but I am employed as a medical doctor, yes.
Okay, and you're employed where?
At Lawrence General Hospital in Lawrence, Massachusetts.
So in March of 2024, you are a resident at the Cheshire Medical Center, and that's located where?
Keene, New Hampshire.
And at that time, you're working in the emergency department?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to March the 1st of 2024. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
And I guess let me back up a little bit. The emergency department at Cheshire Hospital, can you talk to us a little bit about what that looks like?
It is a pretty standard, smaller community emergency department. There were generally 2 to 3 either physicians or APPs on at a time. It's a circular department, so there's patient care rooms around kind of a center area where there's supplies, as well as 2 areas for physicians and nurses.
And as a resident there at Cheshire Medical Center, what were the responsibilities that you had? You just indicated you would be licensed under a conditional license. What kinds of things did you do as a resident at Cheshire Medical?
Yeah. So as a 3rd year resident at Cheshire, I would generally see patients, or I would see patients on my own. Initiate.
Sorry, did you say you would or would not?
Would. Initiate their care and workup, and then at some point present them to an attending physician. Again, there's some caveat there. If someone came in who was very, very ill, often then an attending would walk in the room with me. But most of the time, as a resident at that point in your training, you are treating and seeing patients independently, and then at some point the attending signs off on your care.
Okay. I mean, you're just months shy of graduating the program, so you're
Correct.
functioning pretty much on your own with backup from a resident, or not a resident, I apologize, an attending.
Attending, yeah.
Okay. So as a resident or as a doctor at Cheshire Medical Center, how would you normally be dressed? What would you look like?
They had hospital issued scrubs at Cheshire, so we had navy blue scrubs. I wore my badge with my picture on it, usually a stethoscope, and then some papers in my pocket. I don't generally wear a white coat.
Now, in your capacity as, well, you've already indicated that you were able to see patients, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Did that include patients who were pediatric patients, like children?
Yes.
Okay. Speaking generally, when you're seeing a patient, any patient in the emergency department, whether as a resident or now as a doctor, what kind of steps do you take when you treat and evaluate them?
It depends a bit on the condition of the patient when they arrive, but assuming that they are a stable patient who's talking to me, we walk in the room. Sometimes the nurse, or if they're brought in by EMS, someone will give me some information before I walk in the room about why they're there. Sometimes I don't have that information. I walk in, I ask them why they're there. I check their vital signs. I do an appropriate physical exam, and then initiate a workup, whether that's blood work or imaging or other things to make my diagnosis or to treat them.
What's the purpose of getting information from the nurses or the people accompanying the patient as well as the patient before you just launch into your physical exam?
I mean, those people generally have other helpful information, not always. If there's a 40-year-old who walks in and has a stomach pain, they can probably tell me everything about their stomach pain. If someone is coming in by ambulance, they can provide me, EMS can provide me with vital signs that were taken in transport, or if they did any interventions already. If they're picking someone up from an accident, they can tell me details of the accident. They just provide a more holistic story of why they're there.
And is all of that information that you would receive, whether from those sources like EMS or nurses or accompanying persons, as well as from the patient, including that child, are those all things that you take into account when you're evaluating and examining that patient?
Yes.
Now, when you're talking about information just in general, what are the kinds of pieces of information that you're trying to obtain about the patient in that initial evaluation stage?
When I'm initially looking at a patient?
Yeah, when you walk in, you ask them what's going on.
Oh,
what
yeah.
kind of information are you trying to get, and how does that help you?
I'm trying to gather why they're there, why they're seeking care, and that directs me in what to examine and what tests to order. I'm trying to get information about their general health, their medical history, things like that, because again, that helps guide me towards what kind of workup they might need.
Okay, when you say workup, what kind of tests you might order, or what you might look for
Correct.
on your body?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of, and have you, or let me back up, because there's multiple parts and I'm trying to ask it at one.
Yeah.
While you were at Cheshire Medical Center, did you have occasion to treat pediatric patients like that 4-year-old you used as an example who had a stomachache?
Yes, yeah. I see pediatric patients everywhere. I
And
am.
do you see pediatric patients in your role as a doctor now?
Yes.
Is the approach that you use in evaluating and treating a pediatric patient, so a child, the same as the approach that you'd use when you treat an adult?
It depends on the age of the child. Obviously, an 17-year-old is very close to an adult. A 3-year-old is not. But no, it has to be different depending on the age of the person.
So when you treat a pediatric patient, and when you say pediatric, is it anybody under the age of 18?
Yeah, I think I'm not a pediatrician. I believe pediatricians are certified to take care of people up to the age of like 22 or 23. I'm not sure. I generally, colloquially, pediatrics is under 18.
Okay, I just wanted to understand a range of what age we're talking about. So when you treat a patient who is a child, and I'm not talking about those 18-year-olds, but somebody younger, under the age of like, say, 7, around the age of like 5, let's say. That seems like a child, right?
Yeah.
Are there any extra steps or considerations that you have to make in conducting that examination or evaluation?
So in a kid that age, around the age of 5 or 5 and under, obviously a lot of information gathering is not only from the patient, but from other people, because they are not always, aware of their health history or have a, complete understanding of things around them. Also, the examination and everything, when you're talking to a child, you have to use age-appropriate explanations of things. they're more likely to be very scared of the medical system, and so there's a lot more effort put into making them comfortable, and to gaining their trust is a little bit more difficult than with an adult.
Okay, no matter who you obtain that information from, the other people that you've talked about, whether it's caregivers or people with them, all of that information that you're gathering, are you using it in order to medically treat the child?
Yes.
Now, as part of your role in examinations, you get a history of the medical treatment for a person?
Yes.
And then do you obtain information about sort of the issue that has brought them to you?
Yes.
In terms of when you have a young child who's been brought to you and is being treated or evaluated in your emergency department, can you sort of walk us through what you would say and how you would handle talking to a young child in order to get the information you need to treat them?
Yeah. So someone who's around the age of 5, generally, again, I get some information about why a person is in the emergency department before I'm in their room. You know, a nurse has evaluated them, or they have come in by EMS. Somebody has some information for me. Then I walk in the room and I introduce myself as Dr. Natalie. I explain to them that I am a doctor that works here. I am here to help them. I'm going to do a checkup like they receive at their regular doctor. I tell them I'm going to listen to their heart and their lungs and check their ears and their eyes and their nose. I usually, make some joke about how I'm not going to give them shots like their regular doctor. And then around a 5-year-old can usually talk to me. And so I ask them, do you know why you're here, or what is bothering you? Some sort of open-ended question.
What's a wellness check?
A wellness check often means that a child is, that's not, I don't know if that's an official term, but I generally use that term, and many doctors do, as like a child is brought to the emergency department and they don't have a specific injury or complaint. They weren't at home having an asthma attack. They weren't in a car accident, but they are there for some reason where we are being asked to generally look at them and see if they are injured in some way.
Did you have a specific shift that you tended to work at Cheshire as a resident that last semester? Or month?
Yeah, Cheshire, we did not work overnight, so we were either working a morning shift or an afternoon shift.
At some time on March the 1st of 2024, do you recall 2 young girls being brought into the emergency room of Cheshire Medical Center by ambulance and accompanied by police?
Yes.
Do you recall what purpose they were there for?
As I recall, they were brought in for essentially a wellness check to check for injuries.
Now, I want to focus specifically on the older of those 2 children. Did you physically examine a 4-year-old child named Elwin Duren?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes. Make sure I have it the right way. As State's Exhibit 16 in this case. Do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that person is in the image?
Yes, the child you just mentioned, Ellen.
Okay, so that's the child, Elwin. Now, in this image, she's seated. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can you describe where she is in relation to Cheshire Medical Center?
She is seated on a patient gurney. It looks like there's some blue kind of pads around it, which we sometimes use when children are seated so that they don't roll off of the gurney. And I can see in the corner, and do remember that she was in an enclosed room within the Cheshire Emergency Department.
And what does that mean to be in an enclosed room?
In the emergency room, sometimes people are in hallway beds or are different, trauma bays or things that just have curtains, and that is a room that has a door that closes.
Permission to publish to the jury item? I'm sorry, I skipped a step, I apologize. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to strike the identification on State's Exhibit 16 and admit the item as full.
The exhibit, the ID may be stricken from Exhibit 16, it shall be considered a full exhibit, and you may publish to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Certainly.
when you were evaluating Elowyn Duren, was she able to provide you with any of her medical history that you recall?
I don't recall specifically if she could tell me her medical history.
Did she have a health issue that day that she asked you for help with?
She did. On initial questioning, she did not, and then told me that she had an earache, or her ear hurt.
What do you mean she initially told you she did?
Like I said, when I generally ask kids open-ended questions, is anything bothering you? She did not have any complaints.
And how did it come to be that she told you that she had an earache?
I asked if anything hurt on her body, and she pointed to her ear.
Okay. When she pointed to her ear, do you remember if she told you anything about why her ear was hurt?
I believe I asked her, but I don't remember the exact quote. It's in my documentation.
Okay.
If I can see that.
Dr. Robertson, I'm approaching you with State's Exhibit 17, which is identified only, okay? I do have...
Did I lose sound in court or is it just me? I think it's court. Okay. Somebody asked what I was eating. Eggs, of course. I cooked it in my cast iron skillet today. I miss using my cast iron. I love my cast iron. I seasoned it last night. We outside.
Sidebar.
I was asked a couple of lives back last week why I have the sidebar, the New Jersey or whatever, because we were making fun of Auntie Bev and the Karen Reed trial, and sidebar. That's why. Debbie, why? I just had my breakfast and my lunch. I have. Bruh. I should have used that earlier. Oh, allergies have been bothering me since yesterday. Yeah, we are up to date on our bingo card. We still knew pew pew shot or lead shooter shot, anger, Berlin apartment, control, former U.S. Marine, and PTSD. Those are what we still need to complete our bingo card. I think, 2 times we've had a coverall? I think we've done coverall twice. If we do a coverall twice, everybody who plays gets extra entries. Excuse me. When we do a coverall, everybody plays gets additional entries. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Discord. I have got so much to catch up on. Being in jail is not fun, y'all. I guess lesson learned. You can't assume a court feed is safe to stream. I'm going to sneeze.
Marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 17. And with respect to this document, you've indicated that there are some some records that may help you with your recollection of your evaluation and thereby treatment of Ellen Duren, is that correct?
Correct.
You are free to look through this entire document, and I would ask you to go ahead and make sure that these are the records that are associated with her. And I have a tag just so that I can find something easily. You can disregard that or not.
So this is the treating physician that saw the two children when they were brought into the emergency room after the abduction. That is who is on the stand, Dr. Natalie Robertson, MD, ER Emergency Services physician. And she was reviewing her document.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 17?
Yes.
What is it?
This is her, it looks like full ED record, including my physician note, but also nursing notes and consultant notes.
Okay. And when you say that you see your physician note, can you just tell us there's a page number at the bottom so that we all have it? What page number are you referencing has your physician notes?
It starts on page 22.
Oh, I'm going to ask you for a different number.
Oh, sorry.
Page 22 of the records in the bottom corner. We like to add more numbers.
Oh, 00.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so 002598.
2598. Thank you.
Please.
Now, you had indicated that you had asked Elwyn about anything that was wrong with her. At first, she had said no. Is that fair to say?
I don't remember the exact way that I phrased the first question, but looking at my notes and with my recollection, I believe she did not initially have a complaint.
Okay. And when later, did you inquire as to whether she had any injuries?
Yes.
And is that the moment where she told you that her ear hurt?
Yes.
And which ear did she point to?
Pointed to her left ear.
Okay. Did you then ask her, and without telling me anything at this point, but did you then ask her? Oh, absolutely. If you can put them right on the side, if you can close the medical records, if you can put them right up on the table there. Thank you. Did you then ask her how her...
Why was that important? That's important because she cannot read into record that document. She can refer back to it like times. I need to double check. May I look? Okay, yes, now I can testify to it. They can't read directly from the case notes document or whatever. They have to have it up here.
Ear got hurt or how it was injured?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, in terms of examining, treating, and evaluating somebody, why is that important for you to know?
Yes. So if a child tells me their ear hurts, I ask them more about why it hurts or if it was injured in any way. An ear hurt can mean that there's an infection. An ear hurt can mean there's an injury. A follow-up question to why an ear hurts is very important. Those are very different pathologies.
Okay. And so depending on the answer that you're provided with, you know whether you're essentially swabbing for an ear infection or looking for something deeper or more meaningful. Is that fair to say?
Swabbing for an ear infection. I've had more ear infections in my lifetime than I care to admit. Even now, I've been having them since the day I was born with an infection in my ear. Literally. I have my medical records that state so, but you don't swab. That was not,
Now,
I'm surprised you didn't catch that.
and again, without saying anything just yet, did Elwyn give you, and not telling us what she said, just trying to be very clear, did Elwyn explain to you how her ear was hurt?
Okay, somebody in one of my other media asked, why can't she just say it? Why does she has to wait? They have to lay down the groundwork before they can admit it.
When I asked what happened to her ear, how her ear was hurt,
She provided an answer?
Yes.
Okay. And based on her answer, did you have an understanding of what you needed to look for or do next?
Yes.
Okay. And based on her answer, were you able to determine a way that you were going to treat her medically or evaluate her medically?
I would say her answer in combination with a physical exam.
Your
Yes.
I'm kind of, they're very formal in this courtroom in some ways. I do appreciate the cleanliness of their approaching and their objections and the way the judge has handled all this. I greatly appreciate that a lot. But get to it. Children have ear infections all the time. So I don't understand yet why this is so important, but she's dancing. This attorney's dancing around this, and I don't know why. I mean, I'm going to find out when y'all find out, but there is a reason as to why. I'm rubbing my eyebrows off. There is a reason as to why she's dancing. I'd like to know what it is. It's intriguing me. Why are you dancing around this? What's the important part of that? They are still in sidebar. Talking about sidebar. Oh, Matthew's talking to Nala. Monkey butt, Nolly. That's how monkeys talk, by the way. Just saying. They whistle.
Dr. Robertson, when you inquired
That's what they do.
as to Elowen's injuries and asked her how she had gotten hurt or how her ear had become hurt, what did she tell you?
The exact quote is in my record. Am I able to?
What do you remember her telling you?
I remember her telling me that something along the lines of, Daddy hurt Mom and me. There was a lot of blood.
Did you follow that up by asking her if she was hurt anywhere else on her body?
Yes.
And did she indicate whether she was hurt anywhere else?
Again, my record, I believe, it says she gave me a vague answer of yes, but couldn't pinpoint anywhere else specifically that hurt.
Okay. And I see you hesitating a little bit with looking at State's Exhibit 17, help refresh your recollection.
Yes. Yeah. So yes, I asked her if anything else on her body hurt. She stated yes, but when asked to point where, she says, I don't know.
Now, based on hearing that information, that the dad hurt her and Mom and there was blood, was there anything else that you had to consider besides her ear in terms of your examination or evaluation?
Yes.
Thank you, Court TV, for doing that. Y'all, this is getting to be a little bit much. It really is. And I just rubbed all that off. It is getting a little bit much. I'll be honest. These approaches are starting to drive me crazy. I'm not happy about them. Sorry, I rubbed my makeup off. I have people, get your hands off your face. I just can't help it. But I get what's going on here now. They have the children or the child said that Daddy hurt Mommy. That is, that poor child obviously is now a witness. How old were these children? Do we know? I gotta ask. I think 1 and 4, something like that. They were young. So this was the 4-year-old. She's probably 6 now, 7 maybe, depending on how many years ago this was. I would say between probably close to 6, if I was going to guess. This poor child is 6. So I wonder if they actually saw the unaliving. Yes, the baby was 1, the older one was 4. Good. My memory served me correct. But I can't imagine unaliving my spouse with my children in observance. I'm like, are you kidding me? And you know what? If you think she's kidnapping the children, then you get on the phone, you call 911. Oh, he was holding the 4-year-old when he lead shot the woman. Oh my gosh, that poor little girl is going to have trauma for the rest of her life. I have a friend, I won't say who, because of privacy, but she witnessed her dad unalive her mom. Boy, you want to talk about trauma? I mean, she's in her 70s now, I believe. But oh my gosh, that is so horrendous, y'all. My monitors are shifted and I'm putting them back into place. That is horrendous, y'all. OMG. Oh, let me get the sound back on, my bad.
The statement that she gave you, that Ellen gave to you about why her ear was hurting, you had said, I think. Okay. I think you had said, I think that what she had told me.
Yes, I didn't
Was
have.
that, so in looking at these records, would those refresh your recollection as to the full statement that
Yes.
she gave? Okay.
Yes.
You could go ahead and take a look. Just at the statement that she gave you, and when you have an opportunity to refresh your recollection, you can put that document aside.
Okay.
Did she, was the information that you gave us, which was that dad hurt me and mom, is that the full context of what Ellen had told you?
No.
Okay, what did she say?
Mom and dad were fighting, and dad. Mom
Sustained.
and
The document is now aside. Did that help refresh your recollection as to what Ellen told you?
Yes.
I know it's about a year and a half ago, so I understand. What did Ellen tell you?
Mom and dad were fighting. Dad hurt mom and me. There was a lot of blood.
Based on the fact that blood was mentioned, you had indicated.
And the ear is hurting. Why? Because if he's holding the child, he's got the weapon, probably right hand weapon here. It is hurting her ear because the weapon was discharged too close to that child's ear.
Just a minute ago.
Hence the ear hurting.
That
Makes a lot
made
of
you
sense.
have to look a little bit differently at Ellen. Is that fair to say? And that would be a bad way of phrasing it, so I apologize.
Yes, I mean, my job was to generally look for injuries on her. The fact
Now,
that
based on the information that she gave you, what kind of an examination or how did you examine Ellen Duren?
So based on that information, her complaint of some sort of pain or problem with her ear, I did a more full ear exam, which just basically on a child is looking in their ear, moving around the ear. In general, how I examined her is she received a full exam. I checked her skin all over her body for signs of injury. I, did a neuro exam where I observed how she was communicating with me, how she was moving her extremities, checked her pupils, looked at her eyes, looked at her mouth, her nose, listened to her heart and lungs, felt her abdomen.
Okay, and in conducting that examination, is it fair to say that you didn't find any injuries on her body?
Correct.
Okay, and her neurological, like her talking to you and her movement of her limbs was fine?
Yes, her neuro
Was there
exam.
any possibility that she had any head injuries as well, correct?
Yes, she had a normal neuro exam.
Now, with respect to the ear, when somebody comes in and complains of ear pain, did you have any information that you had received that you used for the purpose of medically diagnosing what may have been wrong with her ear?
Yes.
What information did you use to help figure out what her ear pain may have been caused by?
As in what I was told by pre-hospital people?
So before, when you say pre-hospital.
Sorry,
you mean-
police, EMS, fire.
Okay, so
Yeah.
when Ellen came into the emergency department, she was accompanied by ambulance first, and then there were police officers with her, correct?
Correct.
And
When
you
I saw
received-
her, she was in a room already, so I don't know who exactly walked her into the emergency room.
Perfect. When you saw her and she was in the room, was she by herself or were there officers with her?
There were officers with her. I do not remember whether I asked them to step out or not. I do and don't. Sometimes it depends.
Perfect. Were you able to diagnose in any way what her ear pain was caused by?
I was able to deduce what I thought likely caused her ear pain.
Okay. And what, if anything, was your, and when I look at records, there's the words MDM or the letters MDM in the medical records. What does that mean?
That's the medical decision-making portion of the physician note, which is basically where I discuss, what I think is going on with the patient. So if a patient has ear pain, that's where I sometimes explicitly list all the possibilities of what ear pain could be, or sometimes I just list the pertinent negative things, like it's, was not infected, was not this, and then come to some sort of conclusion.
Okay, so based on all of the information that you had from Elowen and from all of the other persons that you talked to when you were gathering the history and information you needed for your medical diagnosis, first of all, did you see anything when you conducted a physical exam of her ear?
No.
Okay, and you looked inside of it with that pointy thing with the light?
The otoscope, yeah.
Thank you. So did you or were you able to make that diagnosis?
Yes, the diagnosis that I came to is one that there's not a test that proves it, so.
And what did you indicate was your diagnosis with respect to Elowen's ear pain?
I think that she had injury to her ear due to loud noises, being in close proximity to a loud noise.
Court's indulgence. I have no other questions for this witness. I'm just going to collect the exhibit and give it to the mother. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just a couple questions.
Mhm.
Based on your physical examination of Elowen and what information you had from her and other sources, you determined that the ear pain that she was complaining of was most likely due to secondary lateral noises, correct?
Correct.
And there was no evidence of perforated eardrum, correct?
Correct.
No trauma to the ear.
No physical trauma to the ear, correct.
No outward signs of trauma, correct?
Correct.
And she appeared well kept and well nourished.
She was, yes.
No more questions, thank you.
No questions.
Okay, can Dr. Robertson be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
So the ear probably was hurting because of the weapon that was discharged by the other girls at here. My Canva is giving me hell today. You have to uninstall and reinstall. Look at that sheriff deputy. So glad to see you, Chris. Thanks for hopping in. So glad to be out of jail.
Sir, would you please raise your right hand? You swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I swear.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them your name and spell your last name?
Come on, ears.
I am Nicholas Post. Last name is P-O-S-T. I am a trooper with the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit.
Trooper, how long have you been with the state police?
Just over 12 years.
I apologize, Your Honor. I thought there was a technical issue.
So, apologize, Trooper, you've been with the New Hampshire State Police for 12 years?
Yes.
And you're currently assigned to the Major Crime Unit?
Yes.
How long have you been?
It'll be 3 years in December.
Trooper, do you have any experience processing crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it means to process a crime scene?
Crime scene is preserving and documenting the scene as best as found it and preserving evidence for later prosecution.
Specifically, do you have any experience documenting vehicles as part of your investigation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do the same principles apply when you are documenting a vehicle?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Trooper, were you part of the investigation into the investigation of the death of Caitlin Nafziger in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Yes, I was.
On March 2nd of 2024, did you participate in a search of a vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was a 2017 white Subaru Impreza.
Do you remember what the license plate was?
I do not. I know it was a New Hampshire veterans plate.
Where did you search that vehicle?
At our major crime Belmont facility.
And that was on March 2nd of 2024?
Yes, it was.
How did you document your search of that vehicle?
We took photographs, notes, and seized any evidence that was illustrated in the search warrant we obtained for the vehicle.
So the search was conducted pursuant to a warrant?
Yes.
When that car came to you, or when you first observed the car, did it have any seals on the door? And so those seals were not broken?
They were not broken.
Trooper, how many people were present during that search of the vehicle?
I believe 3, including myself.
And when you searched that white Subaru Impreza, did you photograph the contents of the vehicle?
Yes, it was photographed by TFC Amanda Johnson.
When you were present, you observed the vehicle as it was photographed?
Yes, I did.
Were the contents of the vehicle photographed as they were found in place?
Yes, they were.
Were those items then removed and photographed again?
Yes.
When they were photographed again, where were they photographed?
They were photographed on the floor on top of a piece of white butcher paper.
Why was it done that way?
So they
Sorry, I didn't realize it wasn't on camera. Canton PD. Hello? Canton PD. Pay attention. This is how it's done.
can be spread out. There's nothing blocking or concealing any kind of item.
I'm handing you a number of photographs here. These are marked for ID as states 19A through J and 23A through N. Can you please look at those?
Yes. Yes, I have.
What are those photos?
These are photos of the white Subaru Impreza that I processed on March 2nd.
And do these photos show the interior of that vehicle as it was found?
Yes, they do.
And also the contents of that vehicle after they were removed?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves to introduce its full exhibits, states 19A through J, conclusive, and 23A through N as in Nancy.
Yep. again. I wish I had the ability to do an approach a counter, but I don't in this program. I can't do that. I mean, we need approach counter. Shouldn't it be nice to just, oh, I haven't had my regular cup of coffee today. That's the problem. I've had my little espresso. But I'm not had my cup of coffee today. I'm trying to wait till at least 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock and I'll make it a double espresso. I have this cool light. It has a built-in little fan. But it blows in the wrong direction. It blows up. But it's loud. I have it for my beading. Yes, I've got hats I'm getting ready to start working on. I finished some other orders and I've got hats I'm going to be finishing. And I'm going to bead my graduation. I'm beading my graduation hat and I'm going to make a Yep. Yep. I is. Have y'all seen those? Well, this is a long sidebar. This is what some of them look like. This is what some people have done. I don't like them. That's too thick. Oh, isn't that 100% beaded? That's 100% beads on that one. I'm going to talk about heavy, but different bead work. Ours are going to be black. I kind of like that, but I want to do our school colors. So my hat's going to be black, and I'm going to bead around the front. And there's the feather. Yes. There's a feather. That's pretty stunning, actually. It would be noticed, that's for sure. That pattern with the yellow. But our colors are the blue and gold, blue and yellow. So, ooh, look how pretty that is, y'all. All right, they're back. Nobody's in a hurry. That fan, I feel it's me ticking crazy. That rhythmic thumping on my ears can put me to sleep. I feel it. It's a ceiling fan. I think y'all told me. I just feel the rhythm. To the beat of the rhythm of the night, Gloria Estefan is making a comeback. He's done a few things. I loved Gloria Estefan. Loved her. She was great. How many remember her? And Paula Abdul. Man, Paula could dance. Girl could dance. That ticking is ticking me crazy. What are we doing? Hey, Miss June, you awake over there? You asleep? Let me call you. That's what I'm going to start using when I need to call my mods. Here's tea time. Here's coffee or tea time. So I'm going to play that music when I go to get my coffee. What's the waterfall? Oh, not that one. Back up to the judge. Are you kidding me? Oh, thank you, Court TV, for muting that finally. Hey, I got out of this.
Can I special
Door slamming.
requested?
The state moves to introduce exhibits 19A through J and 23A through N as the Nancy as full exhibits.
Okay, any objection? Okay, the ID may be stricken with respect to exhibits 19A through J inclusive and with respect to 23A through N inclusive, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
If you propose, you have a screen there. I think we can safely do this without having to get up. I'm showing you states 19A. What is this?
This is the 2017 white Subaru Impreza.
And what does the license plate say?
It says V as in Victor 69023. It's a New Hampshire veterans plate.
This is the vehicle you searched as part of that investigation
Yes, it is.
on March 2nd, 2024. Do you see the green pieces of tape over the doors?
Yes, I do.
Is that the tamper seal tape that you talked about earlier?
Yes, they are.
Trooper, I'm showing you states 23A. What does this show?
This shows the front passenger side area of the vehicle.
Is this as it was when you found it?
Yes, yes, it is.
And what items do you see there?
See a pillow, fruit cups, a blanket.
Now showing you states 23B. What is this?
This is the contents of the front passenger side area.
Okay, so these contents been removed for photographs?
Yes,
Is it that same pillow and blanket that you saw in the front seat?
yes, it is.
This is states 23C. What are these?
These are the remaining items from that front passenger's area.
Can you tell the jury what those are?
Is fruit cups, pajama pants, a diary, paper towels, a water bottle, and cleaning wipes
Are those pajama pants for an adult or a child?
for an adult.
Showing you states 19B. What do you see here?
This is the rear passengers area behind the driver.
And what do you see here?
See a car seat, some food, water on the floor, a bottle inside the car seat, and what appears to be a pink jacket.
This is states 19C. What is this?
This is a view of the same area looking towards it's from the rear driver's side passenger area, looking towards the right of the vehicle.
What do you see on the far side of that car?
See a pillow. It looks like some kind of item that could store, that it's hanging from the seat that could store things.
This is states 23D. What is here?
There's water, pink jacket, and crackers, and the off the camera to the left is the car seat.
And where did these come from?
These came from the rear passenger driver's side area.
And that black item there, is that the item you were referring to earlier?
That's the item that was attached to the back of the driver's seat.
States 23E. What are these items?
This is fruit snacks, crackers, water, a booster seat, and men's underwear.
So on the left of this image, is that same black item?
Yes,
So did these items come from the same part of the car?
yes.
States 23F. What are we looking at here?
This is the rear area of the car looking from the passenger side to the right of the vehicle towards the driver's side.
Again, this is how you found it, correct?
Yes, it is.
Before anything was removed? Before anything was removed?
Correct, yes.
states 23G. What items are we looking at here?
It's children's clothing, diapers, baby wipes. Appears to be a child's applesauce, a jug of water, and a small blanket.
This states 23H. Can we see some of those same items you just described?
Yes.
And then there's additional items. What are those?
Yes, it's additional clothing. The black electronic, I believe, is some kind of computer device. I'm not sure.
How about the clothing? Are those clothes for children or for adults?
For children.
States 23I. What are we looking at here?
This is clothes for children and for an adult.
So is there a shirt there?
There's a shirt there, yes.
Is that a dark green shirt?
Yes, that's an adult size shirt.
And some underwear as well?
Yes.
Adult underwear?
Yes.
And then there's a penguin shirt. Is that for a kid?
Yes.
What are we looking at here? So this is 23J.
This is a pillow, 2 jackets, and a mirror for the driver to be able to check on the child in the back seat.
Those jackets, are those for an adult or a child?
For a child.
And there's some sort of plaid item there. What is that?
That appears to be the gray plaid jacket or sweatshirt is what it appears to be.
For an adult or a child?
Child.
This states 23K. What is in this photo?
The 2 articles of clothing in the middle are shirts for an adult.
How about that pink item top right?
Be a hat for a small child.
And then to the left, we can see part of an item. Do you know what that is?
Appears to be a stuffed animal.
What are we looking at here?
This would be adult clothing.
This is 23L. Is there an adult shirt there?
Yes.
As well as some adult-sized blue jeans?
Yes.
This states 23M. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be adult shirts, socks, underwear.
So how many shirts do you see?
See 3, and then there's a black item of clothing that's partially shown.
How many pairs of underwear?
1.
And how many socks?
5 total.
This states 23N, as in Nancy. What are we looking at here?
Be children's clothing on the left. It appears to be an adult shirt on the right and adult underwear.
So there's several pieces of children's clothing here. Can you describe them for us?
What appears to be penguin pajamas on the left, the red sweatshirt with stars, the blue long sleeve shirt up top, and the pink shirt in the middle right would be children's clothing.
Trooper, what are we looking at here?
This is the trunk of the white Subaru Impreza.
What's in the trunk?
It had a computer tower and vehicle equipment like jumper cables and car care materials.
When you say a computer tower, do you mean like a desktop computer?
Yes.
Trooper, what are we looking at here?
This is the driver's door.
Any items of interest in that door?
There's a firearm in the driver's door pocket.
Is this how that firearm was found?
Yes.
So this is where that firearm was when the police opened the door?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Beretta 9mm pistol.
Is this the same firearm that we just saw?
Yes.
Just a closer view? Is this just a closer view?
Yes.
And where is that firearm pointing right now?
The muzzle would be pointing to the left as you look at this picture.
Just for the record, that was states 19E, and the previous one was 19D. showing you states 19J. Trooper, what is this?
This is a Beretta 9mm pistol.
Is this the pistol that was found in the door of the car?
Yes, it is.
So it's been removed now for more photographs on that paper.
Yes.
Is this the condition of the gun as it was found?
Yes, it is.
Does the magazine appear to be loaded into the gun?
Yes.
Trooper, is this the same gun? This is states 19F?
Yes.
So this is the same gun, obviously it looks a little bit different. Can you tell us why?
The magazine was removed from the magazine well, the slide was locked to the rear, and a cartridge was ejected out of the chamber.
So first I want to ask you about that long black object on the right. What is that?
That is the magazine.
And so what is a magazine?
The magazine holds the ammunition for the firearm.
There's something gold and metallic poking out from the top of that magazine. Can you tell us what that is?
Those are the 9mm cartridges for the firearm.
So when you say cartridge, do you mean colloquially a bullet?
Yes.
Ammunition?
Yes.
So again, this is a photo of the gun with the magazine removed. The police did that, correct?
Yes.
And the gun has been obviously manipulated. Could you tell us what was done to the gun?
The slide on the firearm was locked to the rear.
What's the slide?
The slide is that top portion that encases the barrel.
So that's been pulled back.
Yes.
What is the point of pulling that slide back?
To eject any cartridge that could be inside the chamber of the firearm.
Was a cartridge ejected from the chamber of the firearm?
Yes.
And is that gold item that's to the left of the gun?
Yes, it is.
So when this gun was removed from that door by the state police, there was a bullet in the chamber?
Yes.
And so when the slide is pulled back like that, does that make this gun safe?
Yes, it cannot be fired in the condition it's in currently.
Trooper, there's an object there with some letters underneath. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
This is a 9mm cartridge that was ejected from the chamber of the firearm.
So this is the bullet that was in the chamber of the gun?
Yes, it is.
And those letters, what do those indicate?
That is the exhibit number. The A after the 2 would indicate it's a sub-exhibit from the firearm itself, indicating that it was found within the firearm.
And this is states 19G. I'm going to go back to states 19F. What is the exhibit number for the gun?
KPP2.
So the gun is KPP2. Looking again at 19G. The bullet in the chamber is KPP2A.
Yes.
Trooper, what are we looking at here?
This is the magazine that was inserted into the magazine well of KPP2.
And what are those items above the magazine?
That is the ammunition that was inside the magazine.
So when this gun was found, all those items of ammunition were inside the magazine?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many there are?
Appears 13.
And that 13 is in addition to the one that was in the chamber?
Correct.
And so does that KPP2B refer collectively to those rounds and the magazine?
Yes.
Trooper, I'm showing you marked for ID, this states 20A. Please open this box. For the record, you can use those boxes.
Look at the inside of the mug. It turns into the background because the mug's green. That's creepy, y'all. I got a different rag. It's maybe not as thick and harder to hit, but look, it turns into the background. Look at that. Cool.
I see the firearm that was found in the driver's door pocket of the white Subaru.
Is there a marking on this box?
Yes,
And is there an evidence number?
yes.
What number is that?
KPP2.
Is that the same KPP2 that we saw in the photograph for that gun?
Yes, it is.
A couple of other items in here, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm not gonna ask you about those at the moment. Can you please step down? I'll ask you to show this to the jury. Right, before I do that, Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to strike the AD on 20A, introduces the full exhibit.
Yeah, they're going to ensure that that weapon is safe.
No objection. Okay, the identification may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 20A, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
I'll ask you to just show this to the jury so you can see it. Trooper, there's some zip ties in that box attached to that gun. What is the purpose of those?
It's to secure it inside the box, so it doesn't move around. Any trace evidence could fall off it or be destroyed.
Can the gun fire as it is right now?
No, it cannot.
Thank you. Thanks. You can just put that on the table there. Trooper, I'm handing you two more items, states 20B and 20C for ID. First, I'll ask you about 20B. What is this?
This appears to be 20A. This would have been the cartridge that was found inside the chamber of the firearm KPP2.
So just for the record, this is states 20B for ID. What evidence number is there on that?
KPP2A.
KPP2A, that's the live round that was found in the chamber.
Yes.
Can you please open that?
Remove it.
Yes. Is this the same live round that was removed from the gun that we just saw?
Yes.
When we searched it on March 2nd?
Yes.
State moves to introduce 20B as a full exhibit.
The identification may be stricken with respect to 20B, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
We'll put that down for now, just somewhere it's not gonna roll away. And now, Trooper, I'll ask you about states 20C for ID. Does this have an evidence number on it?
Yes, it does.
What's the evidence number?
KPP2B.
And that's the evidence number for the magazine and the ammunition found in it?
Yes.
For that gun that was in the car? You said
Yes.
on March 2nd?
Yes.
Please open this as well.
Magazine.
The rounds are stuck. Tape.
So you've removed two items from that evidence.
Remove it from.
This is the magazine that was located in the magazine well of KPP2 in the cartridges that were inside the magazine.
And those cartridges are in their own plastic bag?
Yes.
Right? Are those the cartridges that were removed from this magazine?
Yes.
All right, this time the state moves to strike the ID on 20C.
The identification may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 20C, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
And so true, clerk, I'll have you, if you can carry all three of those things, you could bring them down and show them to the jury.
Okay. I had some kind of attack. Nope. Something attacked. And it was through, I have court TV, I have law and crime up, and it was on the law and crime side that clicked in. So no, I'm not a happy woman, but let me get this back up and running for you guys. I'm sorry about that. You never know what's going to hit you. But they are at another sidebar. Let me get
Case 19F.
Yes.
So this is the same gun, obviously, it looks a little
Here.
bit different. Item states 20B and 20C guns we just saw.
Yes.
We gotta go through that again. Okay, we're at sidebar. Okay, that sucked. Gremlins, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Lucy.
Of this witness, we will take the mid-afternoon break right now. So again, mid-afternoon break right now. We'll resume at 2:30. And again, please do not discuss the case or the evidence amongst yourselves. Thank you very much.
All right.
Really? All righty then. So are you telling me you're taking an entire hour for mid-afternoon break? That's an interesting thought. Usually it's a 10-15 minute break. I have to redo everything, guys. I got to get all the shares and the likes up again. I tipped. Okay. I shared. I subbed. That's it. And y'all, we have started a buy me a cup of coffee for our mods. Please go and buy them a cup of coffee. They would greatly appreciate it. They work really, really hard, y'all. Yes, Diane, I sent you a link. I can't hear you. You have no sound. Miss Diane trying to get in. Discord. Oh, okay. I can't see. You got to use your sign language, boo, because I have no sound. It's where I always put it, in the same place. Okay, I love you, boo. You're chewing gum. You're signing like a mad woman. And I can't follow your butt. Really? Oh, Miss Diane. I'm popping out. So, let me pop out my chats. I'm trying to get everything back. Everything shut down on my computer. I don't know what the heck that was, but I'll have to go back later and look at it. But I got everything back up and running. Yeah, I'll send you. I need to send you a link again. Well, I guess I do. So, the frustrating thing in this is I'm just sitting here and I had I had Facebook up. I had YouTube up, the court feed from 2 places, and that was it. And all of a sudden, could y'all hear that big warning, warning, you have been infected. Do not shut down your computer. Did y'all hear that at all? Or was that all on me? Did y'all hear that? Or was that all on me? It was a pain in the butt. So it shut everything down. I had to reboot the internet. I didn't shut the computer down. I just redid the internet. It's the only way to get it to release. Go figure. So I got to see if I have any problems with my computer. Anybody good at writing letters for sponsorship? Yes, I know. You heard a beep noise? It was like, warning, your computer has been infected. Do not turn off your computer. Call 1-888 ... for us to release your computer and I'm all like, that's a scam. That'd be a scam. Oh, there she is. There she is. Uh-huh. There she is. Let's see if I can get her on stage. I'm going to have to take down these things, but thank you so much for putting them up there. Can you hear us, Diane? I can't hear you. You have no sound, boo. It's on your end, and you're all lopsided. Where's your sound? It shows you have your mic is on my end. It's on your end. Yes. How did I do that? How did I get that? No. Diane, I love you, but that's not what I wanted. Nope. Nope. I can't hear. I don't know what's wrong, Moo. We can't hear you. In the meantime, I'm going to look for court. That's all on her, y'all. Why is everybody going nuts over the Murdaugh family trials again? Are we not done with the Murdaugh trials? Just curious. So this is what happens when you have been stuck in purgatory. You know, this is the only trial streaming right now. Are you kidding me? Is this the only trial going on? This is the only trial? Wow, y'all, that's not good. Diane?
Can you hear me now?
You can hear you now. Don't yell though.
Okay, it says microphone array real tech audio. It's what I put it on. So you can hear me now?
I can hear you.
I'm so happy. I never know. Excuse me. Okay, then we're good. What is that? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, now that's
So let me catch you up on the case. Let's do a case bar.
Let's do a quickie. Tell me about it.
There's stuff coming through your end. I'm kind of audio.
Okay, wait. How about if I turn my TV off? Okay.
That would work.
That help. Does that help? It's shake and bake, and I helped. All right.
God, people don't even know what shake and bake is anymore.
It's called shake. That's what that lady did with her husband and burned him. She shook and baked. Oh, that's bad.
Give me a second. You're humming, you're singing, you're chewing.
I'm not chewing. I spitted it out. Margie's going to rehab.
I know you told me.
You've been in the hospital Friday, Saturday. No, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. She's been in the hospital 9 days.
Okay, love, I need you to mute. I'm going to need you. Not what I wanted, y'all. I'm going to need you to interpret for me. I didn't mean to do that. Control V. And I'm going to use something that's new. Let's see how it works. Okay. Are y'all ready? This is the trial recap. State of New Hampshire versus Dustin Duren. The charges, second-degree redrum, reckless conduct with deadly weapon, child endangerment, victim Caitlin Nafzinger, Nafziger, Nafziger, age 31. He was indicted on February 29th of 2024. This occurred in Berlin, New Hampshire. The defendant is Dustin Duren, age 38, a Marine Corps veteran with post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD. So day one highlights was yesterday opening statement. Prosecution framed the killing as an intentional and reckless, emphasizing the presence of the children. The defense claims self-defense, alleged Caitlin was attempted to kidnap their children. Amber Alert was issued on March 1st of 2024 after Caitlin was found unalive. Duren was located about 170 miles away from Keene, New Hampshire, with both children unharmed. Apparently, he was holding the 4-year-old when he unalived his wife. Day two witnesses. This morning, Berlin police officer, first responder to the scene, described Caitlin's body as positioned and visible injuries confirmed the presence of the two children in the apartment. A medical examiner testified the cause of death, gunshot wound to the chest, estimated time of unaliving consistent with late evening on February 29th. No defense wounds. And Caitlin's 911 dispatcher played audio of Duren's call. Duren allegedly stated that Caitlin was trying to take the kids. The dispatcher noted erratic tone and conflicting location, detailed Berlin police officers. Number 2, interviewed Duren's post-arrest and claimed it was violent, threatening to leave with the girls. The officers noted the calm demeanor and lack of visible injuries. The defense strategy is emerging and emphasizes on post-traumatic stress or PTSD, diagnosis, and a military background, seeking to exclude the Amber Alert. Certain interview transcripts and prejudicial framing. Caitlin's actions as a threat to the family's stability. That is what we are dealing with today. Was that fun, Diane? Oh, you got to unmute yourself.
Next time, slow down just a little bit.
Because I'm reading from a teleprompter. I now have a teleprompter in
Well, just slow down just a little bit.
it's reading. I got to keep up with the teleprompter. It scrolls with
just keeps on going.
I'm giving away my secrets.
It sounds like you're doing.
Oh, night, but we got a lot of bingos. Let's show the bingo card, shall we? I got to pull up my bingo card because, well, June, did you take down the bingo card in chat? It's not pinned at the top anymore, Boo. I need you to pin it because now I don't have it. I don't have it. Because everything's shut down. I don't have it.
Oh.
All of our private chats are gone. Don't have it.
Oh.
What was that, Diane?
Oh. Your private chats are gone. Oh.
Oh, all my stuff is gone. So please repost it. I'm waiting. Oh, well, Fourth Wall was posted where you can buy some of my
merch
back in court. By the way, they have a lot of sidebars.
Oh, that's nice. Maybe by the time Margie comes home, I'll have my office finished. Maybe. Oh. You said you had your what set up behind you, your Halloween?
My fall.
Your fall. That's nice.
Well, here's
I have my black. Oh, that's so pretty. Not mine, honey. I'm working on it.
I can go black.
No, it's all right. You can go. No, never mind. Never mind.
Miss Queen, I need you to pin the bingo card, please.
Please.
Okay, we're back.
Thank you.
Court.
Please be seated.
The sound is not very good.
Oh, wonderful. Well, no, I ain't got it plugged up.
You're still
It's
on roll.
not.
I'm sorry.
And you're still on roll.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Trooper. How familiar are you with the Beretta 9mm pistol?
I'm not very familiar, no.
Oh, okay, so that's not what you, that's not your service weapon?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of its safety features based on your handling of
In
this
the
case?
photos, yes.
Okay. Why don't I have you then step down to get closer to the jury with exhibits 19. Jay? 19. Would you mind holding it? Thank you.
just correct the record.
Yes.
The photo with the magazine inserted is 19J.
Thank you. 19J is photo of the 9mm with the magazine inserted. 19F is a photo with the 9mm pistol with the magazine not inserted.
Yes.
Okay. Now in 19F, here I'll switch it. The slide is pulled back.
Yes.
Okay. And that someone manipulated that after taking it evidence.
Yes. When it was seized from the vehicle, it was manipulated.
And was it when it was seized from the vehicle and manipulated, was that to check if it was loaded?
Yes, to render it safe. Yes.
Whether it's okay. And you pull the slide back, and there's some sort of lever that pops up, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what would you call that?
That would be the slide locking lever.
The slide locking lever. Okay. And that would be another safety mechanism, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that in our picture 19J,
Diane, can you see yourself in the monitor? I'm losing your hand, so I can't see you. Because I'm depending on you right now. Thanks, love.
the magazine is inserted, the safety is on. In order to fire it, you have to put the safety up and pull the trigger, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And so, it will not fire any projectile unless those two things happen, when it's loaded.
Correct.
Okay. And just to go from step one, with this pistol, in order for it to function properly and fire a projectile, it first has to be loaded, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so either you can pull back the slide, put one bullet in, return the slide forward, then rack it, then pull the trigger, right?
No, if you put the one round in and send the slide forward, the round would be in the chamber and it'd be
Ready to go.
ready to go.
Okay. And if you are using a magazine, and this magazine has 15 total projectiles, cartridges, bullets, right?
It has a 15 capacity.
15 capacity.
13.
Yes.
Yes.
When it started, it had 15 capacity, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So if someone inserted the full 15 bullet capacity magazine into this pistol, they would have to slide the rack back, correct?
Correct. If it wasn't back already.
If it wasn't back already, right? Turn the safety up or off, correct? For the
Correct.
record
Yes.
there. Okay. And pull the trigger.
Yes.
Okay. And because there's a magazine in this pistol, and a semi-automatic pistol, the next bullet from the magazine would automatically cycle up to the chamber, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So if it was functioning correctly in this scenario with a 15 capacity magazine, and it was started out with a full magazine, after firing one bullet, you would anticipate there would be a second bullet in the chamber, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you could not fire it unless the safety was turned off and you pulled the trigger.
Yes.
And you found it in the vehicle, driver's side pocket door, with the safety engaged. It was on, correct?
Correct.
So it would not have fired a bullet as is.
Correct.
Thank you. Have a seat for a second. I just have to check if I have questions.
Reader up.
Just briefly, Your Honor. True proposed, you mentioned that the safety was on, and you talked about pulling the slide back. Fair to say that there are a number of steps that need to be taken before a bullet can be fired from a gun like this?
Yes,
So that the purpose of those, would that be that the gun doesn't go off accidentally?
correct.
So that when the gun fires, it's because the person wanted to fire it?
Yes.
No more questions.
Okay, further.
Okay, can true proposed be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, please. Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Jill Terrio.
One thing I need to tell y'all,
Remain standing and raise your right hand. Now look at me. Ms. Terrio, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may lower your head and have a seat. There's some water, I believe, up there and some cups perhaps if you would like to take some and be ready for that or whenever you need to. If you do need to take a break at any time, just let me know.
Okay, great, thank you.
And you just did it, so I don't even have to tell you. The microphone a little bit closer.
they remind me of dental, the little cups you get at the dentist.
So if I could have you just go ahead and introduce yourself to these jurors by stating your name, spelling your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Jill Terrio, last name.
A little bit closer.
Oh, come on
Is
now.
the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
The forensic lab that's associated with the state police is the only forensic laboratory within the state that handles examining evidence from all the municipalities and jurisdictions within New Hampshire.
Okay, I missed the name.
Police Forensic Laboratory.
Forensic laboratory in
Sorry. Gotta get it.
There and some cups perhaps if you would like to take some and be ready for that or whenever you need to. If you do need to take a break at any time, just let me know.
Okay, great, thank you.
And you just did it, so I don't even have to tell you. The microphone a little bit closer.
Everything is glitching today.
So if I could have you just go ahead and introduce yourself to these jurors by stating your name, spelling your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Jill Terrio. Last name is spelled T as in Tom, Herriault.
Ms. Terrio, where do you work?
I'm currently employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord.
And what is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory?
The forensic lab that's associated with the state police is the only forensic laboratory within the state that handles examining evidence from all the municipalities and jurisdictions within New Hampshire.
For about how long have you worked with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory?
It'll be 6 years this December.
Is it okay if I call it the laboratory or the forensic lab?
That's fine, yes.
Perfect. Now, are you assigned inside of the lab to a specific unit?
Yes, I am.
And what's that unit?
In the laboratory, I am assigned to the pattern evidence unit.
And inside it, before I ask you what your job assignment is inside of that unit, what is the pattern evidence unit?
The pattern evidence unit of the forensic laboratory is composed of forensic science examiners who look at items that have patterns. So that would be the latent print examiners, that would be myself as a firearms examiner, as well as examiners who look at shoe and tire track impressions.
Now, you've indicated you're a firearms examiner. What's your current title with the lab?
Currently, I am a forensic scientist 3 in the pattern evidence unit.
Okay, and as a forensic scientist 3, you specifically conduct firearms examinations?
Yes, one of my duties, or the area that I examine for forensic evidence is firearms and tool marks, and I also conduct examinations of shoe and tire tracks.
What kind of work do you do and you've described it as examinations, but as a firearms examiner, what kinds of things are you examining?
In my capacity, I'm looking at bullets, at cartridge cases, at firearms. Those are all types of pieces of evidence that would be collected from a crime scene and submitted to the laboratory. And I examine those items with a variety of different pieces of equipment at the lab to determine whether or not a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm.
And when you talk about bullets or cartridge cases, sometimes do people refer to that as ballistics evidence?
They do, yes.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that you're a firearms and tool mark examiner. What do you mean by tool mark examiner? What's that?
Well, tool mark examination is sort of a broad overview of my particular discipline of forensic science. In one respect, you could consider a firearm as a tool, and the items that are fired through it are items that receive those tool marks. But also, tool marks can encompass any types of marks that are left behind from a tool. So, for example, if someone had tried to break into a building using something to pry open a window, they're using a tool, and that tool is leaving marks, say, for example, on a windowsill or on the opening where a window would be. Or if someone, for example, say they were breaking through a chain link fence and they used a set of bolt cutters to cut through the links on the fence. There are marks that are left behind from those bolt cutters on those individual pieces of wire, and I would examine those pieces of wire to determine whether or not it was a particular set of bolt cutters, for example, that cut those pieces of the chain link fence.
So I want to speak a little bit generally, just so we understand what your job is. With respect to firearms, what kinds of examinations can you perform that are either tool mark related or related in some other capacity to a firearm?
Well, one of the types of examinations that I would conduct would actually be on a firearm itself, and that would be called an operability examination or a function exam. And that is to determine how a firearm that was submitted to the lab is currently functioning in its current condition. So I have a variety of steps that I follow to examine the firearm, determine its operability. Is it safe? Is there anything wrong with it? Is it going to fire in the way that I expect it to? What are the safety features of it? With the end result of actually selecting ammunition from the laboratory to supply and test firing that firearm. Now, the other part of the types of examinations I would do would be on bullets and cartridge cases, looking at those using a microscope. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize.
It's okay. Just with respect to ballistics, those ballistics items that you're talking about, bullets and casings, when you generally are talking about examinations of those, can you go ahead and explain to us what those examinations would be?
Yes, so looking at bullets and cartridge cases collected from a crime scene, there's various features that would be left behind on those items from the gun that fired it. And I'll use a variety of equipment at the lab to look at those items to determine specifically whether or not they were fired in a particular gun.
Now, for all of these things that you do with tool mark examination, firearms examinations, ballistics examinations, do you have any kind of education, training that allows you to do this type of analysis and work?
Yes, I do.
Can you go ahead and describe that for us?
Well, before I got started in the field, I did receive my Bachelor of Science degree from Rutgers University in 2001. But the main course of the main area where I learned how to become a firearms examiner was with my employment with the Miami-Dade Police Department down in Miami, Florida. When I was hired on by that department in the forensic lab down there, I began an in-house training program that was conducted under the supervision of a senior firearms examiner. And that 2-year training program included learning how firearms operate, learning about ammunition. And
you gonna interpret, Boo?
Green.
I'll interpret the weaponry part because I understand weapon very well.
Yes. Okay, wait. All right, I got you big. We can go now. I can see.
All right.
And how ammunition and firearms function together, using the equipment in the lab to look at those pieces of evidence, as well as other types of testing that a firearms examiner would conduct. So again, that training period was 2 years long. And in addition to that, in 2004, when I began working at Miami-Dade, I was also selected by the ATF, which is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, to participate in their 1-year National Firearms Examiner Academy. And that one-year program that was in conjunction with my in-house training consisted of examiners from all different laboratories across the country that were my instructors. And again, learning about guns, how they operate, how bullets and cartridge cases interact with guns, how to examine bullets and cartridge cases under a microscope, as well as several other types of testing that a firearms examiner would do.
And you mentioned that you were previously employed in Miami-Dade as a firearms examiner, it sounds.
I am surprised. I am shocked. This isn't normal. I'm going to slow it just a tad. I am shocked that the court reporter has not told her to slow the down.
Is that correct?
That's right.
For how long have you held a position as a firearms examiner or as a firearms and tool mark examiner?
Now it's been over 20 years. So I spent 10 years at the Miami-Dade lab down in Miami, Florida. I spent 6 years as the section supervisor of the Connecticut State Forensic Laboratory. And for the last almost 6 years, I've been here in New Hampshire.
In addition to conducting your own examinations of firearms and ballistics evidence, do you also serve as sort of a peer reviewer or review analyses that are conducted by other people in the department for accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Is that a standard procedure for the state lab?
It is, yes.
So is it fair to say that any work that you do, there's another person who checks your work?
It is, yes.
Now, while you've been employed either in any of your agencies that you've worked with, Miami-Dade, Connecticut, or here at New Hampshire State Lab, have you undergone continuing education as you've been employed?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what kinds of continuing education have you had?
Well, as a member of an organization called the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, I'm able to attend, attend training seminars that organization holds once every year in different cities across the United States. And that training is a week long and encompasses technical presentations by my peers. There's smaller workshops, but that's typically about 30 to 40 hours of training for that week. And in addition to other types of training that may become available, such as like firearms courses, that would be called armorers courses that teach a student how a particular make or model of firearm operates, like taking it apart, putting it together, troubleshooting. And other types of webinars, forensic-related webinars that might be available to stay current on the topics in the field.
Do you undergo, as part of your position with the New Hampshire State Lab, any type of proficiency
I'll be right back. Keep going.
examination pertaining to your work as a firearms or ballistic evidence examiner?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain that for us?
Proficiency testing is a type of testing to ensure that forensic scientists are competent in their field. The laboratory will receive from a private company essentially a practical test. I don't know what the answer is to it. It could be, for example, in the field of, it could be firearms related, so it could be bullets, it could be cartridge cases. And that type of testing to test my skills to ensure that I'm competent in conducting this type, where I would examine those pieces that are, again, the answers are unknown to me. And
So you're being provided with physical items for you to conduct an examination on, and that's the test. It's not a written test you're talking about.
correct, it's a hands-on practical test, so bullets or cartridge cases. And once I've completed that, those results get sent to that company, that outside company that maintains these tests. And my answers are checked, and that reporting, or that those results are reported back to the laboratory.
Over the years, and I guess let me just ask you this, is there a certification certification or a need for certification to perform your job?
There's not a need for it, like a requirement, but I do hold a certification in firearms identification.
Can you
And
explain what that is?
so through the professional organization that I belong to, the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners, they do offer certification in 3 areas. So in firearms examination, in gunshot residue, and also in tool marks. So I hold a certification in firearms examination. I've held that since 2009. And to maintain that certification, one has to attain a certain number of continuing education credits for each year that you maintain your certification. And so that goes along with attending the conferences and things of that nature to maintain those certification points.
Over the years, if you know, at least that you've been at the state lab here in New Hampshire, do you know approximately how many examinations you conduct or have conducted with respect to firearms and ballistics evidence?
Oh gosh, I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head. Trying to think of the number of cases that I do per year. It would be pretty numerous, I would say.
Now, have you previously testified in court as an expert witness in the area of firearms and ballistics evidence examinations?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Between Florida, Connecticut, and here in New Hampshire, it's been over 100 times.
And you have been qualified here in the courts in the state of New Hampshire as an expert witness in that area?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Jill Terrio as an expert witness in the area of firearms and ballistics evidence.
The court hereby recognizes Ms. Terrio in the areas identified as an expert witness.
Thank you. Ms. Terrio, with respect to the case that you've been called here to testify about today, can you explain to the jury how you received this case or became involved in this case for examination?
Well, these items of evidence that are related to firearms, they're submitted to the laboratory for a series of testing that goes on, whether that's latent prints or DNA. The firearms unit is typically the last unit to examine those items that have been submitted for analysis. So once the other units have completed their testing on a particular set of items, then it would be my turn to conduct that. And as of the time of when this case took place and when these items were submitted to the laboratory, there's 2 of us in the pattern evidence unit that can conduct firearms examinations, one of which is my supervisor. So typically any type of casework that would come into the laboratory would fall to me.
Before we really get started, I want to show you some physical.
Okay, Diane, I need to confer with Diane. Diane, am I signing? Okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Examiner, right? I'm having a brain cramp. I'm not in like 2-3 weeks and my brain's going.
Yeah, examiner.
Okay,
examiner. Gotta put a person on it.
Doing that. Examiner.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, this is Miss Diane. We have some new people.
Hello.
And who is my mentor. We are not I'm not court certified.
I am.
But we are not having to be court certified because we are not physically in court, nor are we a part of the court, nor are we on Zoom for the court. This is for entertainment and educational purposes only.
And provide a service for the deaf.
Well, and providing services so that the deaf community can also enjoy this content as well. But She is, Miss Diane is my mentor and working with me. I am not a certified, qualified, I guess, but
qualified.
I am graduating this fall. Magna cum laude, Lord willing. If my GPA, they say though, I'm on the cusp. So, but I am going to be a cum laude of some kind. And in December, and then Miss Diane is going to work diligently with me. And hopefully within a year, I will pass my national certification for interpreting. So just to give for everybody, because we are now in streaming on multiple formats live. Finally, Facebook let me live again. Don't know what button somewhere.
And then I'm gonna try to finish my second master's.
Congratulations. So we're
and
going
then start on my doctorate.
Well, and I'm going to be going on to my master's, so we'll be going to masterates and doctorates together halfway across the country.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? So, Jen, I'm going to let you go. Mods, you now have this. I am now in interpreter mode. Here we go. I'm going to mute us.
She said before.
Look at the little cup.
So the first item I'm going to show you is what is in evidence, and please, if you need a minute, just go ahead.
Yeah, look at it.
Take your time.
Oh, dang it. Barely saw it. It's like mouthwash cup. Thank you. It's December 13th.
So
December.
I'm showing you what is in evidence in States Exhibit 20A. For the current moment, I'm just going to ask you to look at the item and not remove it from its container.
Yes.
I mean, it's in evidence, but it just.
I got to do this. It's coming along well, but no, I'm not going to show you. But I had other orders to do as well, so we're working on you. I may end up working on live, but we'll get you done by the end of November.
Exhibit 20B, please be careful, that's loose. And 20C.
Baby cup, do, baby cup, do.
Okay. With respect to States Exhibit 20A, is this the firearm that you received to examine related to this case?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to States Exhibit 20B, is that the magazine for that firearm and its related ammunition that you received?
Let's see, 20, I'm sorry, which exhibit was it?
20B?
20B.
Oh, I went backwards, so I apologize. Is 20B the live cartridge that you received as part of evidence with this weapon?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to States Exhibit 20C, is that the magazine for that firearm?
Yes, it is.
And there's also related unfired ammunition, is that fair to say?
In that item, yes.
Just correct my notes, I apologize. Terry, I'm next going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes as 24A, B, and C. If you could take a look at those items, let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do recognize these.
Are they?
These are enlargements of photographs that I took of the items of evidence that I examined in this case.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the identification on States Exhibits 24A, B, and C, and admit this full. No objection.
The ID may be stricken with respect to 24A, B, and C, and they shall be considered full exhibits.
Thank you, Matthew. That was absolutely perfect. When you get a chance, I need some ice water for my liquid IV. My mug is by the ice machine.
Yeah, as you look at, I took them away. If you need them back, let me know. But State's Exhibit 24A that you just looked at, that photograph of the weapon,
Yes.
is that consistent with how Exhibit 20A looks now?
It is, yes.
Just so that we can all look at things together. Maybe. Apparently I forgot how a pointer works. There we go. So I've got up on the screen, and you should have it next to you, and it should be in front for the jury to see as well, State's Exhibit 24A. And you've indicated that State's Exhibit 20A, as you look at it, it's in the same sort of position now.
The photograph on the screen here is how I received it when I first, before I did any examination of it. And how it's in front of me is in a slightly different position as far as its position inside of the box, but it appears to be in the same condition that when it left my custody.
So with respect to that weapon, when you received it, can you explain to us how you begin an examination as to that item?
So to examine a firearm that comes to me at the forensic laboratory, first, like we have in the photo here, I want to document how I received it. So I'll take a photograph of the outside of the package and then a photograph of the items that are inside of that package. And here we have a pistol, another plastic bag that was created by another examiner at the laboratory, and my little blue ruler that's in the photo. The first steps for my examination of a firearm, well, first I will take it out of the box, ensure that what's in the box is supposed to be there, and make sure that there's nothing missing. But my first steps for examining it are essentially walking through and looking at first the make, the model, and the serial number that's typically stamped somewhere on the firearm. And then I have a series of steps that I go through, and I have a worksheet that walks me through just documenting the physical condition of the gun. So again, make, model, serial number, the safety features that this firearm has, the overall condition of it, like is it in good condition? Does it look like it's a little beat up? The overall condition of it. I will look down the gun barrel to see if there's any obstructions, and there's also some characteristics inside of the gun barrel that are visible to your naked eye. I will note some characteristics that are inside of the gun barrel. One of the tests that I will conduct is to determine how many pounds of pressure it takes to pull the trigger on this particular gun, and to see if whether or not this gun is susceptible to any type of accidental discharge. So once I've walked through all of that, gathered all of that information, my next step would then be to test fire the firearm.
Before we get to there, with respect to this weapon as you received it, were you able to determine what the make and model are?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
This is a 9mm caliber Beretta semi-automatic pistol, and the model is 92 FS, F as in Frank, S as in Sam.
And were you able to locate the serial number on this weapon?
Yes, I was.
And what's the serial number?
The serial number is B as in Bob, E as in Edward, R 401806.
Were you able to evaluate the condition of this weapon?
Yes.
And what was the condition of it?
It was in good condition, and once I was done, it functioned as a.
Give me a second. Okay, sorry, Miss. I had two things going at once. I don't know why. Why can I not remember the word condition? How do you sign condition? 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 You're doing it too fast. You're like, condition. Okay. Brain cramp.
Expected.
Some of our signs are different because we live across what country from each other.
Now, can you explain this weapon? What kind of weapon is this? Is it in terms of the way that it fires?
This pistol shown here is what's considered a semi-automatic pistol.
Can you explain to us how it is that a semi-automatic pistol fires?
There's a number of steps that occur when firing a semi-automatic pistol, but the semi-automatic part refers to the number of rounds that it'll fire when the trigger is pulled. So semi-automatic means that to fire one round, you have to pull the trigger once. So with each shot, it would be one pull of the trigger. Essentially, this type of gun would take a source of ammunition called a magazine. Some folks know it as a clip, but more correctly, it would be called a magazine. A magazine would be filled with live cartridges or rounds of ammunition. That magazine that has ammunition in it will then get placed into the grip or the handle part of the firearm. Now, in order to make this particular type of gun operate, like in the photograph here that you see on the screen, there's a top part of the firearm called the slide, and it's sort of a top part of it. And in the photograph here, it's what's called the open position. So if one were to take a magazine and put it inside of the grip or the magazine well, and you were to use a button to close the slide, that would take a live round of ammunition from the magazine, which is now inside the gun, and take that live round and put it into what's called the chamber of the barrel, of the gun barrel. So at that point, the firearm would be loaded. At that point, the way that this pistol's designed, there's a part called the hammer, which is when you send the slide forward, it'll be in a cocked position, so this firearm will be ready to fire. And then in order to shoot it, you would pull the trigger. The hammer would fall. Pulling the trigger causes the hammer to fall. The hammer will then strike a firing pin, which connects with the live round of ammunition, and through a series of events that happen super fast, that causes the gun to go off. So that'll cause the bullet to travel down the gun barrel.
I'm glad you're not signing this.
Due to a whole bunch of heat and energy that's created. So that sends the bullet down the gun barrel. All that heat and energy that's built up will also press against that top part of the gun called the slide. That'll move the slide backwards, and that will then take that now empty cartridge case out of the chamber of the firearm. And when that slide comes back, it's on spring pressure. So when that slide moves back into place, that forward motion will then take a live round of ammunition, put it into the chamber, and at that point, the firearm would be ready to fire again.
Sorry, I had to do what's called an expansion. It's easier for me to explain it like that than to try to follow her.
When you indicate that when the slide moves back or moves forward and then back, that it would
Diane.
eject or remove the spent or the fire cartridge casing.
That's correct.
Is that sometimes called an ejector?
There's one portion, two portions of the gun that cause that to happen. But yes, there's one that's called an ejector, that when the casing, the empty casing comes in contact with that, that helps to flip it out of the firearm.
When this particular Beretta ejects a cartridge or a casing, does it eject to a particular side?
In general, pistols tend to extract and eject on the right and rearward. But in my experience, that's the general direction it goes in, but sometimes they don't always go that way.
Now, we've got State's Exhibit, I've got to make sure I've got them the right numbers. So we've looked at 20C, which is the magazine and the ammunition, correct?
Yes, 20C is the magazine and ammo.
So moving forward on here, I'm putting State's 24B, which is in evidence on the screen. Is that what you're seeing in State's Exhibit 20B?
Yes, that's right. That's correct.
Can you explain to us what those items are?
So in this picture here, again, this is a photograph that I took of the items that were inside the package. On the left side, that sort of dark gray black item is the magazine, and on the right is a clear plastic bag that was created by a different person from the laboratory who had removed those live cartridges from the magazine.
So I want to show you another photograph that's in evidence, not one of your own, but one that's already in. Looking at State's Exhibit 24B and State's Exhibit
Diane.
19H, are these the same items? So that item in 20B is KPP2B on the bag?
Yes, the bag here says KPP-2B, yes.
Okay. Since they're all just sort of in a bag, is that consistent with the number of items that were recovered from that particular magazine?
Let's see, I have 13 that were taken out of that, and if that is 13. Well, 13, yes, 13 are being showed in the photos.
That magazine for this weapon, the one that you examined in State's Exhibit 20C, my notes are messed up, so I apologize, 20C. Can you describe to us how many rounds of ammunition that magazine itself holds?
Yes, I'm just going to refer to my notes to refresh my memory.
If that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, so this magazine is capable of holding 15 cartridges, 15 9mm cartridges.
Now, we've heard the terms throughout this trial and now through your testimony, rounds, live rounds, I'm sure I've used some of them mistakenly, cartridges, projectiles, bullets, casings. Can you explain those terms for us? Like, what kinds of terms are we talking about for the evidence that you examined relevant to this case?
So typically, with the terminology that I would use for a live round, which is perfectly acceptable terminology to call that, is also known as a cartridge. A cartridge is typically made up of 4 components, that being a bullet, a cartridge case, gunpowder, and a primer.
Do you have a demonstrative aid that you have with you today that might be able to help us understand the pieces of a cartridge?
I do.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind. Your Honor, asking permission for the witness to approach the jury in order to demonstrate to them and explain to them the components of a cartridge or a live round.
Certainly.
Okay. Okay, so the item that I have here, this is a plastic model of a live cartridge. It's plastic, it's oversized, it's not an actual real piece of ammunition. But as I was saying, the cartridge, or a live cartridge is made of 4 components. So first there's the bullet, which is this guy, and this is typically seated in the mouth of a cartridge case. The bullet can be made of a number of different types of materials, sometimes copper, sometimes lead. A cartridge case can be brass, sometimes it can be other material as well. Housed inside of this cartridge would be the gunpowder, so that's all filled up in here. So once that has gunpowder in it, the bullet fits in here like this. Now on the back of the cartridge is this little round area here. This is called the primer. And the way that this operates in a firearm is that when this is put into, say we're talking about a semi-automatic pistol, when this is put into the chamber of the gun and the trigger is pulled, the firing pin from the gun will strike this primer. The primer is made of a shock-sensitive material, so when that firing pin strikes it, it causes a small detonation, which then in turn causes the gunpowder to burn, and that's what builds up all that heat and energy that sends the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. And depending on what type of firearm you're shooting, this empty cartridge case can be extracted and ejected, or again, depending on the gun, it can remain inside the firearm.
So, for comparison purposes, what parts of a cartridge or a live round are you able to use to conduct a comparison or to examine as part of your work as a ballistics or firearms examiner?
So the parts that I would be interested in comparing would be the bullet that was fired from the gun, so these things are now separate. Bullets can be collected from crime scenes or autopsies or things, anywhere where crime has occurred with a shooting. The cartridge case is another item because the gun has come in contact with that primer area. There's some other marks that are left behind from the gun on the primer that I would be interested in. And then on the surface of the bullet, because that has traveled down the gun barrel, it picks up scratch marks from the inside of the gun barrel, and that's what I'll be looking at visually unaided with a microscope as well as under a microscope to look at these marks.
When you talk about scratches in terms of what you're examining, can you explain that to us? What kinds of scratches are these? How are they created?
Well, when we're talking about that type of marking that's left behind on a bullet, the inside of the gun barrel is, it has areas of what's called lands and grooves, which are areas of high and low that are carved into the gun barrel by the manufacturer. They do it on purpose. That causes the bullet to spin when it exits, kind of like the way a quarterback throws a pass. He throws a spiral. A bullet is traveling in that spiral motion as well, and that keeps it stable as it's traveling. Because the bullet is a snug fit inside of that gun barrel, those areas of high and low are going to scratch or scrape that surface of the bullet. So as it's traveling, it's gaining these marks from the inside of the gun barrel, and that's what I use to do a comparison of, say, 2 bullets to each other, or a bullet from the scene to a bullet that I have test fired.
Thank you. You had indicated that your examination of these types of ballistic evidence occurs partially visually, but then with a microscope.
Correct.
Can you explain to us is it like the microscope I used to use in science class, or is it something different?
It's similar to the one we had in science class. The device that I use is called a comparison microscope that takes two of those types of microscopes, connects them through a series of mirrors and prisms that lets the user look through a set of eyepieces and see two things at the same time.
When you are conducting this type of an examination, what kinds of conclusions can you come to after you're comparing, either you said bullets to other bullets fired at or recovered from the same place, or a bullet compared to a test fire?
The three conclusions that I can come to with regard to the forensic evidence that I look at includes an identification, which means that the
Forensic. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
this bullet or this cartridge case was fired from this particular gun, or these two bullets were fired from the same gun. The opposite of that is an exclusion or an elimination, meaning that there were differences between the two. And that means that this bullet or this cartridge case was not fired in this particular firearm, or these two bullets or these two casings were not fired in the same gun. Now, right in between there is what's called inconclusive. Inconclusive basically means that there's not enough information on those items to make a definitive, yes, it was, or no, it's not.
So I am going to ask you, I want to do this so that we're very clear. The weapon that you have in State's Exhibit 20A inside of this box,
Yes.
as it stands right now, it's fully unloaded, is that fair to say?
Yes, it is. I can tell that by a zip tie that I've placed through the action of the firearm.
And there's no magazine inserted in it?
Correct.
Okay. With the court's permission, I would like to ask you to remove this item from the box and publish it to the jury so they can ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's some scissors right here. Thank you.
Wear the gloves, boo.
And for the record, Exhibit 28, correct?
20B, or A, I apologize. My letters are a little off in my notes, so I apologize.
Someone's playing on her phone.
I'll be beautiful. I'm too tired to find the word. I don't
There's
care.
no biological or any kind of material on this firearm, so the gloves
No,
are kind of giant. I'm gonna hold it with my bare hands.
It's called vocabulary word hunt.
Yeah.
Word hunt.
Word hunt. Word hunt.
You're using words that we do not use every day.
Wrong. I know what American Sign Language is. Looking for the word.
That is such a wonderful. Hold on. I can't. That right now is the correct way to handle the gun.
Thank you. You could just come on up in front of this jury, and I'd like you to walk us through, obviously not doing it, but could you show us how somebody would load this firearm?
Sure, and again, just to demonstrate for everybody that this firearm is unloaded, I just unsnipped the zip tie that I had put through the action of the gun before. So it's unloaded, there's nothing in the chamber here, which is where a cartridge would go, and the magazine that normally would go right here is not present. So regardless, I'm going to keep this pointed downward just to observe all the safety procedures. And I'm sorry, you said the...
So how would somebody load this weapon?
So in its condition like this top part here is the slide that I mentioned earlier. That's locked open in an open position. But to load this firearm, you would have the magazine with cartridges in it, and that would go in this opening here in the grip that's called the magazine well. And that would snap into place and it'll click once it's properly seated.
Once the magazine
Went
is
ahead and did it.
inserted inside of the weapon, is it ready to
Why does the
fire?
captioning keep dropping?
At that point, no. In
Keep
a
dropping.
condition like this gun is right here where that slide is still
Don't fuss at me. I put it up there and then it drops down. Don't fuss at me.
open, one would have to close the slide in order to take a live cartridge from the top of the magazine, and that would what's called chamber the live round.
I've already showed.
Can you demonstrate us how somebody would, is that sometimes called racking a slide?
It is, yes.
Okay. Can you show us how that occurs and what that looks like?
Sure, you can do it two ways. The first way, again, the slide is on spring pressure, so when I pull it back, it's going to overcome a little pull that's keeping it open. So you can pull it back and let it go forward. So that's one way to do it. That will close the slide. That's going to take one of those rounds of ammunition from the top and put it into the chamber. The second way to do that, there is a button on the side here. This is called a slide release. And if I were to use my thumb and press that button, that will let the slide go forward. That little lock or that button is what's holding that slide open. So then that would close the slide. So you can do it two ways. You can manually do it, or you can use your thumb to release that slide and let it slide into position.
Now,
You can only
once that slide has been placed into position, there would be, were this a loaded weapon, there would be a live round in the chamber and the weapon would be ready to fire.
Yes, it would. The way that this pistol is designed, this part here is called the hammer, and this is in what's called the cocked position, and that just happens, this is the hammer here, and that happened when the slide is pulled backwards. So when it was open, when the slide was open, when we go to close it, using one of those two ways, that hammer is locked in the back position. So that means if you were to pull the trigger, it would fire.
What kinds of safety features are associated with this particular Beretta pistol?
There's a number of safety features. There's one right here, if you can see, again, I'm going to keep this pointed down, but there's a red dot that's right here, and that's indicating that the safety is off. So if I were to rotate this lever, you know what that did right there, that's two things that happen. One, it's a manual safety that will keep the gun from firing, and that click that we all just heard is called a decocker. That will safely drop that hammer without having to pull the trigger. So as we saw, the hammer was cocked backwards, but if you use that lever, that manual safety / decocker, that will safely lower the hammer without firing the gun. So that's one safety feature. There's another one inside that is not visible from, not really visible from the outside, but it's called a firing pin lock. And essentially that's doing exactly what it sounds like. It's keeping the firing pin, it's blocking the firing pin from moving forward. So the only way that that is deactivated is by pulling the trigger. Pulling the trigger will work some of the internal components to move something out of the way, move a block out of the way, and that will let the firing pin go forward. Trying to think what else it does without looking at my notes.
If you need your notes to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
Okay. I believe there's also a loaded chamber indicator on this, which is actually the extractor. The extractor is that little piece of the firearm that will pull the empty cartridge case.
I'm not going to sign this again and again and again and again. It's the same thing, different ways of saying it. It's very, very difficult to interpret that situation. I'm going to unmute you, Miss Diane. Hold on. Damn mouse. Anything techie today has been effing. I mean, this is getting stuck. I'm just so pissed off.
Watch your language. Anyway.
Pissed off.
Just tell them. Just do that. Anyway, just tell him she's saying the same thing again. It's like a math teacher telling a class 4 different ways to find an answer. And by the time they finished, the class is so confused. I used to tell my student, when I'm interpreting, if you get a way that you understand, tell me to stop. And that's what I do. And they didn't want to hear the other 3 or 2 ways because it just confused her so bad. And she got A's in the class when everybody else was failing because she had one way to get an answer.
So from beginning to end, and there's something going off in your room. Oh, it maybe
is.
Done.
Oh, it was probably my phone because I plugged it up because it's dead.
Okay.
That's all.
Magazine. In the mag, you have bullets. They load up, and maybe you go to interpret a little bit for me. They load up and out. Hammer. Slide. Now, Ted. Pull it back. Bullet loads. Close it. Bullet ready. Trigger. Pull it. Hammer. Hits. Bullet. Leaves. Finished. Was that clear to you guys?
Or cartridge out of the chamber. When there's a round in here, this little piece actually sticks out just a tiny bit, and I don't recall if there's like a bit of orange on there, but it's either visual or you can feel it with your finger. You'd be able to feel or see that extractor, and when that happens, you know that there is a live round in the chamber.
Now, not sure I'm going to phrase this correctly, so please correct me. When firing this weapon, does it have sights?
It does, yes.
Can you explain to us what those are?
There's 2 sights on this firearm. There's one in the front towards the muzzle end of the gun, and then there's another one back here towards the back of the firearm.
And what are sights?
They are on the firearm to assist in aiming at a target.
And you had described to us earlier when you were seated and without the weapon in your hand about ejecting from the gun. Can you show where that ejection would occur from on this weapon?
Yes, so what I'm gonna do here is open the slide and lock it open. So on the top of the gun here, there's this opening. Inside here is the chamber. This is the chamber, that's where the live round or cartridge case would be. So, the extractor and the ejector, when this slide is coming backwards, that will cause the decocker keeping decocking the gun. That will fly out of this open area here. So when this slide is open, this little area here, this opening, is where that empty casing, or if you were extracting a live round, that's where that would fly out the firearm.
And I think one more question before I give you a break and let you sit down. With respect to this weapon, you indicated that part of your examination involved testing to see how much force was required to pull the trigger.
Yes.
How much force, or can you demonstrate or explain to us how much force is needed to pull this trigger?
Well, specifically, I have to go back and refer to my notes for the exact poundage of how much force it takes to do this. But this gun operates in what's called single action and double action. Single action refers to what happens, how many things happen when you pull the trigger. So when it's in single action mode, sorry, this is kind of a long explanation to get there, but.
It's okay, whatever you need to get us there.
So when the slide comes forward, and remember how we have that hammer in that cocked position, if I were to fire this gun, that would be called single action, because when you pull the trigger, one thing is happening. So I'm gonna, the gun's empty, but I'm gonna demonstrate. So this would be how many pounds of pressure is what I'm measuring to make that happen. And I'll do that a number of times, about 3 times, to determine how many pounds it takes to cause it to fall and where the trigger, the hammer will not fall. Now, there's another mode that this can fire in. Say, for example, we've decocked the firearm, so that hammer is now down, safely lowered down. You can still fire it if the safety's off. But what we're doing here is operating it in double action. And so what that means is that when I pull the trigger, you can watch the hammer come back.
Okay, I'm going to explain better. A single action, the hammer is up. When you pull the trigger, the hammer goes down. One movement. Double action, the hammer is down. You pull it, it has to come up and then down again. 2 movements. Clear? Thank God I know how pew-pews. Lead shooters.
And then let go. So 2 things are happening when I pull the trigger. One, it's cocking back, and then shoot is releasing. So there's single action, there's double action, and each of those has slightly different pounds of pressure. I'll refer to my notes for the exact, but there's different pounds of pressure to be able to pull the trigger for each of those modes.
Thanks so much. You can go ahead and return to your seat.
I love the way she is controlling that weapon. And she's making it safe again. With the
question. If you
Yes.
recall, or if you can refresh your recollection, can you describe to us how many pounds of pressure it takes to pull this trigger, both in single action and then in double action mode?
I can. Referring to my notes, for single action, it takes 4 to 5 pounds of pressure to pull that. And in double action, it's about 9.5 to 10 pounds.
Is there something that you can give us, sort of a real world measurement, but 4 to 5 pounds, what does that equate to?
4 to 5 pounds would be about a bag of sugar from the grocery store. You can imagine how much that weighs. I think these days it's 4 pounds because they're smaller. 9.5 to 10 pounds would be a large bag of flour, for example, or a gallon of milk, maybe a little bit heavier than a gallon of milk. So if you can imagine sort of the weights of that, that's how much pressure would be put on the triggers in either single or double action.
Now, you had indicated earlier in your testimony that part of what you had done was test this weapon for functionality, and that you did find it to function as you expected.
Yes.
And is that partially by firing the weapon and checking to see if it operates?
It is, yes.
And did you conduct any tests to determine whether the weapon could jar off?
I did, yes.
What is jar off?
That means, that's a term that I use to determine if a gun is susceptible to an accidental discharge from some kind of jarring action to it.
Was this weapon susceptible to jar off?
It was not.
Now, before I move into the other
For your future knowledge, jar off or G off, as they call it, G off.
evidence that you received in this case, specifically the evidence from the scene, in test firing a gun, can you explain to us that process and what you do with the test fired round that you recover?
When I go to test fire a firearm, typically that's the second part of what I do. First, I typically would look at bullets or cartridge cases, and that kind of steers me in the direction of what type of ammunition I would need to test fire, just to try to look at things that are similar to what was recovered from the crime scene. So I would then select an appropriate type of ammunition, typically 3 cartridges, but I'm not limited to 3, but typically 3. The laboratory that I work in has what's called the test fire room. And in that room is, it's essentially a tank of water that's connected to sort of a pool filter that when I fire into it, the water slows down the bullet so that it's not damaged, so that I can examine it under the microscope. The pool filter part just kind of sucks it out of the tank and deposits it into a little, a basket for retrieval. But I will choose the appropriate type of ammunition for the case. I will test fire the gun and I'll test it as well in single and double action, and that's to determine how the gun's functioning.
Why didn't you go water tank?
That's typically the type of bullet retrieval device that forensic laboratories use. There's sort of variations on a theme of that, whether or not they're vertical or horizontal, but essentially the water slows the bullet down enough so it's not damaged when it hits the water, and then it's in a good enough condition for me to microscopically examine it.
So let's move on to the other evidence that you received, because you received this weapon and all of its parts.
Am I doing microscopic right?
You also received some additional materials that you were asked to look at in order to conduct a comparison. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is, I'm sorry to pile up so many things on you. I'm showing you what is in evidence as State's Exhibit 28 and as State's Exhibit 29 for this case. They're already open if you want to take those items out and look at them.
Okay.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Were they part of your examination?
Yes, they are.
Now, those are casings and a projectile, is that fair? A casing and a projectile, fair to say?
Correct, yes. One casing and one bullet or one projectile.
Is there some way in which you know that you examined those two items yourself?
There is, yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Excuse me. Well, first I recognize my initials on the outside of the packaging, but more specifically on the items themselves. On the cartridge case, I will have scribed like with an engraving tool on the body, on sort of the body part of the cartridge case. I will scribe the case number, the item number, and my initials, so that way I know that this is the case that this belongs to, which I can see here. And then on the bullet, once that has been cleaned, I will also inscribe that same information, the case number, which particular item number this is, and my initials.
Now, once you examined those two items, you were able to choose
Initials?
an ammunition that matched up with them, is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Inside of State's Exhibit 20A, there's a small envelope. Does that contain your test fired rounds that you fired into that water tank and recovered?
It does, yes.
Now, with respect to your examination of the casing and then the projectile, could you walk us through what you did?
So once I have examined, well, first on a preliminary basis, I will have examined the bullet and the cartridge case, gathering all of the physical characteristics of each of those items. Again, filling out a worksheet that asks for all of the pertinent information. So if I'm talking about the bullet, it would be how much does it weigh, what caliber is it, what is it made of, any type of damage to it, and I'll conduct that same sort of overview of the cartridge case. Once I've done that, then on the microscope that I use to conduct the comparisons, I will use one of the test-fired bullets that I just shot from the firearm, and I will put that on one side of the microscope, and then the evidence bullet on the other stage of the microscope. And again, looking through the eyepieces on this piece of equipment lets me see those two things at the same time. And so I will, on the bullet, look for those scratch marks that I discussed earlier, those individual characteristics that are unique to that particular gun, looking for that same pattern, matching that pattern that I see on the surface of the bullet from the crime scene. And so once I've done that, I can come to one of those three conclusions, and I'll conduct a similar examination on the fired cartridge case, again with a test fired cartridge case on one side of the stage of the microscope and the one from the scene on the other. And again, looking for agreement, matching patterns that I'm seeing on the two of those to determine whether or not this bullet or this cartridge case was fired in this gun.
So with respect to State's Exhibit 28, which is the casing,
Yes.
were you able to make a determination or conclusion based on your examination of that item?
Yes, I was.
What was your conclusion?
I determined that the cartridge case was fired in the Beretta pistol.
And where were the markings that you looked at that allowed you to determine that? In terms of generally, what kinds of tool marks did you see?
Sure. Again, I'm just going to refer to my notes. So on this, I was specifically looking at where the firing pin struck the cartridge case on the primer. So there were details in that impression of the firing pin of the gun on both my test fires and on the fired cartridge case. And then there was another area of the primer of the question cartridge case that came in contact with the gun called the breech. And I also saw agreement of those areas, those corresponding areas on the cartridge cases.
With respect to State's Exhibit 29, which is the bullet, and I'm just going to show a closer up image of that item. In State's Exhibit 24C, is this the bullet or projectile that you received?
Yes, it is.
And just so we're clear, this is not under a microscope, correct? This is just a close-up photograph that you took?
It's through a type of a microscope called a stereo microscope. It just lets you see things a little bit larger, but it's not like a comparison microscope that I use for looking at two things.
But this fairly shows what that projectile looked like when you examined it, and then you got it to go in a little bit closer and see the microscopic markings, fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. When you examined State's Exhibit 29, which is the projectile or the bullet recovered from the scene, what, if any, determination or conclusion were you able to make based on that examination of that item to the Beretta?
After comparing the bullet, the question bullet to the test-fired bullets that I made from the Beretta pistol, I determined that that question bullet, the one on the screen, was fired in the Beretta pistol.
Boo, we got to work on your lighting. Why do you have the light behind you? We need a little interpreter. Hold on. You're really loud. Bring it down a little. Everybody.
God, bring me down a little.
I did. Everybody, we need an interpreter break. It gets a little. We need a little 2-minute break. We're having everybody go have a Miss Diane.
Talk to me.
Why do you have the light behind you? You got gray hair.
No, I got a halo.
Oh, no funny. All of your light needs to be in front of you, nothing behind you, because
I gotta do something then. Well, let's do this. Let me see what I can do here.
Diane, listen. Honey, listen, Linda. Listen.
I'm listening while you're talking. I'm gonna try to fix it. Well, no, I can't. I'll break my ever-loving neck. I don't have my ladder.
Oh, she's still talking. She's not listening.
I is listening. My ears and my mouth work at the same time. No, they don't. Okay. All right.
You have that light as an ex-20-year photographer. The light behind you is making everything look gray, and it's hard to see your hands. You need a light right there.
In front of me. Okay. Let me look.
All right.
I got a ring.
Oh my gosh. I don't know why her loud. Boy, the court needs your microphones because, man, you're loud and hot. That's a good thing. I muted you. What?
Am I a hottie? You're saying I'm a hot?
Yeah, her microphone's hot. But the problem is when we interpret, the lighting she needs is what I have. the contrast between my black and my hands. It used to be good, Diane. I don't know what you did, but you moved your lighting. Never light from the side back. Now I have a side light right here. It's because I have two windows and I'm balancing, but I've got two big lights here. What she's doing is a no bueno. Hi, everybody. I want to say hi to all y'all. Oh my gosh, we have the radiant, the resident evil is in here. We have June, we have Honey, we have Aaron, we have Angela. But where's everybody else? We're all blue in here. We're all blue. Where did everybody go? All of y'all are lurking. We need you to quit lurking. Come on, comment. Let's have some fun in the comments. Y'all, I'm going to ask y'all to subscribe. I've lost some subscriptions. Part of it is YouTube. Go check and make sure you're still subscribed. Sometimes YouTube will kidnap my subscribers. I kid you not. They do it to everybody. If you gain 20 subscribers in one day, they may take 5 or 6 of them. God only knows. I'm going to take her off before, just in case she falls and breaks her neck. I don't want y'all to see it. We don't need to see her crash and burn. I can see her. Y'all can't. But that lighting is just, yo. We're just taking a quick little break. Okay, while she's doing that, I'm going to get this playing again. Here we go. She needs to turn off the light behind her and just put one right there in front. I don't know what did different.
Just one question about this particular Beretta handgun. If there were a magazine, a loaded magazine inserted into that weapon, is it possible to insert that magazine without
that is better. But why do you look black and white? There's no orange or gray.
I don't know.
What did you do different?
I just turned that one off. Well, let me turn it back on and see what happens.
No. No. That's harsh. That's better. I can at least have contrast behind you. Boo. We've got to get you better lighting.
Hold on. We may have an answer.
I'm going to mute that so it doesn't blow our eardrums. The problem is deaf. I have a deaf person watching and they're saying, her lighting not good. I'm like, I know. Hey, honey, what'd you eat for lunch and dinner? We call it dinner. What did you eat for dinner? Dinner what? Oh, haven't seen him today, huh, K-Swan? He's good, of course. He's with... But lighting for interpreting is very important. And I do have somebody... Sorry, I'm talking and not signing. I was telling him I have a deaf person who's watching right now, and you were questioning why Di's lighting was so bad. So I'm trying to help fix it because I know I'm struggling clearly seeing her sides. So I thought I took her off. Okay. So we're going to start a little bit more again. Here we go.
simultaneously loading a live cartridge into the chamber?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Is there any way to put a 15-round magazine into that Beretta handgun?
Better. But we'll work on it later.
And not have one of the rounds loaded into the chamber and be ready to fire?
Yes, I sure will, yes. If you took the magazine that had ammunition in it and simply just placed it in the gun, whether or not the slide is open or closed, wouldn't matter at that point. But if you were to just place the magazine, the loaded magazine into the pistol, there would not be any round in the chamber of the gun because that slide hasn't moved back and forth to be able to take one from the magazine and put it into the chamber. So that would be whether the slide was open or closed.
So let me ask you if you can take the gun and come over here and show us how that would work. Without, don't insert the magazine, but go ahead and show us
Sure.
how that would work.
We got to work on your lighting at some point, Lou. I need you to show me later what you are actually using. Maybe we're spending $45.
And again, just to show everyone, the magazine is empty. There's no ammunition in it, and the firearm is still unloaded.
Okay, stand where everybody can see you. Not behind.
So if this magazine had ammunition in it, again, it would be placed into the magazine well of the firearm. So I'm kind of hold it in front here. The only way that you would be able to get around from here into the chamber would be to pull the slide back and let it go forward, which would then take that first round that's on the top of here and put that into the chamber. But if the gun was simply, I'm going to talk this really quick. If the firearm was simply like this with the slide closed and you took your magazine with ammunition in it, again, it's empty. But if you were to put it in like that and didn't do anything else, there would not be a round in the chamber.
So as that weapon would be, if that magazine that you put in there had 15 rounds, which is capacity, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Inside of it, and it was in this position, and you put the magazine in, there would not be a round in the chamber ready to fire.
Right, because the slide is closed, there's no ammunition, well, in this case, there's no ammunition in that, but if there was some in here, and you were to just simply put this into place, there's nothing in the chamber of the gun as of yet. But if you were to manipulate the slide back and forth, that would then put a chamber, put a round in the chamber of the gun.
So if you were storing your weapon in this manner, with the loaded 15 round mag inside of the handle or the magazine well, and had not placed or moved the slide to have a live cartridge loaded, and you wanted to fire the gun, can you show us what you would have to do?
To actually fire it?
To fire it.
Well, there would have to be, again, ammo in the magazine. You would take this isn't gonna work quite as well because this is empty and it's gonna hold the slide open because this is empty, but I'll demonstrate from here. So if this was loaded, this firearm was like this. If you were to put the magazine in, I'm not going to see it totally because if it's empty and I pull the slide back, it's going to pop open. But if I wrap the slide like that and there was ammunition in the magazine, that wrapping of that slide would then put a round in the chamber. At this point, I had the safety on, so the hammer couldn't be locked in that ready-to-go position.
Okay, guys, I'm going to zoom this because honestly, we can't see it. I've already explained it. It's redundant.
That's the cartridge case.
How do you sign? Green? Redundant. And again and again and again and again. Yeah, can't beat a dead horse. mean, it's good information if you've never seen a lead shooter before. Ever. Ever. But you're losing me, man.
Sure.
When you demonstrated over here with the Beretta 9mm pistol, racking the slide to be able to load the chamber with a bullet from the magazine, how much pressure would that take?
To pull the slide backwards? That's not a measurement that I have. It is under spring pressure, so I couldn't even begin to put it like a poundage pressure because it's not something I'm able to test for.
How can you test for the trigger pressure?
Well, for the trigger, to see how much pounds of pressure it takes to pull the trigger, I have essentially it's called a spring gauge. It kind of looks like a scale, like you would use to measure how heavy your luggage is before you go to the airport. But that has a hook on it that I can place on the trigger of the gun to determine how many pounds of pressure in single or double action to do that, but there's no device to measure how much pressure it is to pull the slide backwards.
Could you tell us if it's the amount of pressure used is more or less than pulling the trigger?
Overruled.
Why is that?
Again, I don't really know how much pressure it would be. Like for the single action, it's between 4 and 5 pounds. The double action is 9.5 to 10 pounds. So I'm trying to think, I would just be guessing at that point. I really couldn't put a specific number on that.
Yep, not a specific number, but you can say it more or less.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Approach.
Objection. Speculating, guessing, speculating, and asked and answered both. I don't know where she's going with this. The lawyer is going with this. They don't usually measure. I've never heard of anyone measuring how much pounds of pressure is needed to pull the slide back. Usually pounds of pressure is more for anything that's moving forward, not being pulled. But I guess because they do it for the trigger. But I've never heard of anyone testing anything other than the trigger itself, not the slide. Why? June, can you guess any reason why they want to measure the slide? If you were a kid, age 4, and they were trying to prove that a child could pull back that slide and engage a bullet, that would be important. But not here. Why is that important?
So during your examination of this pistol and today, you were able to feel how it is to pull the trigger single action, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to feel how it is to pull the trigger in double action, correct?
Yes.
and you were able to feel how or feel the force used to pull the slide back, correct?
Yes.
And just in how it feels, does it feel like it's as much pressure or more? Is that fair to say?
I think if
I understand that, but we're not arguing about who pulled the trigger. They know he confessed. So why is that important? June, to private messaging. Come on.
I had to estimate. I don't think it's as light as the single action is, because that's pulling the trigger. That's 4 to 5 pounds isn't a whole lot. 10 to 12 is pretty, what I would describe as a stiff trigger, stiff-ish type of trigger. So I would say maybe somewhere in between there, roughly. But that's not particularly scientific. There's no real way that I'm aware of to determine exactly what that poundage would be to pull that slide back.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, can Ms. Theriot be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to be typing the new name. Once that's done, I'll pick up interpreting. I could see where, all right, if you're measuring the slide, because you're trying to say a little kid had the ability to load the weapon and to re-engage that slide, that's fine. But in this case, why is it important? It's not. Are we done? Are we done for the day? We're done for the day. Oh my gosh, we're done early. Probably nice. It's been a day. I have had nothing but glitchy computer and mouse all day. I'm going to throw it twice today at least.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I have no redirect. I think I said that. Your Honor, I'm sorry, I was waiting for the court. I don't believe at this time that the state has any further witnesses to call today.
For today, okay, all right, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so members of the jury, scheduling in a trial, obviously as part of the jury selection process, we informed you it would be a 2-week trial. So witness scheduling in these matters can sometimes be a little bit difficult, so to speak. I will inform you that we're making good progress over the course of the trial. And what that means is that the state has one expert witness, one witness who is slated to testify on Thursday. That person is slated to testify on Thursday. And based upon consultation with counsel relative to the order of witnesses, what has been determined is that we can have that other witness besides the 2 witnesses the state intends to call, that they can be called to testify on Thursday. What I'm getting to in a roundabout fashion is it looks like we're going to take tomorrow off relative to scheduling. Once again, we appreciate your service. We appreciate your patience. Scheduling in these matters, as I said, sometimes can be difficult, but rather than have you come in for just a half day tomorrow, we'd rather say that we will not have the trial be conducted tomorrow, and instead we'll push it into a longer day on Thursday from an efficiency standpoint. I know some of you may disagree with that, but that's the decision that I've made relative to the overall pattern of scheduling. So once again, based on the order of witnesses, we'll take tomorrow off. We'll convene again at 9 o'clock on Thursday for what would be another longer day on Thursday, again, rather than breaking it up into smaller chunks and having you come in each day.
I gotta be out of office on Thursday all day. Out of office. Why could you not take Thursday off?
So I've made that decision with consultation with counsel, and they both agree relative to that. We're on good scheduling as far as the trial as a whole is concerned. So once again, as I've advised you in the past, there is media presence with respect to this matter. I instruct you, I order you to not do any research whatsoever with respect to any of the matters that you've heard about here, whether it's online research or in-person research or anything else. I advise you not only not to discuss the case amongst yourselves, but do not discuss the case or the evidence with anyone else outside the courtroom. Again, everything that your decision in this case needs to be based upon what you hear in this courtroom and from no other source. And if there is any information that I receive as to any interference with those instructions, I will be forced to take action with it. So again, I appreciate your respecting my orders in that regard. And again, please take affirmative steps to avoid inadvertent exposure to any of the media accounts. And finally, again, through your own social media, if you choose to do so, please do not discuss or broadcast any aspect of the case whatsoever. Again, I appreciate your service, I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate your willingness to abide by these instructions. Counsel, anything else before we excuse the jury for the day? Okay, so 9 o'clock on Thursday. Thank you very much for your understanding under the circumstances, and we'll see you then. All right.
All my programs have been jumpy today. I don't know what's going on.
Just happens. That's all. Just happens.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I don't want to be seated. I want to leave.
Bye.
Anything at this time, counsel? From defendant, anything at this time? Okay, all right, thank you. Court will be in recess. Whatever exhibits need to be attended to with the monitor, please do so. Okay, thank you very much. And 9 o'clock on Thursday? Okay, thank you.
Woo!
All right, Miss Diane. We'll see you later.
All right. See you later. I'll get my light moved.
Love you. Bye.
Love you.
Wow. Oh, y'all. Okay, so let me do a quick rundown. Then we'll figure out what we're going to do. How about them apples? All right. Okay, today, New Hampshire versus Dustin Duren trial featured key witness testimony focused on the Amber Alert timeline, mental health context, and forensic evidence. Our witnesses today, we had law enforcement officers, Berlin PD, and state troopers testify about the discovery of Caitlin Ziegner's body on February 29th of 24, and the Amber Alert that was issued on March 1st of 2024, the recovery of the children with Duren in the Applebee's parking lot, 170 miles away from the crime scene. The forensic analysts presented ballistics and autopsy findings, confirmed Caitlin died from single gunshot wound, analysis and firearm matched weapons, no signs of struggle. Mental health expert testified about Duren's PTSD diagnosis and military background, which we didn't mark off. We did have former Marine and PTSD. Pew shot, we had that. Okay, sorry, bingo card. Rabbit trail. The defense is leaning on this to support their self-defense claim, arguing Caitlin. Okay, fine, we'll do that. Was attempting to kidnap the children. The dispatcher played the audio recording. Amber Alert was given, provided context on Duren's demeanor and statements during the call. Defense strategy is emerging, and this defense is building a narrative around self-defense, citing that Duren's mental health and brief believe that Caitlin posed a threat to their children. What do you think? Where are y'all on this? Do you believe that he actually posed a threat to the children? I don't. I really, really don't. There's the bingo card today. I have 1, 2, 3 left. Anger, Berlin apartments, and control. They talked about control of the gun, of a weapon, but I don't know if I don't know if they actually said that word. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bingos myself. So make sure you get your bingos in because I'm getting ready to do the drawing. Let me make sure. We had a little glitch. Oh, wait a minute. I did forget. I know I forget. Y'all don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I only got 3. Sorry, guys. We had a glitch and everything shut down, but we'll do the drawings now. Let me move that so I can see. You're still on the fence? Yeah, me too. I'm with you. I am so with you. All right, so let me get some music going. Okay. I'm going to do my electric music and see if I get tagged. Here we go, electric. Good luck, everybody. Here we go. Woohoo! June. You should still be playing. All right, guys, we have a problem. It didn't get everybody. So I'm going to give everybody in chat today an entry. Everybody in chat gets an entry because it didn't get y'all. Because we had that glitch. Nightbot, you're out of here. See you, Nightbot. So everybody gets an entry. I'll go back through and I'll put everybody's names in. Everybody gets one entry. And it's so frustrating, but it is what it is. What can I say? Life happens. You guys, we are going to be having a movie night in Discord. We love doing movies in Discord. I'm looking, got a lot of chatter going on. The movie is called The Tuskegee, Tuskegee Airmen. It's about the high-flying drama of the Flying 99. It's the first squadron of African-American U.S. firefighter pilots in World War II. It's a very good movie. I adore the movie. It's a great movie. I've not seen the entirety of the movie. I've always fallen asleep. But that's what I get for trying to watch it at 2 a.m. Anyway, tonight I'm going to get on the grill. I'm going to get outside. I'm going to get my little blanket on the patio. I'm going to turn it's going to be nice and cozy. I'm going to watch outside. I'm going to watch it outside. Tuskegee. I can't. Tuskegee. The TG. Tuskegee. Tuskegee. There we go. Tomorrow we'll be live. Thursday we will be live. I will be traveling, moving around, helping somebody, doctor's appointments and such. So I will not be here in office on Thursday for, if not all but part of a day. It depends on what time I have to leave. The movies are 6 p.m. West, 7 Central, 10 Eastern, depending on your time zone. Could be 2 in the morning. I don't know if you're overseas. But please come. Tuskegee. Oh, okay. That's my dyslexia. Tuskegee. Okay. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Our first day back out of jail. Actually did my hair today. I'm going to go get some bills paid. It's payday. With that, you guys, we'll see you later. Mods, stay in chat. I'll see you in a minute. In the meantime, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Nope, Thursday. I'll have to change it. We'll see you tomorrow by something. All right. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.